A good day. We are going to be having a discussion of possible answers for the English Home Language Paper 2, May, June 2024, Paper 2 question paper. We are expecting certain answers, so we're going to be discussing our expectations towards what could have been given as possible answers. The paper was 2.5 hours as usual, and the mark allocation is 80 marks. This paper is based on our literature syllabus, which is the poetry section, which is also the novel section, and finally the drama section. The poems that came in our June supplementary paper were The Shipwreck, The Morning Sun is Shining, It is a Petitious Evening, Calm and Free, and The Child Was Shot Dead by Soldiers in Nyanga. We have an essay question on The Shipwreck, and then we have our contextual questions for the other 3 prescribed poems. Then we finally have A Beggar Rose, which was our unseen poem, and it was a contextual questions. We are going to go through all those poems, and we're going to go to our novel section, which is The Picture of Dorian Gray and The Life of Pi. And finally, we're going to go through our drama section, which will be Hamlet, Othello, and The Crucible. So we're going to have some discussions of possible things that could have been given as answers, and see our expectations of what we had in that paper. Without wasting any time, let's go to our prescribed poetry. Our first question is an essay question, which is The Shipwreck by Emily Dickinson. Remember, we have expectations that you know how to write the essay question in the poetry section. Let's go and see what we had. We had read the poem below and then answer the questions that follow. Glee, the great storm is over. 4 have recovered the land, 40 gone down together into the boiling sand. Ring for the scant salvation, toll for the bonny souls, neighbor and friend and bridegroom spinning upon the shoals. How will they tell the shipwreck when winter shakes the door? Till the children ask, but the 40, did they come back no more? Then a silence suffices the story, and a softness that tell us I, and the children no further question, and only the waves reply. Let's have a discussion of the poem first before we go in. Shipwreck is a tragic poem because it is based on the sinking of a ship, and unfortunately only 4 people survive and 40 drown. So when coming into Shipwreck, we must be having an expectation that you understand that when we are talking about tragedy, more people died than the survivors. So we are coming in and having a very sorrowful and melancholic mood and tone because of what have just transpired. We're also being given the issue of the great storm, and as such, that was the reason for the poem going down. And now when we come in, we are going to talk about a contrast of the relief and the pain that is felt by the people who are narrating the story. So now we are coming in and saying it's a powerful exploration of the vulnerability and the merciless forces of nature, because we realize nature is the reason for the shipwreck and why people drown. And also we're going to talk about we are also going to talk about the hopelessness that is felt, the doom that is felt, or desolation that is felt by the tragic nature of the shipwreck, impact of the events on individuals involved. I believe we're talking about a newlywed who's a bridegroom, friend, and therefore we are now talking about the impact of that storm and the shipwreck. Powerful nature of the storm is also given in here through the sea and its roughness. So this is a nature poem, but it has a sense of tragedy because we are talking about lost at sea, forever gone, there's finality that they will not come back. They are lost. They die. And now when we're coming in, we must understand that it is not just a literal account of a shipwreck, but it's a metaphor of the fragile human condition and the inevitability of death. So when we're coming in, the shipwreck becomes a symbol of the ultimate tragedy and the forces that can unexpectedly disrupt lives. So as such, we are now going to go to the essay question. We're just giving a background of each poem for revision purposes so that those who are preparing for exams as well can be able to have an understanding of the poem in simplified version. Let's go to the essay question that was in the exam. Dickinson's poem examines how people are at the mercy of nature. We remember our drill. What we do is we always underline our keywords, how people are at the mercy of nature. It says, discuss the statement with close reference to diction, imagery, and tone. We are always prescribed what to include in our essay question, and our essay question demands that we do it 250 to 300 words, which is roughly a page or so, or 1.5 pages, depending on the handwriting. As a result, when we're coming in now, we're going to explore the mercy, how people are at the mercy of nature, which diction is giving us that people are at the mercy of nature, which imagery is leading us to how people are at the mercy of nature, which tone is giving us how people are at the mercy of nature. So that's what we're going to discuss. All right, let's go and see what we're supposed to do. Essay question has demands, remember? We have demands of what we're supposed to do in an essay question. So let's specify the basics of what we expect essay questions in poetry. One of the demands is that you must have an introduction. An introduction takes the form of the title of the play, and then we have the poet's name, title of the poem, and then we have the poet's name, and then that's when we break down the question and address it. Break down the question. This is what we expect you to do in the essay question introduction, whereby you will give us in the poem Shipwreck by Emily Dickinson. That's what we mean by title of the poem, the poet's name, and then you have to break down the question. So we always expect an introduction that will address the question and what will be brought into the essay. The body of the essay is always going to be divided into parts, and I believe you are divided into 3 parts by the question, so which means we are divided into 3 parts. We have the diction part, we have the, I say it with reference to diction, to imagery, and then to the tone. So which means we expect you to have a discussion of these 3 in 3 different ways. And finally, you'll give us your conclusion, which will bring everything together, and you close. Bring everything together, summarize it shortly, whatever you call it, and then you close your essay. That is what we expect from the essay question in poetry. So now when we're coming in, let's go and try and see what we could have brought in as the diction in the question. I will discuss 3 words or so. That will be enough because we're only having roughly a page or so, right? For the diction, what would we have expected you to give? We would have expected you to talk about the word together. In line 3, remember we quote our diction. This shows the tragedy of the 40 dying in the shipwreck. All of them drowned. That is the first diction that we're going to talk about, that people are at the mercy of nature. I also would love to talk about spinning because it's popping out for me, which is in line 8. also. I would also like to talk about tall. I'm seeing tall as well in line 6. That can also come in. 3 diction words is enough for you to just get through the essay, because remember, you have 3 things that you need to discuss. Let's go to spinning. We are going to talk about the bodies of the drowned are controlled by the movement of the sea's currents. Tall line 6 also, it's a mournful sound. Reminiscent of the 40 sailors who perished at the sea. That's our diction. We are discussing words or phrases. You could have said 40 gone or gone down together. You could have taken together, or you could have taken gone down together. Any of those is acceptable, whatever you want to say. But what matters is that you must be having either a word or you must be having a phrase when you are discussing diction. That's what we expect you to give. I'm going to go to imagery and see what we could have brought into the imagery. Remember, imagery, we are going to focus on euphemism, figures of speech. I'll start with the euphemism that I just mentioned now, gone down together. Which is a polite way of saying 40 have died. We're also going to talk about the alliteration of the S sound. In Scan Salvation, line 5. We can also bring in the metaphor, boiling sand, whereby the sand announcement and reality of a few survivors. The sand has been churned up. That's the metaphor. By the waves of the storm. That's being at the mercy of nature. Anything we are taking is based on us connecting it to the mercy of nature. So that's why we are not taking every figure of speech or any figure of speech, but we are only focusing of anything that is connected to the mercy of nature based on the poem Shipwreck. And then also what can come in now. We are also going to talk about moving in circular motion, churning. Looks like a boiling kettle. That's our figure of speech that we're talking about. We can now move on to the tone of the poem. And I believe we have a sorrowful tone. Somber tone is also visible there. Melancholic mood. Right, where do we see the sorrowful tone? Loss of lives. Somber tragedy has occurred. 40 lost. Melancholic tone. Failure to respond to the children. When they ask about the 40 who died. This is what we are talking about when saying we're writing an essay question. We have to touch on tone, we have to touch on imagery, we also have to touch on diction. So as a result, what do? That amounts to you having 3 divisions in the body, whereby you discuss your diction, you discuss your imagery, and you discuss your tone. So these are the expectations that we are making of examples of words that could have been used that have an impact in giving us how people are at the mercy of nature, the figures of speech that are connecting us to saying people are at the mercy of nature, and the tone that is brought out by people being at the mercy of nature. So as a result, this is where we call the selective method must be used when coming to the essay question, because you only have to select what is relevant and what is needed. So that's why we have to be knowing exactly what we're taking according to what we did here, whereby we had to underline the keywords in the question, and then you have to now identify the things that are relevant for this question. Okay, let's go to question number 2, which was the morning sun is shining. The morning sun is shining on the green willow tree and sends a golden sunbeam to dance upon my knee. The fountain bubbles merrily, the yellow locust spring of life and light and sunshine. The happy brown birds sing. The earth is clothed with beauty. The air is filled with song. The yellow thorn trees lord the wind with odors sweet and strong. And then there is a hand I never touch and a face I never see. Now what is sunshine? What is song? Now what is light to me? All right. We're going to have a brief discussion about the poem as well, so that we can bring in what we are talking about when it comes to the morning sun is shining. When we come here, it's a nature poem. It is a nature poem that shows the beauty of nature. But unfortunately, the poet is very lonely, as she has no one to share the beauty of nature with. Her only child passed away at a young age, just after birth. So as a result, we are now coming in and looking at how the sun, who is the child, is no longer shining for her because the child has died. So when we come in, we are talking about the beautiful karoo set up in this poem that is blessed with green willow trees, golden sunshine, bubbling fountains, springing locusts, bird song, the scent of thorn trees, the yellow flowers. But now when we're coming in line 13, she shifts from the beauty of nature because she is mourning the death of the child. There is a hand I never touch and a face I never see. So because of this, she realizes the futility of the beauty of nature, as she has no one to share it with. So what begins as a lyrical celebration of nature actually ends up as a lament for the loss of a loved one. So when we're coming into this poem, we have 2 things happening. We have a lyrical celebration of nature, which starts from the beginning. But unfortunately, when we come to line 13, from here, we now have what we call, we have a lament for the loss of a loved one, which is the loss of the child, of her child. So this poem, we realize from line 1 to line 12, it's a lyrical celebration of nature. But from line 13 to line 16, that's where we're talking about the lament, where she realizes that there is a sense of sadness in her because the daughter or the child is not there to share the beauty of nature with her. So when we're coming in the lyrical celebration, she praises the beauty of nature around her. That's why I think auditory images are given, as we talked about the trees, as we talked about the sunshine, the fountain, the locusts, and all those things. So when we're coming in now, it's a 16-line poem divided into 4 parts. So that's where we see the variation of senses as well. Sense of sight in lines 1 to 4. We have sense of hearing in lines 5 to 8, and we have the sense of smell in 9 to 12. So all these senses enjoy the morning with the sun shining. So there is, now we realize, a deviation when we come to line 12, whereby they break the pattern, because the last 4 lines are now not on anything to do with nature, but are on the what is this one? Contrast, as they talk about the loss of the child. There is no possibility of her to touch the child or see her child. And therefore, that's where we see the tone of sadness, grief, hopelessness that is feeling those lines, despair. She has lost someone important to her. And as such, she will never see that person again. It makes her unhappy. Therefore, she cannot appreciate the nature or the natural beauty around her. So we are now asking ourselves, what is the impact of the rhetorical question at the end? Now, what is light to me? We realize that she is asking, what is the point of experiencing a beautiful natural morning if there is no one to share it with? So this rhetorical question engages us, the readers. There is no solace in the beautiful surroundings, and therefore the beauty of nature cannot overshadow the pain or the emotional trauma that the speaker experiences. So this is the poem that we are doing today, and are going to revise the context questions as we come across. All right, let's go to the questions and see what was expected of us. Okay. All right. Right. It says, refer to line 2, the green willow trees. Okay. So it says, line 2, the green willow tree. Account for the repetition in this line, it says. When we are coming to repetition, we are seeing it because green is repeated twice. So that's the repetition we're talking about. It says, what is the account for the repetition in this line? What does it do? It definitely emphasizes any of those is applicable. The beauty of nature, and how vibrant the color of the willow tree is. It's 2 marks. So emphasis, green, vibrant color of the willow tree is what we're getting. And also we're also talking about the beauty of nature. We move on. Our 2 marks is still there. We have 1, we have 2. We have answered the context question. Explain the mood that is created by the phrase golden sunbeam in line 3. It says the mood that is created by the phrase. Okay. Line 3 says, and sends a golden sunbeam. Okay. There's a joyful, happy mood there. Joyful, happy mood. Definitely. Why? Because Golden is an affectionate term that is used so it's an affectionate term that we are bringing in here when coming in and saying provides joy and what is this one? Joy and enjoyment. That the sun provides joy, riches of the nature, beauty as well. Those are our answers. And then it says, refer to line 9. The earth is clothed with beauty, which is in line 9. And then the question says, identify the figure of speech used in this line. We are definitely having personification. This is personification. Okay, but now we're also supposed to discuss the effectiveness of the image. The earth is personified as wearing the beautiful clothing. That's the personification. So every part of the world is covered and filled with a beauty that makes the poet happy. So it's every part of the world is covered with beauty that makes the poet happy. Okay, we go on to line 13 to 16. There is a light. There is a hand I never touch and a face I never see. Now, what is sunshine? What is song? Now, what is light to me? Okay, when we're coming in, it says critically discuss how these lines convey the central message of the poem. All right, we're going to lines 13 to 16. Change, as we said, in tone, attitude is coming in. Why are we saying that? The word never, central message of the poem. She questions the purpose and meaning of this beauty. If she cannot share it with a loved one. She is in despair. She cannot appreciate and cannot appreciate the natural beauty around her. It was 3 marks, so we had to be specific, and therefore that's why we are being detailed. Those are our 3 marks that we expect from a full discussion of the central message in the last lines. All right, let's go to our next question. It is a beauticious evening, calm and free. All right, as we're coming into a beauticious evening, we are going to be looking at a context question as well. Okay, this is by William Wordsworth. Okay, let's go and find out what we're expected to do. Okay, it is a beauteous evening, calm and free. The holy time is quiet as a nun, breathless with adoration for the broad sun. Is sinking down in its tranquility. The gentleness of heaven is on the sea. Listen, the mighty being is awake, and doth with his eternal motion make a sound like thunder, everlastingly. Dear child, dear girl, that walkest with me here, if thou appear untouched by solemn thought, thy nature is not therefore less divine. Thou liest in Abraham's bosom all the year, and worshippest at the temple's inner shrine, God being with thee when we know it not. Let's have a brief discussion of the poem itself so that we can bring the background of what we are expecting here. So when we're coming to it is a beauteous evening, calm and free. Remember, it is an Italian sonnet. We call it a Petrarchan sonnet sometimes, 14 lines, and therefore it's divided into two sections. One of the most important things that we must understand is that this is also a poem that is a celebration of the natural, beautiful world. So it's a nature poem as well. This poem celebrates the majestic, even holy beauty of the natural world. So this is happening at sunset when the poet is walking at sunset and is describing the evening's beauty in reverent terms, praising terms. Its comparisons are made to the non-presence of God as mighty being, the vast sky and sea, appreciation of the beauty and the power of nature and of the divine being that is God that makes such beauty exist and possible. So when we're coming in, we're looking at how awestruck the poet is by the world's peace and quietness during an evening stroll by the seaside. On the beach. The night is beauteous, he says. Calm. The sun is sinking down over the horizon. Tranquility as there's the gentleness over the ocean. The sky hangs gently over the ocean. And we're also talking about reverence or to prayer, breathless adoration. It's so quiet. It's almost as if the world is also holding its breath out of respect for nature's beauty, just like a nun is made breathless by her love for God. So now when we're coming at the descriptions of nature, they are filled with religious imagery that is now being linked to the beauty of evening and nature, and most importantly to God. So now when we are looking at appreciation of both nature and the divine spirit behind it. So this is the poem that we are coming to. And then now it breaks up in the sestet whereby he switches from the appreciation of nature and now addresses the dear child, representing his young daughter. So when the child does not seem to be struck or awestruck by the evening's beauty, the poet reasons that this is because for children, feeling close to God is an everyday occurrence. It's automatic. So kids or children maintain a natural sense of faith and wonder, and therefore they don't necessarily react with awe like adults do for those sacred moments. So the speaker believes that children feel God's presence in moments that might not seem sacred to adults. So as such, the young girl doesn't seem to appreciate this holy evening as the speaker does, but he insists that this is only a deceptive outward appearance. She seems untouched by the solemn thought during the sunset, but that doesn't mean that her nature is any less divine. Her outward lack of reverence doesn't mean she's any less capable of showing reverence to God. He even claims that children are the most holy to God's creatures and have a kind of access to divinity that adults have lost and no longer have. Abraham's bosom, I believe that's what he says. He believes that this child lies in Abraham's bosom all the year. She is actually in God's presence at all times. So it suggests a comforting presence of God in one's regular life. Her childlike faith and wonder are always constant and fixed. So she has a direct access to God. This is basically the poem that we're coming to today and saying this is what we are looking at. So let's try and see exactly what we are expected to give when it comes to the contextual questions. Okay, it says identify the atmosphere in line one. The line one says, it is a beauteous evening, calm and free. We are definitely having a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. It's either quiet or peaceful. Any of those is acceptable. Explain the effect of the punctuation mark in listen. This is to command the reader. Listen is the instruction. Command the reader to pay attention. To the presence of God. Number 3.3 says, account for the sun's being described as broad in line 3 in the context of the poem. In line 3, it says, breathless with adoration, the broad sun is sinking down in its tranquility. Account for the sun described as broad. This is to show that it's wide. Far reaching is also acceptable. This shows respect and awe for nature. Right, those are our 2 marks. Refer to line 6 to 8. The mighty being like thunder. It says line 6 to 8. Listen, the mighty being is awake and doth with his eternal motion make a sound like thunder everlastingly. Discuss the effectiveness of the simile in these lines. Okay. The crashing sound of the waves. Sound like thunderclaps. Power of God who controls the waves. This shows the power of God who controls the waves. And then 3.5 says, critically discuss how the structure of the poem is used to convey its central message. I believe when I gave the discussion on the poem, I mentioned that it's an Italian sonnet that has 14 lines. What do we have? We have an octave, which is the 8 lines, first 8 lines of the poem. And then what does it do? Its central message, we are going to talk about, describes the peaceful atmosphere. Atmosphere of nature and appreciation of the beauty of nature. And then we have now the sestet, which is the last 6 lines of the poem. And what do? There is a switch from description of nature as the speaker now directly addresses his daughter in the sestet. So this is what we are having as the structure of the poem. We have to specify the divisions. That was our 10 marks for our beautiful Italian sonnet. Let's go to our question 4, which was the child who was shot dead by soldiers in Nyanga. That's our last prescribed poem that we're going to go to. The child is not dead. The child raises his fist against his mother, who screams Africa, screams the smell of freedom and heathen. In the locations of the heart under siege, the child raises his fist against his father. In the march of the generations, who scream Africa, screams the smell of justice and blood in the streets of armed pride. The child is not dead, neither at Langa, nor at Nyanga, nor at Orlando, nor at Sharperville, nor at the police station in Philippi, where he lies with a bullet in his head. The child is the shadow of the soldiers, on guard with guns, saracens, and batons. The child is present at all meetings and legislations. The child peeps through the windows of houses and into the hearts of mothers. The child who just wanted to play in the sun at Nyanga is everywhere. The child who became a man treks through Africa, through all of Africa. The child who became a giant travels through the whole world without a pass. Right. We are coming into an apartheid poem whereby we are looking at a symbolic poem, a figurative poem, whereby the brutality of the apartheid police is highlighted in this poem. We are looking at an innocent child who was shot dead during a protest of the class book, and therefore the child dies at an early age. We are now looking at what the child rises up to become. The child becomes a metaphor and a symbol for the younger generation that is remaining to say they must revolutionize, they must liberate themselves, and therefore it means that they must fight for their freedom. The anger that is in the poem is directed at the older generation that did not protect them. So the older generation did not protect them. That's why we're talking about the raising of the fist against the mother, the raising of the fist against the father in the march of the generations. So when we're talking the march of the generations, we're talking about all the upcoming protests that will happen and the rise that will happen against the apartheid system so that they can finally be free. So now we're looking at generations that we are talking about this issue of this child. The child now not only becomes a symbol for the young ones, also becomes a symbol for the future. When we say the future, we are talking about all the youth that want to be free and want to be raised right, and therefore want to fight for what is theirs. So we are coming in and going to discuss the context questions at this one. The child now becomes a symbol not only in Nyanga, but in all the other parts of or provinces in South Africa where the uprisings happened. The child becomes a symbol also in Africa as a continent, and also expands globally and becomes a symbol in the whole world because of what the child stands for. Let's go and see what we expected to come from this one when we're talking about the child who was shot dead at Nyanga. Okay, it says identify and explain the mood that is created by the phrase raises his fist in line 2. The mood that we're getting an angry mood, as I said, anger at the parents who did not fight for them. It's an angry mood. Why do we say that? We can say a distress mood as well. Where we are talking about the child feels was not protected by the older generation. Explain why the phrase the child is repeated throughout the poem. This is an emphasis. So it emphasizes, we now call it an anaphora, remember? Emphasizes anaphora, emphasizes the age and innocence of the youth, child's memory as well is also coming in. That's to emphasize the child's memory. 4.3 refer to line 16. The child is the shadow of the soldiers. And then they ask us to identify the figure of speech. This is a metaphor. We're talking about a metaphor. Discuss the effectiveness of the image. Child is compared. The child is the shadow of the soldiers. Foreshadowing. It's a foreshadowing, or we can call it a warning or a reminder. Any of those is acceptable. Of the possibility of violence. Because remember, the police were the ones who instigated the brutality and the violence. Refer to line 23. Without a pause, critically discuss the significance of this line in conveying the central message of the poem. This is what we call a coda. This is a one-line stanza, which is called a coda. So when we say what is the message of the poem, this gives us the bitter irony, gives us the bitter irony of the child's death, who had to first die to walk freely. This shows also the futility of his death, futility of the child's death, as he does not need the passbook to travel the world. This is our cortex questions of the child who was shot dead. Okay, we're moving with the paper. Let's go to Beg a Rose. We're coming to question 5, which is our unseen poem. Beg a Rose by Moira Lavelle. Madam, a pale voice cycled through my car window. I'm hungry. I stuffed 10 cents into the gob of the parking meter. Its stomach hummed. Madam, but I was already in the rose shop, choosing thin pinks for dinner table decor. The cat still shot out its shuddering jaw and clamped in the tidbits of my purse. Madam, the boy embraced the parking meter, which flung up a red flag to advertise its emptiness. I looked down at the handful of roses, incensing the air with inedible aromas. Okay, let's go to our unseen poem and see what we expected there. Okay, it says gob is a slang word for mouth. The boy is described as having a pale voice. What does this description reveal about the boy? Young, fragile is also applicable. Weak, any of those is applicable. Vulnerable is also applicable. So this show that the boy is vulnerable. What does the description reveal about the boy? As we said, um, very weak, very fragile, very young, very vulnerable as well. Explain the use of ellipsis in line 5. This shows incomplete sentence. Why do we say that? It says, explain the use of ellipses. Why? Because the woman had already left. Did not wait for the boy to finish. She had already left. So it's the boy's sentence was cut off by the woman's departure. So that's why it becomes incomplete. Refer to line 7 to 8. The cash till shot out its shattering jaw and crammed in the tidbits of my purse. Identify the figure of speech used in these lines. Personification is coming up. Definitely, that's personification. Comment on the use of this figure of speech in the context of the poem. The cash till shot out its shattering jaw and crammed in the tidbits of my purse. We're looking at she spent a lot of money. Reveals that she spent a lot of money. She spent a lot of money on the flowers, which means they were expensive. Refer to lines 11 to 12. I look down at the handful of roses, incensing the air with inedible aromas. Critically discuss the significance of these lines in conveying the central message of the poem. Insensitivity of the rich is popping out. Of the rich discards the hungry boy for expensive flowers. Decorate a table. And also talking of things nothing of the starving boy. Right, that's our unseen poem. That's the end of our section A. Let's go to section B. We are moving with the paper. We're going to Dorian Gray. And when we're coming to Dorian Gray, we're starting off with a question. The society in which Dorian Gray lives has a powerful influence. We are starting with society on the events that unfold in his life. Critically discuss the extent to which you agree with this statement. All right, we're going to talk about the society. Let's talk about Dorian Gray essay so that we can explain the society that we are facing. Right, we are facing superficial society. That's one of the things that we must bring in. When we're talking of a superficial society, we are talking about love for surfaces. And I believe we look at Lord Henry, prioritizes Dorian's outward appearance. Our question says, events that unfold his life. What does this lead to automatically? This leads to Dorian being under the influence of Lord Henry. That's where we see Lord Henry giving him the philosophy of the value of beauty, youth, pleasure above all things, leading to loss of his innocence. We can also discuss the issue of society, values, appearance, outward mannerisms, or something like that. And what do we have? We have Dorian being jealous of the portrait. What does it lead to? Making the Faustian bargain. When he makes the Faustian bargain, what does it lead to? Loss of his soul. All right. What can we also discuss? We have an immoral society whereby we realize the rich go into the slums of London and the opium dens away from the eyes of society, leading to them living a double life. All right. We can also talk about the issue of a society that is hedonistic. Hedonistic society. Morals are not prioritized. Morals not prioritized. Prioritized. And we are talking of art is prioritized. Art is prioritized. When art is prioritized, we realize that leads to Dorian using the portrait as a mirror of his life. We are also talking about Dorian using the yellow book as a prescription of his own life, as a prescription of his life. Those are the examples that we can give. And then we also realize deterioration of his character as he becomes immoral and corrupts, immoral. Right. We can also talk about values aestheticism, a society that values aestheticism and selfie, whereby we're talking about him purchasing things for the sake of possession, becomes materialistic, but influences other people in society. Remember the rumors that are spreading about him, about Lord Ken's son, etc. The Adrian Singletons. Right. That is the society that we mean. We all can also talk about a society that prioritizes pleasure when we say prioritizes pleasure, we see him now frequenting the theater, but that leads him to be cruel to Sibyl, leading to her committing suicide. Okay, these are some of the things that are popping up as we're looking at the essay question, and therefore can be discussed. So as a result, this is what we mean by plot an essay question and decide exactly what is relevant of what you mean. Aesthetism, hedonism, art over life, pleasure are all those things that are coming into us now. All right, let's go to the context questions of Dorian Gray, which will be our question number 7. Based on an extract from chapter 3, let's go and see what was expected of us. Place the above extract in context. What do we do, by the way? We give the major events. Please, let's give the major events that lead to this extract. We are not narrating the extract. We are just have to give the major events that lead to this extract. This is from chapter 3. So that was the story of Dorian Gray's parentage. This is coming from Lord Henry seeing Uncle Fema about Dorian Gray. So what are the 3 things that caused Dorian, that lead to Lord Henry going to Lord Fema? Okay, one of the things is Lord Henry being fascinated by Dorian in Basil's studio. That's the first one. Yes, Lord Henry being fascinated by Dorian in Basil's studio and not knowing Dorian before leads to his curiosity. So those are the things that are coming out for us. We're talking about curiosity, fascination by Lord Henry, and finally Uncle Fema revealing Dorian's history or background. So we have Uncle Fema as well, revealing Dorian's background. So those are the 3 things that we are bringing into the place the extract in context. Refer to line 6 to 7. It paused. It says, it paused the lad, made him more perfect, as it were. Behind every exquisite thing that existed, there was something tragic. Worlds. Okay, we are supposed to stop there, as it were. Explain why Dorian would have been considered perfect in Victorian society. Handsome is definitely obvious. Ideal youth, ideal youthfulness in Dorian. Wealth is also possible. So as a result, those are the 2 or 3 things that make it possible. Refer to line 1 to 6, it says. So that was the line 1 to 6, until a loveless man. Okay, how do these lines influence your attitude to Dorian at this stage in the novel? Substantiate your response. Okay, let's look at what we expected here. Okay, we are looking at sympathetic. We become sympathetic of Dorian because he's so young and innocent. Young, innocent, but he is being plotted for by Lord Henry. Okay, so we have sympathy with pity for him. Those are the things that are coming in because he's subjected to Lord Henry. And then we're also going to talk about the issue of he's subjected to the clutches of his grandfather, clutches of his bitter, cold grandfather. So cruelty of the grandfather also can come in. So those are the things that we're expecting there. Refer to lines 13 to 14. There was something Okay, let's go to 13 and 14. It says, um, there was something terribly enthralling in the exercise of influence. No other activity was like it. Discuss what these lines reveal about Lord Henry. Very cunning, devious. He's excited about secret influences. He even vows to make himself part of it and become a kind of a muse to Dorian. Okay, that's our extract A. Let's go to extract B. That is coming from chapter 7. Refer to line 1. It was here I found her. If it describe the events that have led Dorian to finding Sybil. He's been wandering through the slums, exploring, as the advice was given by Lord Henry, inspired by advice from Lord Henry, And then what happens now? He wants to know everything about life, and therefore he enters the playhouse and watches the play. That's how it is. He finds Sybil. Explain how Lord Henry's response to Dorian's description of these common rough people reveal the class structure in Victorian society. We are having a contrast of the classes. We're having the poor and the rich or the wealthy. That's a contrast for us. Rough looking, that's what they call them. Shabby, and the surroundings as well. The theater, shabby theater. Right. Refer to lines 15 to 16. This marriage is quite right. Using your knowledge of the novel as a whole, discuss Basil's response to the news of Dorian's upcoming marriage. This shows us Basil's support of Dorian, constant support of Dorian. But we also are now seeing appearance versus reality flashing out. Because when we're talking about uh, Basil supporting Dorian based on not knowing Sybil, yet he also doesn't know Dorian, which means he's judged them by their appearance. And therefore, that's where we realize that um, this is premature, premature advice, as Basil does not know both Dorian and Sybil deeply. So he judges them based on their appearance. All right, let's go to 7.8. Earlier in the novel, it says, Lord Henry refers to playing Dorian like an exquisite violin, it says. Um, and in this extract, Sybil is referred to as making the audience as responsive as a violin. Comment on the significance of this image in the context of the novel. Okay. Lord Henry has already influenced Dorian through the philosophies And now when we're coming in, we are now looking at him wanting to fully dominate Dorian. But when we're coming to Sibyl now, we're going to talk about the issue that Sibyl captivates the audience, as we are told that the theater will be full on the night she would be performing. And now we realize the issue of comment on the significance of this image. This image shows impact of influence, depth of influence is portrayed here. Right. Comment on the significance of this image. We have commented. Refer to line 2. When she acts, you will forget everything. Using this line as a starting point, critically discuss how Dorian confuses life and art. Is in love with Sibyl's character. Right. And not with Sibyl. And does not know or love Sibyl. Characters on stage, and does not know or love Sibyl. That's the first one. Therefore, when Sibyl casts off the acting, he is disgusted and horrified, leading to him being cruel to her. He fails to separate art and life. Same with the portrait. He fails to separate himself from the portrait, leading to his downfall. Right. Right. Let's go on to the next novel, which is The Life of Pi. Right. The Life of Pi. Pi's upbringing and the situations in which he finds himself have a powerful influence on his life. Okay, we are going to go back to Kai's upbringing and see exactly what is it from his upbringing and what situations in which he finds himself have a powerful influence on his life. Let's go to a blank page and we're looking at Life of Pi now. This paper is essay questions, context questions. Let's go to the context questions. Let's talk about religion. That's the biggest one for us that takes the gist of this essay. 3 religions for him. He has 3 religions, so we're going to talk about how it impacts his life. What does it do? He prays during each part of the day. When he's in the boat, during each part of the day, when he is in the boat. All right. But now what are we saying? He felt connections. His first religion was Hinduism. Let's start with Hinduism and Hinduism. That was his first religion. It being his first religion now, he felt connections through nature and beauty. Secondly was Catholicism. Which he fell in love with. When he attended a church service. Attended a church service. But now, what does he take out of that Christianity? Christ on the cross. That's what he brings up. Christ on the cross, thirsty, I believe. He is thirsty for water. And what does it do? He applies it. He applies it to his situation. He applies it to his situation to get something to drink. So what does it do? He searches for supplies on the pot so that he can find something to drink as he applies his situation to that of Christ on the cross. So as a result, the third religion is Islam, which is of the second Mr. Komar, whereby he tells him that it's a religion of the beloved. So we now coming in. What does it do? What do the three religions do now? They become a source of conflict in his early life. The three religions become a source of conflict. They become a source of conflict in his early life. And as a result, we now realize his dilemma, even in the boat, even when he is on the island but still wants to go back to the sea. There's dilemma that is dominating his life, and it's coming from those three religions because he's conflicted with the three religions. Let's go to the next thing in his life. That's the cultural values. Cultural values. What is it that was valued for him? Well, education, definitely, is one of them. Bringing in his intelligence. All right. And as a result, what do we mean? It teaches him how to handle and manage Richard Parker on the lifeboat. Manage or handle Richard Parker on the lifeboat. On the lifeboat. And I believe he applies it, applies what he knows about animals. And I believe intelligence also brings the maths equations. Yes, we must talk about the maths equations, the pi part from his childhood. What do they do? He loved maths equations at school, which is where his name is coming from as well, the pi part. And as a result, what does it do? He comes up with 6 ways, right? Yes, he comes up with 6 ways of how to he might be able to kill or lose Richard Parker. To kill or lose Richard Parker. And he discards them for logical reasons. Discards them for logical reasons. The battle is still ongoing for him. And well, the other things is that he uses a whistle to tame Parker like a lion tamer in a circus. So those are the things that come in when it comes to his intelligence. We're also going to talk about his culture. Indian, right? Raised in a zoo. Raised in a zoo. And when we're coming in, we are going to talk about his knowledge taught by the father to them and the brother at the zoo. At the zoo comes in handy in the boat. So as we are talking about how to handle Richard Parker, how to manage Richard Parker, handle manage Richard Parker, not to undermine Richard Parker. So those are coming in handy, right? Those are some of the things that can be discussed. Richard Parker. Those are some of the things that are coming in. He reads the survival manual. That's from his culture. Reads the survival manual and applies its information. Applies its information to a daily schedule. Keeps itself busy. Yes, they were always busy at the zoo. Those are some of the things that are coming in for Richard Parker and in the life of Pi and Pi himself, because this is what we mean when we say Kai's upbringing and situations in which he finds himself have a powerful influence on his life. Survival instincts kick in. So those are the things that we're bringing in. Let's go to the context. Refer to lines 13. It says, refer to lines 13 to 17. That's where we are now. Right. Account for the response of the people in the hospital to Pi. I believe he was a miracle because they couldn't believe he survived because of the extent of the state he was in. They are shocked that he lived. But even if they are shocked, what do? They are hospitable. That's what they do. They are hospitable. And they are shocked that he lived, but they still bring him so many things, which to him is unusual. And that's why he's even fascinated and entertained by it. Refer to lines 1 to 2. When you've suffered, it says, unbearable and trifling. It says, explain why Pi makes the statement. Okay, one of the things is that he's saddened over his survival. He's haunted by his experiences. And as a result, that's where it's a recall of his trauma. That's what we mean when we say he's saddened. He is saddened by his experiences. Okay. 9.3, refer to lines 3 to 5. I mock this. What does it say? Okay. All right. It says, discuss Pi's attitude towards death. Bold. He's very bold towards death because he commands for a release for the pain of his experience at seas. So he's very bold. Once release, chases away the death fear. Chases away the death fear. That's why he says, I mock this death. Discuss Pi's attitude towards death. Yes. I refer to line 7 to 12, Richard Parker. And then he says, comment on the impact that Richard Parker has had on Pi's life. He was his companion. Richard Parker was his companion on the boat for so long. Not only that, he also he learns from Parker that he must become fearless. He learns from Parker he must become fearless. He must become fearless. He must become fearless and unrestrained. Okay. Symbol of Pi's most animalistic instincts. This becomes a symbol in Pi's life as well, of his animalistic instincts. All the trials and tribulations he faces while stranded in the life at sea are all connected to Richard Parker. And as a result, that's why he becomes the way he is. Let's go to the extract D. Extract D says 9.5, refer to line 14. By the way, explain the presence of the meerkat bones in the lifeboat. The meerkat bones for him were evidence that he was he had the remainder of the carnivores that were in the boat. So as a result, he took them as evidence proving that his first story is true. And as a result, unfortunately, they are identifiable. So as a result, that's why he becomes questioned. So the presence of the meerkat bones in the lifeboat were proof that there were carnivores in the boat with him, as his first story used to say. And then it says, account for Pi's tones in these lines when they question him about the truthfulness of the bones. He's very irritated and defensive. He's very irritated. He's very defensive as well, because he now even cast them off and say they must find the proof themselves, because he has given them the proof. He has told them and they must believe him, but they don't believe him. That's why he becomes irritated, because they still feel it's unprovable that he had them. Refer to line 5, Mr. Okamoto. What about this Frenchman? Discuss how Pi's encounter with the blind Frenchman is crucial to your understanding of Pi's plight on the lifeboat. Discuss survival methods. They both cling to life and sanity. They both cling to life and sanity. To life and sanity. Yes, they both cling to life and sanity as blind. And what do? They discuss survival methods. Discuss survival methods. That's what they do. Not only survival methods, but also offers Pi the ability to eat, because remember he was on a vegetarian morality. So as a result, gives him now the boost to eat as well. Pi Patel, would you like a cookie? Comment on the significance of Pi's offering of the Japanese a cookie. This one is to calm them, as it was a confrontational interview. It was a confrontational interview. Okay. Based on the Japanese official's response to Pi's story, critically discuss Pi's perspective on faith. They don't believe him. That's one of the things that we should remember. They don't believe him, and as a result, he is expecting them to believe him on what he says and his story. So he expands his survival story to become a metaphor for religious faith. His story is a metaphor for religious faith. What do we mean by this? We mean that Pile's ordeal is based on an unprovable experience, just like the existence of God is unprovable. So as a result, he expands his survival story to become a more obvious metaphor for them, for religious faith and the power of fiction. So that's what we mean by a metaphor for religious faith. Let's go to our drama section. We're starting off with Hamlet. We also have an essay question again, and therefore we're going to just discuss a few things that are relevant to this question. At the end of the play, Horatio refers to Hamlet as a sweet prince. Assess the validity of Horatio's view of Hamlet with reference to the play as a whole. Okay, when we're coming to remember, this is not the first time at the end of the play where we hear the sweet prince. Horatio calls him a sweet prince also at the beginning of the play. So as a result, it's not the first time we're hearing this one. He calls him a sweet prince at the beginning because of his suffering, to say he has dealt a lot and therefore, because of his nature, does not deserve all this. So this is sort of a debate question, because he does show elements of sweetness, but he also shows elements of cruelty and lack of empathy. So as a result, it must be a debate of some sort. What do we mean? Initially, let's talk about the Hamlet essay. What do we mean? Initially, he appears as sensitive. Initially, he appears as sensitive and introspective person who is torn between duty to avenge and his morality. So when we come in, he appears very sensitive. Remember, even he's in a depressed state of mood. When we begin, depressed state of mood over the loss of the father, and the quick marriage. He arrives to us as a victim of circumstances, which is the death of the father and the quick marriage of the mother. So when we begin, he is vulnerable. That's the sweetness that we're talking about. Questions the purpose of life. Remember, to be or not to be, that is the questions. Questions the purpose of life. You also, what is this one? We now see a contrast, though, to all of this above. What do we mean by a contrast? When we bring in a contrast, his pursuit of revenge leads him down a path of increasing ruthlessness and cold-heartedness. And what are we talking about again? He becomes obsessed and driven. He becomes obsessed, driven by the goal of revenge. And I believe he becomes cruel to Ophelia, becomes cruel to Gertrude. That's where we don't see the sweetness. Shows ruthlessness, as we said, towards Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. He's very cold-hearted to them. He's willing to sacrifice their lives without any remorse. No remorse there is what we are talking about. He has this internal struggle between ruthlessness and compassion. So as a result, I believe when we say compassion, we're talking about when he finds Claudius praying. When he finds Claudius praying, he decides not to kill him, as he will send him to heaven, and therefore he will not kill him. So this is what we mean when coming into the debate that we're talking about in this essay, that you were supposed to bring out both sides. You are supposed to bring out both sides for the Hamlet, showing two elements: being sweet, a sweet prince, and being a cold-hearted and ruthless prince. So that's what we mean when we say it's a debate. All right, let's go to the context questions. Our first context was coming from Act 1, Scene 5. It said, place this extract in context. That's what we are beginning with now. When you say place this extract in context, we are coming in respective spirit. Hamlet is from school, is from university, and coming from his father's death. In Elsinore, from his father's death. And then he is informed by Horatio about the appearance of the ghost. That's the second point, of the ghost. And then also the revelation by the ghost about its death. Ghost reveals the circumstances of this death, reveals the circumstances of its death. Those are the events that we are talking about leading to this extract. Revenge is foul and most unnatural murder. Give 2 reasons why the ghost refers to King Hamlet's murder as unnatural. One of the things is that he was murdered. It reveals that it was murdered, so it was not natural. Was sleeping, poison poured into his ear, not stung by a bee, and not stung by a bee as was said, stung by a bee. That's what we mean, it's not natural. Refer to lines 18 to 19. It says, account for Hamlet's decision to pretend to be mad. One of the things is to get evidence without being seen. It's a strategy, logical strategy for him to study Claudius under the disguise of madness, as he says. And again, I believe one of the things is that it's one of his delaying tactics, the delay strategy to prove the ghost story. Refer to lines 30 to 33. Discuss the friendship that exists between Hamlet and Horatio with reference to the play as a whole. We are talking about loyalty, because close friends, trust is also there until the end. He also is the one who tells Hamlet's story when he is deceased, when he dies. All right. Comment on how these lines reflect Hamlet's state of mind at this point in the play. Distress, despair is coming in. He must revenge. He's shaken by the revelations of the ghost. Shock is also coming in. Okay. All right. Let's go to the second extract. All right. Refer to lines 1 to 3. My Lord, this is from Act 3, Scene 1. It says, my Lord, I have remembrance of yours that I have longed to deliver. I pray you now receive them. Explain why Ophelia returns Hamlet's gifts. It's on instructions from the father, instructions from Polonius to end the relationship with Hamlet. Explain why Ophelia returns Hamlet's gifts. Yes, it's an instruction from the father that he must end the relationship with Hamlet, and therefore she must return all the affections of love that were given by Hamlet. Refer to lines 22. Where's your father? Critically discuss why Hamlet's question reveals about his attitude towards Polonius in the context of the play. Awareness. It's an attitude of awareness of Polonius's plots. He is aware and is courting Ophelia to reveal. He is aware that he's being spied on by Polonius. That's why he knows Polonius's whereabouts and schemes. Okay. Refer to line 16. Get thee Wenanari. If you are the director of production of Hamlet, how would you instruct the actor to deliver these lines? Remember, when you are giving the instructions, you must be giving the body language. So you must be able to explain the body language of how it will be displayed. So as such, anger at Ophelia. So as such, he would raise his hand to chase Ophelia. Passionate tone, very angry tone, rude to Ophelia, pushes her away. Any of those things are applicable. So you can say he can push Ophelia away with one hand. He can use one hand, that is a display of chasing Ophelia away, raising his hand also, turning his back on Ophelia, angry tone, rude tone, any of those is applicable. Using this extract as a starting point, comment on the extent to which Hamlet's behavior towards Ophelia contributes to her death later on in the play. Insults Ophelia, is angry at Ophelia, that's why he insults her. He's cruel to Ophelia. Nanari is a representation for Hamlet that it stands for she won't have children and be away from the clutches of wicked men like his uncle, who's Claudius, and his father and her father. And as such, she is unfortunately hurt and heartbroken. She suffers from depression. But that's not the only factor. The other factor is that killing her father also contributes to her depression, because when Hamlet kills the father, she becomes depressed as well. And that contributes to her committing suicide. That's our extract on Hamlet. Let's go to the next play, which is Ophelia. Question 12. Othello refers to himself as an honorable murderer who has done not in hate but all in honor. All right, let's go to the Othello essay. Coming to the Othello essay, what do we possibly have? Honorable murderer, done not but all in honor. Okay. We are looking at the death of Desdemona, the murder of Desdemona. So let's go and see what we could have given here. One of the things we could have given is the issue of he is a glorified and honorable soldier. So we have two parts in this essay. We have honor and dishonor. We have honor and we have dishonor. So those are the two things that are coming into this essay. Why do we call him an honorable man? We are talking about military leader, respected, commanding presence. All right. So as a result, we're now talking about his status. That's what we are bringing in here. I've run out of writing space, but we're going to be fine. So as a result, when we're coming to dishonor now, we are going to be talking about the issue of his motive. Honor-wise, his motive was pure. He feels that he has done nothing out of hate, but it was out of honor. So his motive is pure, is what brings him honor. The dishonor for him the honor also is in admitting, I'm remembering now, admitting his crime, the murder, and owning up. That's where the honor lies. But he also shows honor when he dies the way that he's supposed to die, because for him to bring honor to himself is through suicide, killing himself. So quality of him submitting to suicide is what we are bringing into the honor part. But the dishonor that we find him and give him is the killing of Desdemona, after she pleads with him not to kill him, also when he is now having the knowledge that she's not guilty of adultery, but he still kills her. So as a result, he acts on the delusion planted by Iago. So the delusion that is planted by Iago is what pushes him to the jealous person that he is, and then he ends up killing his wife. He's a failed warrior, so his status diminishes. That's the dishonor that we're talking about. So as a result, Desdemona even begs him to postpone her death. But what does he do? Truth being revealed, he is a stubborn man. So that's where the dishonor lies, stubborn and wanting to be correct and right. And that's what we mean now. Um, so it's also a debate question. I believe this paper was full of debate questions in the plays and the novel, of you bringing in the two elements of characters, which are the protagonists in the plays and the novels that you are doing. And as such, let's go to the context now. It says refer to line 6. Okay. No more of drowning to hear. Provide two reasons why Rodrigo threatens to drown himself. One of the reasons is that he sees no reason to live. No reason to live. He finds out about the blessings that were given upon the marriage, and as a result, now he's devastated. So those are the things that we are talking devastated. Those are the things that we are talking about. So as a result, hopeless, doesn't see the reason to live anymore because he discovers that blessings were given for the marriage. Refer to lines 9 to 12. It says, thus do I explain how Iago uses Rodrigo for his sport and profit. Manipulation. He manipulates him into participating in his scheme to ruin Othello. So he uses Rodrigo's love for Desdemona against him. So what does he do? Manipulates him, uses his love for Desdemona, knowing very well that Rodrigo loves Desdemona. He manipulates him and uses it against him. He now wants him to participate in his scheme to ruin Othello and his plots. Discuss how Iago's relationship with Othello works to his advantage in carrying out his plan of revenge. Use of language, clever use of language. Misleading him with wrong information, convincing stories and incidences. Those are convenient for him because seeing the exchange of the handkerchief is convenient because to him that now he uses it as a way of that they are in love with each other. Cassio as a proper man, is this a valid assessment of Cassio's character? Justify your response with reference to the play as a whole. Um, it is actually an acknowledgement of Cassio's uh, character. One, Cassio is given as a very good looking, handsome man. And as a result, when we say he's seen as a good man, I believe the uprightness of his character is what's come in. Um, he does nothing wrong, he does things properly, and therefore that's what is the valid assessment. So as a result, appearance and reality for him, it tallies. Let's go to the second extract. Place this extract in context. It says, for this one, I saw my handkerchief in his hand. So as a result, this is the situation where we are talking about Desdemona dropping her handkerchief, but unfortunately, Cassio picking it up. And as a result, we now realizing the issue of the the rumor that it's a gift that is coming from Cassio. Explain how the handkerchief comes to be in Cassio's possession. She dropped it by accident, and Cassio picks it up and is set on giving it back to her himself. I must weep if God love. Um, and then it says, he is convinced that he's being merciful in performing a deed that must be done. Um, and as a result, he feels it honorable. He feels he's doing the right thing. He's doing something honorable. He hasn't done anything wrong, but he's doing something honorable. If you were the director of the production, how would you instruct the actor to deliver these lines? Bleeding. Um, bleeding, yes, on both knees and hands also claps together. Desperate tone, bleeding tone is also applicable. Drawing on your knowledge of the play, comment on the extent to which Desdemona is responsible for her own death. She naively allows Iago to use her as a pawn and makes her situation worse by constantly appealing on Cassio's behalf. So Othello is so convinced by the stories that Iago has told him that he won't listen to her. And what does he do? He kills her. Her naivety, her innocence, being used as a pawn is what drives her to a downfall. Let's go to the Crucible. We have an essay question again. John Proctor is the essay. Has goodness now. Assess the validity of Elizabeth's view of Proctor with reference to the play as a whole. Okay, when we come in, John Proctor has made both good and bad moral choices. If we go back, he tries to be a good husband to Elizabeth, but he has been a bad husband because he had an affair. So, as a result, we are coming in now and saying he has made both good and bad morals. And as a result, when we're coming in, what does he do after the affair comes out? He tries to be a good husband to Elizabeth. When she's in danger, he tries to save her. He even sacrifices his own reputation to do so. So as a result, that's where we realize that he tries to put his wrong right. And I believe what we're also talking about is that he is cruel to Mary Warren. He even signs a confession, even though his heart knows it's wrong to do so, despite even what Reverend Hale says. And when we come in now, he chooses to die. That is his way of sacrificing himself to saying, I'm trying to fix what I've done wrong. When he's being led away to his execution, he begs Elizabeth to go after him to change his mind, but she refusing, saying that he finally has his goodness and she must not take that away from him. He will not take that away from him, actually. So, as a result, his refusal to dishonor himself, even at the cost of his own life, it really shows that he is ultimately a good man. But the price of that goodness becomes death. So, at the end of the play, he is showing his goodness because he tries to correct all the wrongs that he did, and therefore he believes his life ultimately being sacrificed is the way to set it right. Okay, let's go to the context now. It says place the extract in context. This is from Act 1. The girls have been discovered in the forest, and the girls have been discovered dancing in the forest, and therefore the rumor of witchcraft spreads. And therefore, now what happens is that the girls panic because of the fear of the reaction of the community. Refer to lines 13 to 14. It says, give two reasons for Betty's reaction. Abigail didn't tell Paris about drinking blood or the charm to kill Elizabeth Proctor. So as a result, the secrecy is the one that she is making a fear now of what if it's discovered, because things are being hidden and not being said. And then it says, refer to line 27 to 28. And Taituba conjured Ruth Putnam's dead sisters. Discuss the role played by the Putnam family in the hysteria that follows. They instigate the Salem witch trials, I believe. Putnam does it for his own personal gain because he wants to retain the position that he feels was originally his from John Proctor. Mrs. Putnam is creating hysteria in the hysterical fear in the town as well, because she believes that her children, her dead children that she lost, were due to witchcraft. Refer to lines 1 to 2. Is this a valid reflection of Mary's character? She's prone to hysterics And she is very weak because she's drawn to the drama and unfortunately is not willing to stand up for herself because of fear and being intimidated by Abigail. If you are the director of the production, how would you instruct the actor to deliver these lines? Desperation, fear, grasping hands together or above the head, bleeding is what is coming in. Okay, let's go to the second extract. It says, refer to line 16, Rebecca will not confess. Explain what this line reveals about Rebecca Ness. She is upright. She stood by what was right and what she believed in as a religion. So she stands as a witness to Proctor's confession. So she stood by what she believed in. Refer to line 16. In your view, is Paris's reaction here typical of him? He's paranoid. Paris is very paranoid. Power hungry as well, self-pitying figure, and as a result it is typical of him. Actually, it is not just. Comment on the significance of Danforth's words in the context of the play as a whole. His words turn out to be true, because what does it do? He realizes midway through the trials that there is no witchcraft and therefore this is now personal plots against each other, but it's too late because there is no adherence to law. It's an over adherence to law. And therefore, it means that it will be now the court trying to prove that it is right in the community, despite sacrificing innocent lives. Innocent lives were lost. So that's why it is not just, because it was not based on any truth. Refer to lines 8 to 9. He stabbed. What critically discussed the extent to which Reverend Hale is responsible for his condition at the point of the play. He tells those accused to lie and sin. And as a result, he now begins trying to control the fear, encouraging the accusations and forcing confessions from innocent people. He is responsible at this point in time because of his pride. He fails to reverse the whole situation that is started, and therefore things go out of control. To save his reputation, he keeps quiet, and therefore he is responsible for him being tortured. He's tortured at this point in the play, but he finds no way out because he will be sacrificing his reputation. We have come to the end of the discussion of what we possibly could have expected from here, and therefore this is what we to your poetry. I would really advise learners that if we are going to do thorough justice for It's a Beauticious Evening, Calm and Free at a Funeral, This Winter Coming in Solitude, do justice and move on to the next 4, and finally the next 4 is 3 batches so that you can close off the syllabus before the year ends. Facts must be given. We analyzed poems in class, line by line analysis was done, tones, themes, the relevance of the title were done. So as a result, there is nothing that is new. Figures of speech were done, diction was done, and as a result, people must be willing to say, whatever question comes in the examination, I must be able to answer it. It doesn't matter which question, which poem has an essay. If you know your poem, you'll be able to adapt to any essay question that comes. Our essay question was on It is a Beauticious Evening, Calm and Free by William Wordsworth. And as we know the drill, one of the things that are very important for us to understand is that this is an Italian sonnet. And as a result, if it's an Italian sonnet, as you are looking at the question, a flashback must happen to you to say, when I'm dealing with It is a Beauticious Evening, I have this type of content. And as a result, it means that this structure is this way, and I must be able to touch this. So we need people to understand that This Petrarchan sonnet or Italian sonnet basically deals with exploring the beauty of nature and its connection to spirituality. When we look at the two parts of the sonnet, line 1 to 9, line 8, which is our octave, deals with the beauty of nature. And the connection to spirituality happens in line 9 to 14. When we talk of the tranquil evening setting, and the addressing of the daughter, to emphasize that she is automatically spiritually connected to the divine. And as a result, though she may not be realizing it, we need to understand that the octave has its own description of beauty. The sestet shifts everything, shifts the content, shifts the tone. We now focus on the speaker's daughter, who looks unaffected by the scene's uh, 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 beauty and tranquil state. And as a result, the speaker now assures her, as the father, that her spiritual connection is not diminished, as she is always in God's presence, even though she doesn't consciously um, acknowledges it or is aware of it. We must try to make sure that this comes into the examination with you, and you are able to now talk about the innocence, the divine presence, and as a result, the rhyme scheme, um, the imagery of uh, the nun, and as a result, these are the things that we must be giving in as a reflection of knowing what you are going to answer when it comes to this poem. If you are coming to this time of the year and you still are not able to dissect your poem in just 5 minutes, it means that you might still need to study your poetry further, and as a result, you have a lot of work to do. I believe time has never been a factor. If you are willing to do something, you will do it if you want to. And I will advise people that please, can we study our poetry section? Because these 20 marks are valuable to you in the exam. All right, let's begin with our paper. When we came to it as a fictitious evening, calm and free, we had an essay question. In this poem by Wordsworth, the speaker is awestruck by the beauty of and glory of nature. So as a result, I always advise learners that when you come into the exam, please let's try and identify the key words in the question by the beauty and glory of nature. And as a result, we need now to discuss this with relevance to one diction, imagery, and structure. So those are the things that we are going to focus on today. And as such, it's very important that you must understand that you have to touch on every element in the question. And then you will not be able to lose any marks. What do? We have to find all the diction that shows the speaker is awestruck by the beauty of nature, the beauty and glory of nature. And as a result, we also look for the imagery, which shows us that the speaker is awestruck by the beauty and glory of nature. We do the same for the structure. Which parts of the structure are relevant for us to touch on today? When we come to It Is a Beauticious Evening. This is what we're going to do. Essay is 250 to 300 words, roughly one page. It is still 10 marks, and though learners just fear it because they still fear the unknown, but I believe it has an advantage over contextual questions. And I would recommend that you answer the essay questions for you to get marks, because it is easier to handle than the contextual questions in an exam. Let's begin our breaking down. When we come to the poem, we are looking at diction is particular words or phrases that make an impact. It is a beauticious evening, calm and free, they say. The holy time is quiet and none. Breathless with adoration, the broad sun. sinking down in its tranquility, the gentleness, and heaven broods over the sea. Listen, the mighty being is awake, and doth with his eternal motion make a sound like thunder everlastingly. Dear child, that walkest with me here. That's where our Volta is, the switch and the turn around in the poem. If thou appear untouched by solemn thought, thy nature is not therefore less divine. Thou liest in Abraham's bosom all the year, and it says, and worshippest at the temple's inner shrine, God being with thee when we know it not. So this is what we are going to look at today and try and look at the three things that are aligning to the question and how we can get them from the poem. Right, let's begin. Right. When we're coming to this poem, there are words that we are going to touch. Because it shows the elevated beauty of nature. And I believe one of them is breathless with adoration. So as a result, that's one that is, we'll start with beauteous evening, breathless with adoration. I believe we have the broad sun, tranquility, and I believe broods over the sea. Listen, the mighty being is awake and doth with his eternal motion make a sound like thunder everlastingly. When we're talking about the beauty and the glory of nature, I believe when we say it is a beauteous evening, we are saying it's not just a beautiful time, it's just a grand splendor. So as a result, these are the things that I need us to focus on when we're talking about the comments that you will give to this poem. It's not just beautiful. He says it's a grand splendor, which shows admiration in Wordsworth. It shows admiration in Wordsworth, which gives us the evening's appearance to him at what he is seeing. And now, when we come also to talk about when he calls the time holy, I believe I will take holy as well because there are a lot that were relevant. He labels the time as holy. And when he labels the time as holy, what does he do? He gives it a sense of sacredness. A sense of sacredness is given here. And now, when we're coming in, it invites reflection on the beauty that he's looking at. When he comes in and says, breathless with adoration, that's personification without fail. When we say it's personification, he personifies the evening, and therefore it shows that the emotional response is deep, deep emotional response is what we are getting here. Overwhelming as well. I think it can also come in. That's also relevant. It can't be expressed by just simple breath. So those are the things that we are saying you must be able to comment on when you are coming in into the essay and give us an indication that you know what we are talking about. When we are going to talk about words like tranquility, as we move on, is sinking down in its tranquility. This is an indication of serenity, peace, So that's what is implied there. So I believe when we come in and we have roots, is in the next line, that is personification as well. So as a result, I believe that's how you dissect and be able to have a countdown afterwards to say, what do I have? Where's my imagery? Where is this? Where is my diction? I believe it will come out clearly. Because when you say roots, heaven is given qualities of being overprotective. When heaven is given qualities of overprotective, it shows the divine divine nurturing force of nature. I believe I'm going to talk about everlastingly now. This is the idea of eternity. So when we're saying it's the idea of eternity, it's a powerful presence. The powerful presence which suggests immortality, magnificence. So as a result, there are so many things you could have said. So that's why I will just break down and say, you give your diction word, you comment on it, you give your imagery, you comment on it. And as a result, I believe that's what we are talking about when we come to this. We also have a contrast of the child's innocence between the child's innocence and the speaker's as we said in the question, between the octave and the sestet, because it emphasizes how pure the experience is, portraying the child as a natural divine embodiment, even though she is not aware of it. So these are the things that we're expecting you to bring in when we talk about these things. I believe we also had mighty being. I'm seeing it now when we are also, I talked about the uh, everlasting. I believe this is an omnipresent divine force. So as a result, you had so many things to give. I believe roughly 3 or 4 diction words are enough. So you don't have to struggle at all, because I think I've commented on almost 1, 2, 3, 4 diction words. And as a result, those are the things that we are talking about. I say this is an omnipresent, eternal divine force. These are the things that show how awestruck by the beauty and glory of nature Wordsworth is. I'm not going to touch on the structure, I believe. When we look at Italian sonnet without fail, Italian sonnet is what we are going to mention, which allows Wordsworth, allows the poet to focus on the beauty of nature. And I believe also it allows him also which is in the octave, let's be very clear, because it's divided. Then in the sestet, to compare or contrast or compare the glory of nature with the beauty, with the daughter's beauty. Right. So these are the things that we expect to be given. It's 10 marks, so which means that it's only 250 to 300 words. You will be done. And that's why I keep saying, try these essays, practice them for each and every essay so that you can be able to get this right. Let's go to the second question. At a Funeral by Dennis Brutus. A majority of learners were not expecting this because it was in most of the June papers, but still here we are. We are having it coming a second time, which is a bonus, I believe. Explain the word pageantry in line 1 in the context of the poem, right? Remember when we talked of pageantry. We are talking of a ceremony, display, or a ceremony. And we're talking of a display or ceremony that is excessive. It's just for show. It has no meaning. And these are the things that we expected. As a result, we're saying elaborate display, just for show, excessive display, a ceremony that has no meaning. And as a result, that's why it becomes hollow. So those are the things that we are expecting you to know when it comes to pageantry. As such, when we say the the regalia that is one academic clothing, which was for display, will also be relevant there. Explain the effect of the punctuation mark in salute. Salute, then ponder on this hollow panoply. I believe when we have the exclamation mark, we must understand it is an imperative command. So as a result, it commands. If it commands, I believe what it does, it is a command to honor the deceased. Do we call them the deceased? Yes, to honor the deceased, and as such, as one would honor a soldier. So those were the two things that we expected. Refer to line 10, not death, but death's head tyrant guides our ground. This has been in so many previous question papers, even in the poetry booklets, it's always there. So it's something that should be ringing out for people to say, it's coming back and forth in the questions, different wording, but same question all the same. And it's very important for learners to try and align themselves to say, I need to know such questions because I've seen them so many times. I believe when we talk about uh, death heads tyranny guides our ground, we are saying, it says identify the figure of speech first. It is definitely a metaphor. And therefore it says comment on the effectiveness of this image. I believe we're talking about the issue that um, the oppressive, the oppression, I'll call it the oppression, is compared to a death's head, which is a skull. And therefore, when we are talking about this, the tyranny, the harsh, cruel conditions of the oppressive system and ruling was what the tyranny referred to. So tyranny was referring to the cruelty, harshness of the apartheid system. And as such, we are saying this is in reference to the Grim Reaper, which was the role models of the apartheid police, and as such, you have to remember these things. So as a result, death-like existence is what is being referred to in this metaphor. Under the apartheid system, they live a death-like experience or existence, and that's where now you had to be understanding the effectiveness. Refer to line 2:12, better that we should die than we should lie down. Critically discuss the effectiveness of this line as a conclusion to the poem. I believe with effect from last year, we have been having these questions whereby they separate the figure of speech and you comment on the effectiveness. And the last line is always based on the conclusion of the poem based on the last line. So these have been very common since from the year 2024. And as such, I believe, look at the trends, and as a result, you'll be able to prepare yourself to say you are dealing with the current way of questioning, which is the technique of the exams, right? When we're coming into this one, better that we should lie down than we should die, than that we should lie down. Death is preferable. I believe it's a better option, is a better option. than accepting the tyranny of the apartheid system. It was 3 marks, so we had to go all out. We are saying it is effective because we have to answer the question, critically discuss the effectiveness as it sums up. It is the concluding line. The preference to a revolution to fight the oppressive system. There's our 3 marks. It is an effective conclusion because it calls for a revolution so that they can be able to fight the system than to accept the tyranny, which is the lie down part. So that's what we had for this poem. We're going on to our question number 3, which is this winter coming, or explain the use of the word thick in line 1. The word thick, it shows the heaviness of the rain. I saw common answers being heaviness of the rain, which is very correct, heaviness of the rain. And I believe now we had to move to the figurative element and talk about which implies an oppressive atmosphere, difficult times, or oppressive atmosphere, anything was relevant for there. So as a result, that's why we are explaining the use of the word. 3.2, account for the repetition of the phrase, who is not frightened, throughout the poem. We all know there is no way you can touch on repetition without talking about emphasis. So the repetition emphasizes the dominant fear by people or everyone due to the oppressive atmosphere. It was 2 marks, I believe. So as a result, what does it do? Impending violence emphasizes the impending violence is the result of this fear. Remember, this is based on the state of emergency. So therefore, the fear that is instilled is due to the impending violence that will be brought by the retaliation of the apartheid police when the Black people decide to go ahead with commemorating the 10 years of the June 16 uprisings. Identify the figure of speech in the C is in line 4 to 5, they said. I believe when we're talking about this one, it's definitely personification. Comment on the effectiveness of this image. It is the power and destructiveness. The sand is sinking away. The power of nature, which is also destructive. Bringing chaos. instability. Those are the answers that will fall in here. Right, refer to lines 24 to 29. It said, into the rain, the children are running. Thin as the barest twigs, they kindly have fire to fight the winter. Their bare bodies, a raging fire of dead children, and the sky collapsing under centuries of rain, the wind like a mountain crying. Who is not frightened of this winter coming upon us now? It says, critically discuss how the final stanza reinforces the central message of the poem. When we're coming to the final stanza, we are given the symbolism of the children. It's definitely the symbolism of the children. And what we are talking about is that they are the symbol of innocence. Under the cruel apartheid system. Uh, but the word, the diction word raging, I believe, raging fire, shows us that diction word raging fire shows us that the passion of these children is recognized, though they die, trying to bring change. During the apartheid era. So when we're coming in, they are given an imagery of being thin as the barest twigs. And now we're coming in and saying suffering, the extent of suffering and poverty is seen through these lines as well. So those were the things that could have come in. We go to our next poem, which is question 4, which is the last of the prescribed poems, and we are having solitude. Oh, the juxtaposition in this poem is dominant, and as a result, that's how learners are remembering it now in the exam, though they still run away from answering it. Honestly, professionally, my opinion would be I felt solitude will be better answering it because a lot of learners misinterpret winter coming, and therefore it will be an easier option. Explain how the first two lines offer a comment on the fickle nature of people. I remember in essay that talked about the nature of human beings, and as a result, the essay question was in the previous exam papers, and as such, that's where you must realize that there is a common denominator between question papers and now, because there will always be a repetition of questions. When we're coming in, we are saying the nature of people is that they are only attracted to happiness and happy people. Only attracted to happiness or happy people. But when we're coming in, we are saying, but sadness is in isolation or solitude. People are uncaring. That's a fickle nature of people. And as a result, that's why they will not deal with our problems. Explain the effect of the word sigh in the context of the stanza. It is onomatopoeia. Remember, according to analysis, it is onomatopoeia. And as a result, we are saying the sigh is lost in the air. which contrasts with a joyful sound. It will not be heard at all because it is a breath expression, and as such, it will not be heard. That's why it will be lost in the air. Refer to line 3 to 4. For the said old earth must borrow its mirth, but has trouble enough on its own. Identify the figure of speech. It was personification without fail. And therefore, when we're coming in, comment on the effectiveness of the image, which is the personification. We are saying the earth is given qualities of being sad and old. Is given qualities of being sad and old. Now, when we're saying it's given qualities of being sad and old, we are saying that earth does not have any happiness. That's why it needs to draw on the happiness of others. From the strength of others. Right. When we say refer to lines 23 to 24, that's our 4.4. But one by one, we must all file on through the narrow aisles of pain. Critically discuss how these lines convey the central message of the poem. One of the things that we had to start with is the central message deals with we are alone. To deal with our troubles. So as a result, misery, pain must be dealt alone. The comment we could have given was based on narrow aisle. Narrow suggests that it cannot accommodate anyone else. The journey does not accommodate anyone else. Relationships based on conditions. If they are based on conditions, we are saying they will come to you only if it suits their condition. And therefore, the condition is if you have happiness, they will come. If you are in trouble, they will not. So as a result, those are the things that we expected. So as a result, that final line emphasizes that a solitary state is what is part of the human nature. Right, we move to our most problematic question. I believe my learners were trying foul when it came to the exam poem by Karen Pess. It says this is a poem for exams. There are three similes in this stanza. They are easy to spot as a dog getting ready to lift his leg. You have to look for the words like or as, the way you look for a hole to put a key into. But English has many ways of saying like or as, and this can confuse you just as you can be confused by the way the buttons are labeled on a new remote control panel. A metaphor can be bigger than the poem it's in. To find the metaphors in the poem, you must wake up to what's going on here. For example, an exam mark is a metaphor for the words happiness or despair. An exam poem is a metaphor for the process breaking the poet's heart. The rhymes and rhythms are easy to identify. If you use your body like a brain and remember that the hero of the story was the child who said the emperor had no clothes, you may not find personification in the poem, but it's hiding there, staring back at you, waiting for you to come at it with your car crusher jaws, explaining. And I believe it says, explaining it into the tiny buttered flat package, utterly silent. It's a poem trapped in an exam, just like you. If the two of you could only run away together. Comment on how the imagery supports the poet's attitude to the study of poetry as revealed in line 6 to 8. I believe in line 6 to 8, we talked about, it says, but English has many ways of saying like as or as, and this can confuse you just as you can be confused by the way the buttons are labeled on a new TV remote control panel. All right. So when we're coming into the unseen poem, it says the imagery is a simile without fail. That's the imagery that we have. We have a simile, and we're saying the simile shows it's comparing comparing the difficulty of the meaning of a poem to a new remote. So as a result, that is very vague, confusing. So as a result, that's what we mean when it comes to poetry, right? Critically discuss the appropriateness of the metaphors in line 12 to 13. And I believe what was said is that the exam mark is compared to happiness. Exam mark compared to happiness. When we're saying it's compared to happiness or despair, I believe happiness or despair. And as such, what do we say? When you pass, you get joy and happiness. But failing brings despair and sadness. So as a result, we are talking about the over-analysis of a poem will break the poet's heart because it will take away the beauty of the poem. So as a result, these are the three things that had to be touched. Over-analysis breaks the poet's heart. The beauty of the poem is taken away. So those are the three things. How is the image of a car crusher Joe's developed in the rest of the stanza? I believe one of the things is that the car crusher Joe's refers to the over-analysis of poetry, over-analysis of poetry. So as a result, it makes young readers lose interest, and therefore the poem that is over-analyzed is now compared to a battered flat package. To a battered flat package, which means that its beauty has been completely deflated. So it becomes a useless piece of material or whatever. Discuss the impact of the final line. I believe one of them is that those who are not interested in poetry agree that you must run away from it. It's better to run away from it than to attempt to analyze it in an examination. So I believe the impact is that the impact of the final line forces the reader to take a side, either to read the poem or to run away from analysis in the exam. So there were two options there. So as a result, it's either you are tempted and read the poem and analyze it, or you will run away from it. Right, we move to our section B, which is the picture of Dorian Gray. Dorian Gray must acknowledge responsibility for his actions and his ultimate fate. We remember that we have to align ourselves to the P in the exam, and as a result, this is something that is called out for over and over again, that by now we expect all learners to be really sealing in the peel so that they are able to touch on the exam as much as possible. There were so many things that you could have talked about when it came to the essay. Responsibility for his actions and his ultimate fate. I believe one of the things is that influence, consequences were things that were coming in here. So as a result, dire effects of influence, consequences were supposed to be touched. And I believe morality and immorality was also supposed to touch. So as a result, we are saying he must accept responsibility for his actions and the consequences of his actions. When we are at the beginning of the novel, Dorian Gray is portrayed as an innocent young man, beautiful, innocent young man. And as a result, this innocence is what makes him an easy target to the influence of Lord Henry Wotton, even Basil Hallward himself. So as a result, when we say he becomes an easy target and he falls for the influence, through the philosophies, Lord Henry exposes Dorian to, it encourages Dorian to now desire a life of pleasure and beauty above all else. He makes the Faustian bargain, and as a result, when he makes the Faustian bargain, he consciously now decides to adopt these views, and he now willingly lives a life of immorality. So as a result, his first choice is influenced by the philosophies in the garden scene, that he will grow old, he will not be young forever, which leads him to do the Faustian bargain so that the portrait ages instead of him. Now, when we look at the consequences of the influence that he has willingly fallen into, we realize that Dorian's wish for the portrait signifies that he wants to escape the consequences of his actions. So as a result, he engages in immorality, and that's where now we have his true nature reflected in the portrait. The more his sins are reflected in the portrait, the more the portrait becomes ugly because he's engaging in immoral activities. So now when we also talk about another incident is Sybil Vane's suicide. When he notices the change in the portrait, that is a line of cruelty on the side of the mouth, that was the beginning of his moral decline. He becomes increasingly corrupt, which leads to the ruin of many around him. And what do we mean? When we say the ruin of many, he rejects Sybil Vane cruelly. And I believe he was very cruel because he rejected it cruelly. And as a result, that shows his impact on others. Now, when we talk about the murder of Basil as well, we are talking about that he was in a state of hatred when he stabbed Basil, because Basil made him realize that he does not know who he is in the portrait and is shocked. Basil's reaction pushes him to murder him, and as a result, that's where we realize the immorality and why he goes further in making sure his sins are hidden, so that Basil does not reveal the truth. He has to kill him, and therefore it means that his sin becomes hidden from the whole world. But now, when we talk about the issue of taking responsibility of his actions, I believe when we touch on the guilt and the contemplation of redemption, those are times when we say he tries to change, he desires change, and as a result, when we talk about the issue of Hetty, that he lets go and says, at least I will not hurt her and I'm redeeming myself for what I did to Sibyl. We might say those are moments when he can show us the need to accept his consequences. But unfortunately, his attempts are not long lasting because they are just driven by a desire, a guilty desire to clear his conscience and not really to be remorseful. So when he realizes the depth of his corruption, we now realize that it pushes him to become paranoid. Paranoia pushes him to become desperate. He decides to destroy the portrait. So he believes it will free him or from his guilt and the burden of his sins. Ironically, when it destroys the portrait, it leads to his own death because the portrait now goes to its original state and Dorian bears the full consequences of his corrupted soul. And therefore, that shows that he could not escape his actions. So, as a result, when we're talking about influences, we have external influence, we have himself as an influence on his life. And that's why now it eventually leads all to his ultimate fate, which is his downfall and his death. So now when we talk about fate, we're talking about his death, we're talking about his downfall, because the moral consequences of not having, what do we call it, a conscience is what leads to his death. So that's what we mean when we talk about acknowledge responsibility for his actions. The portrait hides his sins and therefore is able to escape justice. No one can hold him accountable to it because the portrait is hidden in the upper room, in the upper schoolroom, and the key is in his pocket. And therefore, it means that it will bear the consequences of his actions. And therefore, I believe that's a Gothic element of the book where we're talking about it. Therefore, responsibility becomes difficult to happen to Dorian as the portrait absorbs his moral decay, allowing him to physically continue on a path of wrongdoings. So those are the things that we expect to have discussed in this essay. Hopefully, I think I was detailed enough. Let's go to the picture of Dorian Gray contextual questions. This was from chapter 2, and I believe in chapter 2, we're talking about this is Lord Henry and Dorian Gray. Coming back into the studio when Basil has finished the portrait. So this is after the garden scene. It says place the extract in context. I believe Basil, the portrait has been finished by Basil, and he calls Dorian and Lord Henry from the garden scene. Lord Henry from the garden. From the garden. I believe the next thing is that Lord Henry has influenced Dorian, who is intrigued. Is it intrigued or captivated? Any of those two is correct, I believe. And I believe one of them is that whatever has happened is that Lord Henry made him aware that beauty, youth, and pleasure are a priority. Right, those are three things. In what way does this statement act as a foreshadowing? It will mock me someday, he says. It definitely was a foreshadowing because after the Faustian bargain, the picture absorbs the Dorian's sins. So I believe this is after the Faustian bargain. The portrait absorbs his sins. Now, when it absorbs his sins, it means that it mocks him when it becomes grotesque and ugly. And as a result, that's where he is filled with horror. So that's where the mocking comes in, when he is horrified, when the portrait looks back at him in its ugly state. He referred to line 6, it is the real Dorian Gray, that is all. Use this line as a starting point to discuss Henry's attitude towards Dorian. I believe the biggest one for me was manipulative. For me, the manipulation was ringing out as the attitude. He was very manipulative because what it does is to influence him to prioritize youth and beauty. Right. So as a result, I believe cynicism also comes in. Cynical can also come in because one of the things is that Dorian Gray is just a normal lad, young man, not the beautiful man in the portrait. So I believe that's what was coming in. We have 7.4, refer to line 23, it will be meta. Discuss the iron of Dorian's words in relation to the novel's end. I believe the novel's end will be chapter 20. That's where you have to always make a connection when you are doing context to say what happens in chapter 20. I believe that this is where Dorian has is an awakening of the relationship between his soul and the portrait, of the connection between his soul and the portrait. So when he realizes that somehow the portrait is him, so when he does that, it now becomes a motivation to continue sinning and therefore making him become immorally corrupt. So now, when we are in chapter 20, he destroys the pointing to rid himself of the ugly, grotesque curse, but unfortunately is ending his own life. So the irony is that he fails to recognize that connection when he stops the painting. So when he fails to remember that I am connected to the portrait, unfortunately he kills himself. So that's the irony. Right, we move on to the next question. Right, we have 7.5. Refer to line 1 to 3. That evening at 8:30, it says, by bowing servants. This is from chapter 15. How do these lines highlight the class divide in Victorian times? When we're coming to the class divide, I believe we're to come on the aestheticism part. The aesthetic part was the dress code, the expensive what is this one? Let's go to that line quickly. I believe it says Lady Nabara's drawing room. And I believe this is from line 1 to 3. Wearing a large buttonhole of Parma violets. And I believe it says, when we are coming in, I believe the description of the dress code, when we're talking about the fanciness, so we are going to talk about dress code, fancy attires. And I believe that's where the elite are seen. But now, when we look at the bowing servants, that's where we had a contrast. That's the divide. The bowing servants are showing the working class. And I believe that's where the division came to show the difference. So that was the servants, which is the working class. So now when we're coming into 7.5, to relate any other incident from the novel that further illustrates the class divide. I believe when we were in chapter 11, that's where we see Dorian's home when he does the exports of furniture and household items, which are lavishly decorated. And as a result, I believe that's where we can use the illustration to show wealthiness of the elite. And I believe we also are going to look at the Vane's home, where in chapter 5, the the couch is described as shabby, the chairs, the curtains were showing the sun through, which means they are old and ragged. So those are the two incidences that come into my mind at the morning from chapter 5 and from chapter 11. So I believe that's what we have. So as a result, Dorian thinks about appearing at the dinner without letting on that he has met that the man is playing a part. Discuss other evidence in the novel to suggest that Dorian blurs the lines between reality and art. I believe when he blurs the lines, it's falling in love with Sybil's art and not with Sybil, definitely. So that's where we are going to have the blurring of the lines. The Sybil issue is the first one for me. When we are going to talk about Sybil, being in love with Sybil's art and not with Sybil is definitely something that is there. He's in love with the character Sybil X on stage, and as a result, he does not fall in love with the actual Sybil. That's why he destroys her and is cruel to her, because she became Sybil on stage. So that's something that we are realizing there when we come to art and reality. I believe the other one is after Basil's murder. That's the second incident that could have been used. So when we're talking of Basil's murder, he calls his corpse a thing. So as a result, he shudders when he looks at the ugly thing. And now it means Basil, who used to be a voice of reason for him, is diminished to a dreadful image. And I believe that's what he wants to do. So he wants to get rid of the it, which is the corpse, as soon as possible. So that's where I think we have two incidences of the blurring of the lines. Consider line 8. Those finely shaped fingers could never have clutched a knife or sin. Using these lines as a starting point, explain how the aesthetic values of the Victorian aristocracy cloud their beliefs. I believe one of the things we could have talked about is they find it impossible to believe that Dorian may actually have killed a man. So that's something that we are seeing there. They can't believe that the rumors, I believe also that Dorian is capable of having done this. And as a result, I believe his beauty was clouding them more than anything. Terrible pleasures of a double life. Critically assess the statement with regard to Dorian's moral decay. One of the things is the double life that we are talking. It has been a theme before in an essay question, I believe last year or last year, I can't remember clearly, but it's been one of the exams, and I believe it's not the first time to hear it. So now when we're talking about a double life, we're talking about the portrait, hiding, Dorian's immorality, and we're looking at Dorian continuing on a moral decline, purposefully. So as a result, when we come into the moral decay, we realize it leads to his downfall, because what happens is that he now is horrified by the image that stands in front of him at the end of the novel, and as a result, he destroys it. Now, when we're coming into the picture of Dorian Gray, you either choose the essay question or the context question. It cannot be both. So it means we have to answer one there and we cannot answer both. All right. So as a result, that's what we are supposed to be having. when we're in the life of Pi, we're looking at the essay question. Pi Patel's survival instincts and ability to adapt to his environment play a crucial role in his survival. Let's see. Critically discuss the validity of the above statement. Your response should take the form of a well-constructed essay of 400 to 450 words. Right. My apologies. The things that we can talk about when coming to this essay, I believe it's the instincts and ability to adapt and the role that they play in his survival. Let's see. I believe one of the things we need to talk about is how he's able to think quickly. So when he's able to think quickly, we are saying that becomes crucial to his survival in the sea. He has so much resilience, and therefore his resilience is the one that makes him sustain the whole ordeal. And I believe when his instinct to swim for the lifeboat and to save Richard Parker, it becomes his survival, because when he follows the instinct to swim, it means he survives. One of the things is what the father taught them as young boys at the zoo, which is to keep themselves alive, is what keeps him alive at sea as well. Because when he fully comprehends and understands his loss, he realizes that he has to keep himself alive. When we look at the basic commodities and needs, fresh water, fish, shelter, we are saying he improvises. When he improvises and comes up with solutions, it means he's able to adapt to a new environment. So as a result, remember the crafting of the tools that he does to survive. And I believe that is what plays a big factor in when he understands I have to try and survive. And now that's where he's able to come up with solutions. He's able also to create a distance from the animals in the lifeboat. And as a result, that means he now is dominant to be able to train Richard Parker. He coexists with the tiger, and the coexistence, I believe, is what helps him to survive. He makes sure he draws a boundary and territory for himself and Richard Parker, and that makes automatically mutual respect and cohabitance happen for both of them. He uses Richard Parker to keep himself mentally awake and focused, and as a result, that works for him because he using his alter ego of Richard Parker becomes a coping mechanism that allows him to deal with the horrific experience as a whole. His faith and religion cannot be left out in this essay because he maintains hope as part of his ability to survive, drawing from his three religions, which come in handy. It maintains his sanity, and I believe it keeps him alive. The narratives, the different narratives and switching of narratives helps him to cope with being in a solitude. And as a result, he's able now to be creative, and that keeps his humanity and sanity intact. I believe he endures the physical toll of the experience, malnutrition, the numerous injuries, and I believe that is the biggest test for his survival. But through it all, he stays mentally sane despite the isolation, the horrific experience, and I believe that is awarded when he remains alive. So those were the issues that we could have dealt with and discussed. Remember in the peel again. So that's a discussion that could have been brought up. A lot of them were coming in as I believe we've just exhausted them. Let's go to the contextual questions. We were in chapter 40, firstly. We had the extract in context, and I believe it's the ship sinking. The ship has sunk. And I believe what has happened is that Pi jumps into the ocean. And I believe the other thing is that avoids drowning in the sharks. So those were the things that were standing out for us. Refer to line 1 to 5. It says, Richard Parker did not jump. I could hardly breathe. Discuss how the writer creates a sense of danger and panic in these lines. Right. When we're talking about danger, I believe one of the things is panic and danger. The writer creates a sense of danger. I believe it was the descriptions. The senses were awakened. Senses were alerted. I believe black and cold stung my eyes, pulled me down. So those are the words that really give the terror. I believe there was a struggle, there was terror that is coming in. Terror, struggle, panic. So those were the ones that we can now refer to. Comment on how the contrast between the physical environment and Pi's emotional state is highlighted in these lines. When we're coming into 9.3, the things that we're going to talk about is the chaotic environment. That's one of them. The chaotic environment is one of them. When we talk about the chaotic environment, we're talking about the weather, which is the storm, I believe. We're talking about the sharks. We're talking about the tiger. And as a result, when we look at the contrast between the chaotic environment and Pi's mental state, that's where our clues were. I believe what happens is that the chaotic environment has brought him to be alone, isolated, and now he has to use his instincts to survive. But now, when we look at his mental state, he's physically injured. He's in what do we call this? A terrified state, and is struggling to survive. And I believe that's where now we're talking about it brings out the trauma in him. And I believe when we come in, the instinct to survive is what automatically kicks in. How does the author highlight the theme of survival in this extract? I believe physical and mental struggles were very clear. Physical and mental struggles. When we talk about physical and mental struggles, we are talking about danger around him. When we talk about the danger around him, we're also talking about instinct to survive or fight to survive. So those are the things that we are bringing in. So when we come to extract D, right. Extract D is from chapter 57. Refer to line 5 to 7. My breath slowed down, it says. My breath slowed down, my heart stopped knocking about in my chest, and I began to regain my senses. Now it says, what does this reveal about Pi's emotional state at this point in the story? One of the things that we're talking about is, I believe it's a calm after the storm, figuratively. It will be the calm after the storm. What do we mean? He starts to calm down and overcome his fear. So I believe what we mean is that Richard Parker does not pose a threat to Pi, and therefore it means they will coexist. So those were the things that we are talking about. Discuss the irony in this statement, 16 to 17, it says, a part of me did not want Richard Parker to die at all, it says. So as a result, what is the irony? I believe Richard Parker is a threat, but Pi feels comfort from his presence, from his presence. So as a result, what does it do? He uses Parker as a motivation to survive and to continue being alive. Explain how the explanation about lion taming from previous chapters prepare the reader for Pi's plan to tame Richard Parker. One of the things is that when Pi explains to us how the lion tamer uh, put himself in charge as the alpha animal in the ring, we now understand that the circus reference um, is what Pi adapts to. I believe it's adapting here. We are adapting to the circus incident, to the circus scenario. So when we're saying we're adapting to the circus scenario, he uses the same techniques to train Parker and establish himself as the alpha. So as a result, he's able to successfully train Richard Parker, and that's why the hierarchy now is established. How does the presence of Richard Parker contribute to Pi's survival, both physically and emotionally? It says, physically, I believe Richard Parker keeps Pi alert. He becomes alert, very cautious, and therefore, what does it do? He has a will to survive. That is physically, I believe. Emotionally, I believe it occupies his mind, which means it replaces the despair. Based on your knowledge of the novel as a whole, comment on the reason Pi has to tame Richard Parker. If he does not tame Richard Parker, I believe he will be in isolation or in solitude, but it also provides him with a distraction that helps him mentally alert, and therefore he does not focus on his loss. I believe in the second story, it becomes different. He needs his alter ego with him to fight for survival. So it becomes a coping mechanism in the second story so that he, what is this one? He is not driven mad by the despair, right? Let's go to section C. I believe we're done with our novels. We are in our plays. And I believe in our plays, we are having Hamlet, and also I believe it will be the Crucible. It says, examine the interplay between genuine madness and feigned insanity in Hamlet, focusing on how Hamlet's strategic madness contrasts with Ophelia's real psychological breakdown and how these states reflect the broader themes of betrayal and revenge. There are so many things that could have come in. Yes, the question might have sounded difficult, but remember, you're just looking at the themes: madness, feigned insanity. So as a result, that's where we had to focus on betrayal and revenge. It was a loaded question because it had four themes, but as a result, let's see what we could have talked about. I believe what we are talking about, the feigned madness done by Hamlet is the one that allows the theme of betrayal and revenge to be successful. So when he decides to feign madness, he adopts the treachery, and therefore he's able to hide his true intentions so as to seek revenge for his father's murder. Now, when we're talking of Ophelia's genuine madness, now it differs because the Ophelia's madness is driven by her emotional suffering and the effects of Hamlet's betrayal and the father, obviously, Polonius. So we have real madness and we have feigned madness. Hamlet's madness is calculated and planned, so which pushes the suspicion away from him so that he can be able to plot and observe his enemies at a close range. What does he do? He does the erratic behavior, the speeches to confuse those around him, especially the eavesdropping Claudius. And as a result, who now becomes paranoid about Hamlet's true intentions. So, as a result, the calculated madness is a tool that he uses to be able to manipulate how others perceive him, where he can now be able to hide his true motives. To be or not to be, that is the question, I believe, shows his internal struggle. That's where we have the real question, was he really mad? Because now it shows the moral implications and consequences of his revenge, showing how complex his character is and how this weight is having a toll on him and his decisions. But now when we look at Ophelia, it's a tragedy because it's a consequence of betrayal that she experiences. And unfortunately, after the death of the father comes the rejection, and by Hamlet as well, it leads her to a breakdown. So when we come in, unlike Hamlet, Ophelia is Ophelia's madness is due to being vulnerable, and because of the expectations placed on her shoulders by her father and Hamlet himself, which unfortunately she cannot bear. But for Hamlet, it's a tool of revenge, and it's a tool of destroying those who are the enemies. And I believe that's where we have the two coming in. So I believe when we come in and talk about the contrast between Hamlet's madness and Ophelia's genuine madness, we are saying grief, betrayal, and death are dealt with differently by the two characters of Hamlet and Ophelia because their roles were completely different. So those are some of the things that we could have exhausted. A lot can be said, I believe. It just needs 5 or 6 points. I think I've talked about 8 or 9 to just open our minds of saying, know your place so that you can discuss them well. I've had the privilege of teaching all of them in different schools, so maybe that's why I'll be able to talk about them in detail. So as a result, let's open up our minds in the exam. Act 3 Scene 2, place this extract in context. It says this was from Act 3 Scene 2, and I believe what happens is the conversation. It's a soliloquy. Is it the soliloquy, if I'm not mistaken? It is the soliloquy by Hamlet. So as a result, we have to give the extract in context. I believe it is after the mousetrap, definitely. It is after the mousetrap. And I believe you are also going to give Claudius's reaction there. It also comes in there. And I believe also we are going to talk about Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. What do they do? Inform Hamlet that the king, the two friends also are the third point. They inform Hamlet that the king is very upset and the queen wants to speak to him. Refer to lines 8 to 9. O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not ever thy soul of Nero enter this friend's bosom. Nero was one of the most notorious emperors of ancient Rome who had his mother put to death. Account for Hamlet's plea in all heart, lose not that nature. I believe one of the things is that Nero violently murdered his mother because she poisoned her husband. So Hamlet is now, I believe he is admonishing himself to be aware of his natural feelings as a son. So as a result, he must not allow himself to follow what Nero did. So as a result, it means that he must not do any serious action to hurt his mother. So that's what we must be able to give. He acknowledges that he is human, but he acknowledges that he must have a demarcation and align himself to not cross a boundary. To elaborate on the irony evident in these lines, I will not speak my soul concerned. All right. I will not speak daggers to her, but use none. I believe what is meant is that he urges himself and forces himself not to act, but he will only chastise her through words. Yet during the play, he scolds himself because he cannot translate any words into actions before. So as a result, we must be clear of the differentiation of what he thinks and what he does. It was definitely thought versus action. And it says, if you were the director of the production of Hamlet, how would you instruct the actor to deliver these lines? Justify your instructions with reference to both body language and tone. I believe it's anger. One of the things that is there is anger. Number one, what can be pacing around. I believe pacing around or hitting his fist on his palm. So as a result, that can be that, drawing his sword, imitating killing Claudius. I believe calming himself down, trying to curb himself from being Nero. So any of those were relevant. So you had a variety that you could have given. Extract F was from Act 5, Scene 2. Place this extract in context. This came twice in the plays. Oh my gosh. All right. Claudius and Laertes, I believe, are conspiring to murder Hamlet. This is the conspiracy. Definitely. We have to talk about the conspiracy. And I believe we are also going to talk about the jewel that must be brought. The swords must be talked about, whereby one will be sharpened with a poison, and I believe a goblet will be placed with wine that is tainted with poison. So as a result, that's what we're supposed to have talked about. And I believe also these are the things that could have come in. Friendly jewel and all the stuff. Comment on the significance of Hamlet's words in these lines. It says, I believe when we're coming in, it says he felt he was denied a title. So when he felt he was denied the title of being a king after his father's passing, I believe that is where we say procrastination is very clear and no action at all. So as a result, I believe this is where we're saying now he's active. And as a result, he shows his authority. And now he's no longer a victim and he's willing to put a plan into action. Explain what prompts Laertes' response. He is justly served. I believe Hamlet has wounded Claudius with a poisoned sword, and then has forced him to drink the last of the poison in the goblet to avenge his mother's death. So Laertes' comments is that Claudius has been given his punishment because he has been the one behind the whole jewel plot, and as such now it means that he has been given his due. Discuss how Horatius' diction conveys his sentiments towards Hamlet. I am more an antique Roman than a Dane. I believe when we're coming here, loyalty, friendship, that's what we are getting. Love, my apologies, is also coming in. So those are the things that we're getting when we're talking of Laertes. So as a result, I believe the Roman soldier that he talks about is he committed suicide by falling on his sword if the superior died. So Horatio is compared to an antique Roman, which shows his high regard and loyalty to Hamlet, as if he was a superior officer. And the last one says, critically discuss how Hamlet's response signifies a shift in his character. I believe now we have a boldness in Hamlet. When we talk of a boldness in Hamlet, I believe what he's saying is he makes peace with his death. Acceptance is what we are dealing with. He accepts his death. And as a result, what happens is that he allows destiny to take charge. We go to the last question of the exam, which is the crucible. In the crucible, the lack of integrity and honesty has disastrous consequences. Critically discuss the extent to which you agree with the above statement. Right. I believe we have characters that lack integrity in the crucible, which is why we have a tragic ending of innocent people. Reverend Paris is one of them. He is a minister, but he's he is selfishly focused on his reputation. So as a result, when the issue of the girls dancing in the forest comes out, he is worried about how his actions will impact on him than he is about the girls' behavior. He's not an honest man because after revealing to Abigail that he might have seen someone naked, he denies it in court later on, strangely. I believe he also tries to discredit Giles and Proctor so that he can try and secure his own position as a minister. He's very materialistic. So as a result, that's why we are saying he lacks integrity. I believe his actions do play a role in the tragedy that happens. What does it do? He wants to maintain his name, but at the expense of the deaths of others. People like John and Giles died tragic deaths because of him. And as a result, that's why we're saying he contributes to the tragedy. I believe we're also going to talk about Abigail. Has an affair with a married man. She's a liar, manipulator, threatens the girls. As a result, she lacks integrity because what she's the ringleader in the innocent people being accused at the court of witchcraft so that they can just avoid punishment and a whipping. Lying in court, making up stories about Elizabeth's charge, about the yellow birds, I believe makes us realize that dishonesty is part of a character. I believe she nails it at the end when she steals Paris's savings and disappears, leaving tragedy and lots of lives being lost. I believe the other one is Danforth and Haythorne, the judges. They lack integrity because they are saying they stand for the law, and represent the highest court in the land. But it's obvious that they are not fighting to remove the wrongdoings, but they are only trying to maintain their own positions and maintain power and authority at any cost, forcing good people to lie and confess to avoid hanging. They do not want to listen to any testimonies or look at the petitions. Um, they arrest anyone who speaks against the courts or goes against the courts. And as a result, they have been told several times that the girls are liars. But unfortunately, their dishonesty, their arrogance, their pride uh, makes justice not to be served. I believe the fourth person we can talk about are the Putnams. They lack integrity, they lack honesty. Why? Anna ends Putnam's motives of wanting the deaths of the unborn children to be justified is what makes us really worry about a character. She tries at any cost to make sure that she blames a Rebecca because of just personal vengeance for the deaths of her babies, and therefore Rebecca is hanged because of her dishonesty. Thomas Putnam is greedy, behaves in a privileged manner, thinking his position should award him the status in society. Entitlement is in the Putnams, and as a result, which does not form part of the Puritan religion. Unfortunately, he lies in court when questioned about Guy's claim, and unfortunately, Giles dies because of Thomas's dishonesty. So those are some of the characters you could have touched on. Let's go to the context. Refer to lines 1 to 2, account for Rebecca's suggestion that Reverend Hale be sent back. I believe one of the things is the fact that Reverend Hale has a reputation. I believe it would create panic. So it will create panic, and as a result, what would happen? It means that the other people in society would now fear, and therefore it would cause chaos. So as a result, because of the Hell's reputation, it means that his reputation will just make people suspicious. And therefore, it means it will destroy the peace that they are struggling to have in Salem. Refer to lines 7 to 8. There is prodigal's danger in the seeking of loose spirits. Comment on this warning in the light of later events. I believe the warning is well proven. What happens is that personal vendettas become a priority. Not only that, people turn against each other. There is irrationality that dominates. And I believe we are saying loss of lives is also something that happens. Vengeance is at the highest esteem and personal issues. To what extent would you agree with Rebecca's opinion in line 9 that they should blame themselves for the children's behavior? I believe the adults would blame themselves. That's if you say, do you agree? Strict Puritan system is one of the reasons. So when we come to the strict Puritan system, it's the one that causes this. And when we say they are not allowed any freedom, they can't express themselves, the rigidness of the Puritanism is what makes them become rebellious. But if you say you disagree, I believe we are saying the children are to blame because they are vindictive as characters. They are not innocent at all. And as a result, they should be given responsibility for their actions because they knew what they were doing. So as a result, that's what we could have given if you wanted, because you could have gone agree or disagree. Account for Proctor's attitude towards Putnam in lines 20 to 21. I believe anger in Proctor is due to, what is this one? He becomes scornful to Proctor because to Putnam, sorry. Putnam wants to use his position and wealth in society as a, what do we call this? A leverage. So he wants entitlement. So I believe that's why it will be this way. He's only greedy for land. And as a result, that's why he's encouraging the witchcraft allegations and rumors. Extract H was from Act 2, I believe. It says in line 1, to what confessions is Elizabeth referring to? Definitely it was the confessions of witchcraft when we're coming in here. It was the witchcraft confessions. Place this extract in context. I believe the girls have been found in the forest. Okay. Rumors of witchcraft cause panic. What? It's okay. And I believe the other thing is that Elizabeth wants John to go to the courts. Refer to line 8, or it is black mischief. Discuss the accuracy of Proctor's assessment in the context of the play as a whole. I believe this was an imagery question. That's why learners were lost. One of the things is that we were talking about being mischievous. The girls being mischievous, spiteful, revengeful. That's what we were talking about. That's the girls in the courts. So that's what we were referring to. Elizabeth is insisting that Proctor go to Salem, account for it. I believe what happens is that Elizabeth feels that Abigail will do anything to destroy her and get her out of the way, and therefore wants to avoid that. The second one is that John's reputation in Salem will have a weight at the courts, and therefore he will be believed. And I believe what's the other one is that Elizabeth hopes that the truth will come out that the girls are lying, and therefore stop Abigail in further causing damage in Salem. Suggest reasons for Proctor's thinking beyond this. One of the things is that his reputation was what he thought of. He knows if he speaks up against Abigail, she might tell everyone about the affair. But now he also wants to save his reputation and remain of good standing. Comment on the irony of Proctor's referring to Abigail as a saint now. Well, Abigail's actions are the opposite of what she is being seen as in the courts. Right, okay. Abigail's actions are nothing but devilish, manipulative, vindictive. She even has an affair with John Proctor, and as a result, it means that there is nothing pure and holy and goodly about her at all, or saintly about her. So as a result, luckily, we are at the end of our presentation. I hope this will open your mind to studying further, internalizing things in the exam, and making sure that you cross your T's. Good morning to grade 12s. We are looking at English Home Language Paper 2, which is a continuation of the question paper that we started with section A. And as such, we are now going to focus on section B and section C and close it off. We are looking at our novels and then we're looking at our plays. So we are going to base our discussions on the questions that are in this question paper. And therefore, we'll make sure that we try and piece together the mapping of our themes, characters, and everything that has to do with the play and the novel. Okay, without wasting any time, let's go to the picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde. And our discussion will be based on this essay, which says, according to Wikipedia, immorality is the violation of moral laws, norms, or standards. It refers to an agent doing or thinking something they know or believe to be wrong. Immorality is normally applied to people or actions, or in a broader sense, it can be applied to groups or corporate bodies and works of art. In a well-constructed essay of 400 to 450 words, which is roughly 2 to 2.5 pages, discuss whether Dorian Gray can be considered a completely immoral character or whether he is merely a victim of influence. Okay, when we come into the picture of Dorian Gray, we must understand that we look at it from an angle of immorality according to the question. So as such, we need to now discuss whether Dorian is independently immoral or whether he is a victim of influence. When we start off, we definitely agree that he was a victim of influence. He is a victim of influence. We maintain the present tense, and therefore the influence, when it takes over and control, ultimately pushes him now to make independent decisions, and therefore we cannot condone him because he made the decisions knowingly and fully aware of their consequences. All right, let's get to our question and see what we can bring up. We are exploring this too, the morality and the influence. So let's try and see whether our complex character, who's Dorian Gray, is going to bring up all of this. Remember, when we're writing the essay question, we always use our PIL. May we never forget that we follow our PIL method. So please, let's make sure that we discuss using the PIL. Let's make sure that we discuss using present tense as well. We must maintain the present tense. You must be able to produce the 400 to 450 words, which is 2 to 2.5 pages. We always use this as our guide. This will always take us to making sure we've given markers everything they need. And roughly, we're talking about 6 to 8 paragraphs of discussion that can come in for you to give valid points and discuss them in the PIL method. So as such, we must be able to bring it across. All right, let's see what we come up with when we come to Dorian Gray. Firstly, let's look at the influence. We're going to talk about the external influence. Our first point, okay, let's take this down a little bit. Okay, we're going to talk about the external influence from Basil in the portrait. So when we are talking about external influence, we must be able to break down what we mean. Right. We're going to talk about external influence. We're going to also talk about immoral character. Right, so those are the two things we will consider today. When we talk of external influence, we are definitely going to bring in the portrait by Basil. When we talk of the portrait, we're talking about
the need for eternal beauty. Eternal beauty. We're also going to talk about Lord Henry. I'll just write LH there, and his influences. So as such, these are the things that come in as external influence. We're going to talk about the Yellow Book. It also comes in there. So those are the external influences that we mean when coming to Dorian Gray. But now when we talk about immoral behavior of Dorian Gray, we are going to talk about his choices. Yes. When we talk about choices, killing Basil definitely comes in. Blackmailing Ellen Campbell comes in. Right. That's where we see his immoral character, and therefore we must be able to bring it out because those were conscious choices that he made. So when you're talking about immorality with Dorian, we're talking about conscious choices. We must be able to specify. So we're just opening up and making sure before we write our essay, we know exactly what we're going to do. Now let's see how far we can go, because when we are counting and saying it's your peel, 6 to 8 paragraphs, there's your first point, there's your second point, there's your third point, there's your fourth point, there's your fifth point, which means we can add something as well. Sibyl Vane, treatment of Sibyl Vane also comes in, definitely. Treatment of Sibyl Vane, that's coming in as well. We are going to also talk about that one because that shows his moral journey towards destruction. So those are the things that we might bring in here and there, and therefore let's try and discuss fully. All right, I'm just going to be discussing so that you can be able to understand what I mean when I say the portraits, the Lord Henry's influences, the Yellow Book, so that we can be able to do that. All right, let's start with Lord Henry's influences. I believe that's where we start off from. Lord Henry is a philosopher, and Lord Henry's obsession with Dorian clearly pushes him to make Dorian an experiment. But now we're going to talk about his philosophy of hedonism, aestheticism. You will grow old and not be this beautiful anymore. Enjoy life while you're still young. So those are the things that we're talking about. But his philosophies in the garden scene definitely promote and push Dorian to deviate from the normal norms of society, because now Dorian becomes eager to embrace these ideas that Lord Henry gives him. So he is entranced and captivated by Lord Henry's rhetorical philosophies because he keeps repeating them. So as a result, from the expression of the philosophies, we get to see Dorian desiring to become young forever. We see Dorian desiring to explore a new life of pleasure seeking. So those are the philosophies that we're talking about when we say those are the external influences that lead Dorian to his transformation. So what do we mean by transformation? Dorian is a virtuous, a naive, innocent young man who unfortunately is entangled into a morally corrupt philosophical man who is Lord Henry, and therefore becomes influenced. The influences from Lord Henry become successful to a point because Lord Henry is so charismatic. Lord Henry is so fluent and very easy with the tongue, which now becomes the key role in Dorian becoming morally corrupt. So definitely we are saying Lord Henry's philosophies promote Dorian to want to indulge in new experiences that he is explained to by Lord Henry, and therefore that's the external influence that we mean to say the philosophies play a very significant factor when it comes to Dorian's moral corruption. His choices as he makes going on are now influenced by these ideas. In other ways, we're saying Lord Henry's philosophy becomes the foundation and the basis of the immoral choices that Dorian makes. So we also going to talk about the portrait because immediately after the garden scene, we find Dorian going back to the studio with Basil to see the finished portrait. When he sees the finished portrait, he realizes for the first time how beautiful he is. When he realizes how beautiful he is, he now desires to become beautiful forever. And therefore, that's when he wishes for the portrait to remain, to take his place, and he remains young forever, which means the portrait must grow old and he must remain young. The Faustian bargain being the immorality that arises from Lord Henry's philosophies. So it is a chain of events because the philosophies that Lord Henry instills in him in the garden scene, to that his beauty will not last forever, pushes Dorian to go and make the Faustian bargain when they are back in the studio with Basil. And now we realize that the portrait now, when the Faustian bargain is made, his soul exchanges with the portrait. So now we realize that when he loses his soul, that is the start of his immorality. When he now is free from any guilt, he becomes immoral. So the portrait is also something which is symbolic when it comes to Dorian's true nature. It's a mirror that unveils the darkness in him or within him. So as such, the portrait gradually deteriorates as he sins more in the real world. Therefore, that shows his inner moral decay. So when Dorian engages in a lot of sins, I always call them sins, the immoral acts that he does, I call them sins. When he engages in those immoral sins or acts, the portrait becomes increasingly distorted. It becomes increasingly grotesque. So as such, the transformation is now the proof that Dorian started off as a victim of external manipulation, but now he is an active participant in his own moral degeneration. So, which means he willingly becomes immoral because he realizes that the more he does the sinning, the less society knows and the less it is on him, because it is only a reflection or a mirror in the portrait. So now we realize the symbolism of the portrait, because that's the thing in the book that gives us Dorian's true nature. So that's what we mean when we're talking about external influence, about the portrait, about Lord Henry. Let's go to the Yellow Book. The Yellow Book is given as a present from Lord Henry, and therefore, unfortunately, it's the one that I'll say ironically, the influencer who's Lord Henry gives Dorian the Yellow Book, and ironically, the Yellow Book replaces the influencer, because when he's given the Yellow Book by Lord Henry, he now adapts to the Yellow Book and therefore moves less from Lord Henry's grasp. The Yellow Book is an aesthetic symbol in the book, because it has to do with what do we call it? Colors. We know symbolism of colors. Different days have different colors, yellow, blue, whatever it is. But now when we see him binding the book in the different colors and adapting to the character, and therefore he takes the character's life and brings it to himself, we now realize that it becomes something that he transits into. So he becomes a full hedonist and aesthetic symbol when he leaves out the yellow book, buying things unnecessarily that he doesn't even need or use, the purchasing of a lot of material things. So changing moods according to the colors and the days, that's when we realize that he leaves it out. We do agree that it is an external influence that's given to him, but he actually now lives it out and becomes the immoral character that it is. And therefore, that's where we realize that there is a very intricate pattern from external influence to the immoral character that he becomes. The immoral character and the external influence end up intertwining. Why? Because it becomes complex. It starts off as external influence and ultimately leads to his immorality. And therefore, that's why when you are discussing, you must be able to state what the external influence is and what it ultimately leads to. They are stepping stones. So the portrait, Lord Henry's influence, the Yellow Book, are stepping stones to Dorian's immoral character becoming more degraded, becoming more grotesque as the portrait becomes. So that's how we are now bringing in those things. And then when we also talk about the Yellow Book, I believe that's where the full aestheticism of Dorian is seen. And we must be able to bring it out that when we say fully aesthetic, we are talking about the issue of corrupting influence on his youth, and as such he changes and is led by the moods and the colors that influence his life, and that's what we bring now. So let's sum up the external influence before we move on to the immoral character. The portrait, it definitely symbolizes the changing state of Dorian's soul. The Yellow Book, it represents Dorian at an older age and his corruption becoming more intense. When we are bringing in the portrait, we're talking about the start of losing his soul and leading to his immorality. So that's what we mean when we're talking about the three things. Let's go to the immoral character. The choices that he makes knowingly cannot be ignored. Killing Basil was a conscious choice. Why? Basil made him face his true self and what he has become. Basil being in denial more and more and still wanting to defend him as his voice of reason angers Dorian, because the more Basil defends him in saying you are not what you have become, you need to repent, change your ways, the more now Dorian resents Basil, and that's why he easily blames Basil for what he has become. That builds to hatred, which pushes him to consciously stab Basil several times. And we now realize his immorality when, after killing Basil, he terms his corpse a thing. He cannot look at it. He calls it a thing and becomes detached emotionally from a mentor that Basil became in his life to a corpse that he calls him now, and to a thing that he calls his corpse, makes us realize the immorality in Dorian and the extent to what it has become. And as such, we're also going to talk about the blackmailing of Ellen Campbell, knowing very well that Ellen would have refused to come, he writes on the notes, he writes something on the notes, which when Ellen reads, forces him to come to Dorian and do as he bids. We now realize that whatever he wrote on the piece of paper was damning evidence against Ellen, or was a reminder, or was a threat, blackmail as we call it. And therefore Ellen comes. He knowingly blackmailed Ellen Campbell, and as such, he forces him to come and dispose of Basil's corpse, and therefore that's what we call by immorality in Dorian. Already, Ellen did not want anything to do with Dorian, but he is blackmailed and therefore comes and does the deed all the same because of what Dorian holds over him. That is what we call immorality in Dorian, or the immoral character that he has become, the extent of his cruelty, the extent of corruption on another soul, and still continuing to corrupt him. Ultimately, Ellen Campbell commits suicide because he realizes that Dorian will not stop. As much as he had promised that he will not contact him, he did contact him and blackmail him to come and dispose of the body using chemicals of Basil. And therefore, that's what ultimately leads Ellen Campbell to commit suicide, is he cannot bear the thought of doing something else for Dorian again. He knowingly pulls in Ellen Campbell into his scheme and forces him to do the unthinkable, which is to dispose of a body. And therefore, that's corruption on Ellen Campbell again. So we're also going to talk about the cruelty treatment of Sybil. Consciously rejects Sybil and is cruel to her after her performance of portraying her true feelings of love on stage. He denies her and says he does not want anything to do with her again because she was not the Juliet that he wanted on stage, or the character that Sybil was supposed to portray for his aesthetic enjoyment and artistic enjoyment, and therefore he now is cruel to Sybil. So that's what we are talking about when coming to how consciously corrupt Dorian is. So this is what we are talking about when it comes to this essay. It's a discussion. So we realize that he believes that when he is cruel to Sybil, it's because he still wants to see the artistic Sybil on stage, the Elizabeth, the Juliet, or whatever character she's supposed to be, despite it being wrong. But we realize now the extent of his immorality when the next morning he sees, early hours of the morning, he sees the line of cruelty on the mouth of the portrait, and then he decides that he will go and apologize to Sybil to make it right. And then when he hears of a death from Lord Henry, he decides to continue with the hedonistic life. And the same evening of the same day that he discovers Sybil has passed away, he goes to the theater and continues with his hedonistic lifestyle. This is where we're talking about immorality now. To say it does not grieve for Sybil, is detached, and therefore continues with his life as if nothing has happened. So those are the things that we are touching on when it comes to this essay, because definitely we consider him both. He becomes completely immoral. That's very true. He started off as merely a victim of influence, but he continues as an immoral character, knowingly, consciously, and all decisions that he makes now as an adult are based on him going back to check the portrait in the schoolroom and see what it has become, lock the portrait, put the key in his breast pocket, and continue with life. So that's what we mean. When we are also talking about how he influences Lord Kent's son and how the rumors in society are spreading that he destroys the lives of the young men. That's the immoral character we're talking about. And therefore, I believe Lord Kensan is one example. I believe Adrian Singleton is another one that he introduced to this hedonistic life and corrupt life. But now, unfortunately, Adrian Singleton loses himself and is even physically degraded. So those are the things that we are talking about when it comes to his immoral character. So as such, which means this question touches on both parts of Dorian Gray, being a victim of external influence, but ultimately becoming an immoral character willingly, consciously, because it's based on his choices. So that's what we are touching on when it's coming to this essay. Practice essay writing, please, before we write our paper 2, and make sure that as long as you have your points, you are able to have a fully fleshed essay. I always guide my learners to say, please plan your points as I have done as well, to say, I have that point, I have that point, I have that point, which will guide you to making sure you touch on the points. Ultimately, all of them will be discussed and you can have some full marks being given to you. So as such, just try it out and practice before the exam starts so that you can get maximum points when it comes to any essay that you are going to choose, whether it's a play or a novel. All right, let's continue to our context questions of Dorian Gray. All right, question 7. Yes, it's this one. All right, when we come to question 7, it's based on the extracts, right? And our extract is from chapter 4. All right, let's go and see what we had. I will tell you, Harry, but you mustn't be unsympathetic about it. After all, it never would have happened if I had not met you. You filled me with a wild desire to know everything about life. For days after I met you, something seemed to throb in my veins. As I lounged in the park or strolled down Piccadilly, I used to look at everyone who passed me and wonder with a mad curiosity what sort of lives they led. Some of them fascinated me. Others filled me with terror. There was an exquisite poison in the air. I had a passion for sensations. Well, one evening about 7 o'clock, I was determined to go out in search of some adventure. I felt that this grey, monstrous London of ours, with its myriads of people, its sordid sinners and its splendid sins, as you once phrased it, must have something in store for me. I fancied 1,000 things. The mere danger gave me a sense of delight. I remembered what he had said to me on that wonderful evening when we first dined together, about the search for beauty being the real secret of life. I don't know what I expected, but I went out and wandered eastward, soon losing my way in a labyrinth of grimy streets and black grassless squares. About 8:30, I passed by an absurd little theater with great flaring gas jets and gaudy playbills. A hideous Jew, in the most amazing waistcoat I ever beheld in my life, was standing at the entrance, smoking a vile cigar. He had grisly ringlets and an enormous diamond blazed in the center of a salt shed. Have a box, my lord, he said when he saw me, and he took off his hat with an air of gorgeous servility. There was something about him, Harry, that amused me. He was such a monster. You will laugh at me, I know, but I really went in and paid a whole guinea for the stage box. To the present day, I can't make out why I did so. And yet if I hadn't, my dear Harry, if I hadn't, I should have missed the greatest romance of my life. I see you are laughing. It is horrid of you. All right, let's go to our questions. This is from chapter 4. Refer to lines 3 to 4, it says. Okay, let's quickly go and see what line 4 say up to veins. It says, for days after I met you, something seemed to throb in my veins. That's what we are using as the basis of this question. Explain what something is. Explain what the something is that Dorian mentions. Okay, curiosity, I believe, plays a big part here. Yes, I believe we're going to touch on curiosity. Okay, let's go touch on, yes. Curiosity is one of them. Curiosity of new things, unknown things. definitely. I believe we can also talk about excitement. To experience new things. Passion also comes in here for new experiences. The new experiences also comes in. So this is what we can refer to when it comes to this. And I believe we are talking about the issue of that he's feeling free to explore, discover, free to explore, discover things that he did not know before or did not have the courage to do before. So that's what we are touching on. Refer to line 6 to 7. Then there was okay, let's quickly go back and see what we are talking about. It says, then there was an exquisite poison in the air. All right, it says, comment on the effectiveness of this image. When we say poison in the air, I believe what is dangerous to him is now attractive. What is danger is attractive to him. He is attracted to danger. Dorian is attracted to dangerous things. Unknown territory. The thrill of it is what we're talking about here. And I believe when you say there was poison in the air, that will be a metaphor, right? It's a metaphor. Definitely a metaphor. That's the image that we're talking about. So we are definitely bringing in poison is dangerous, but something exquisite is beautiful, attractive. So that's what we mean. Can be an oxymoron as well. Yeah, can be an oxymoron because we have poison, but also exquisite. So that's oxymoron. It's total opposite. Poison is dangerous, but we're talking of beautiful and attractive. So that's what we mean. And then 7.3, by looking closely at the diction used to describe London, discuss how Oscar Wilde's opinion of the city is revealed. I believe to talk about sordid sinners, right? Grey monstrous, grimly streets, filthy is what is coming into mind. Dirty, sordid, those are the ideas that are coming in there. We're also talking about state of decay. That's what we mean. Critically discuss what Dorian's description of the theater manager reveals about his character. Hideous Jew, I believe. Yeah. Let's go back to that description. I believe he said hideous Jew. Yes, a hideous Jew, yes, in the most amazing waistcoat I ever beheld in my life, was standing at the entrance, smoking a vile cigar. He had grisly ringlets and an enormous diamond placed in the center of his soiled shirt. Have a box, my lord, he said when he saw me. All right, all right. He was such a monster. All right. Vile cigar. All right. All right. Hideous. So that's a description that he gives us. We just had to go back and see exactly what was said. All right. What does it reveal about his character according to those descriptions? I believe he is showing a bias, that's prejudice, right? Yeah, he's prejudiced against the Jew. It's prejudice, sorry. Prejudice. He is prejudiced against the Jew, definitely. And also, I believe standards. Fashion standards criticizes his fashion standards, demeans him. I think those are the things that are coming in when it comes there. Judgmental, just as society has been judgmental. Just as society is judgmental to those that are, the elite are judgmental to those that are in lower class, and he's doing exactly that. Explain why Dorian's belief in 7.5 that he has discovered the greatest romance of his life is ironic. Definitely irony. What are we talking about? For Dorian, it is not love. I think we all know that he's not in love. He's really not in love with Sybil, but he's in love with the characters that she plays. So the irony is in not in love with Sybil, but in love with the characters Sybil plays. Sybil plays on stage. I think we talked about it above in the essay when we say that Juliet, that she is when it's Romeo and Juliet. So that's what we're talking about. All right. Cleopatra, when she's playing Cleopatra on stage, is what he is in love with. So that's the irony that we're talking about. That's why as soon as she displeases him by not acting well, he loses his love for her. I believe we call it loses and put it in quotes, because he is cruel to her because he says he is not in love with her anymore. So that's the love that we're talking about, because it's not love, it's this one that we put in quotes. Thank you. Just as we put loses in quotes. All right, let's go to extract B. All right, extract B is from chapter 10. All right, let's go to the questions. Let's go to the extract quickly so that we know what we're dealing with. It says, I don't want to put it straight left. I only want the key. Well, sir, you'll be covered with cobwebs if you go into it. Why? It hasn't been opened for nearly 5 years, not since his lordship died. He winced at the mention of his grandfather. He had hateful memories of him. That does not matter, he answered. I simply want to see the place, that is all. Give me the key. And here is the key, sir, said the old lady, going over the contents of a bunch with tremulously uncertain hands. Here is the key. I'll have it off the bunch in a moment, but you don't think of leaving up there, sir, and you so comfortable here. No, 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 he cried petulantly. Thank you, Liv, that will do. She lingered for a few moments and was garrulous over some detail of the household. He sighed and told her to manage things as she thought best. She left the room, wreathed in smiles. As the door closed, Dorian put the key in his pocket and looked round the room. His eye fell on a large purple satin coverlet heavily embroidered with gold, a splendid piece of late 17th century Venetian work that his grandfather had found in a convent near Bologna. Yes, that would serve to wrap the dreadful thing in. It had perhaps served often as a pall for the dead. Now it was to hide something that had a corruption of its own, worse than the corruption of death itself. Something that will breed horrors and yet will never die. What the worm was to the corpse, his sins will be to the painted image on the canvas. They would mar its beauty and eat away its grace. They would defile it and make it shameful. And yet the thing would still live on. It will be always alive. Explain why Dorian winced at the mention of his grandfather. Okay. We remember that the grandfather did not approve of his mother's marriage, as Dorian's father was a servant. So the grandfather had the father killed. So he did not treat Dorian well. That's why he kept him secluded most of the times in the schoolroom. So I believe it is the wincing is because of the treatment from the grandfather towards him, being locked in the schoolroom for a long time, and his disapproval of the mother's marriage and having the father killed. Comment on Dorian's view, 7.7, of the painting as a dreadful thing. When we say dreadful thing, we realize ugliness. He sees the ugliness that it has become, that it is showing. Ugliness he sees in the portrait. In the portrait. So that's why he calls it a dreadful thing, because when he looks at the portrait, he finds the change on his face dreadful, because it reflects the ugliness of his sins. He is repulsed by the ugliness that he sees, and therefore that's why he distances himself, because he does not want to face the true reflection of what he has become. He cannot bear the thought of losing his youth and beauty that he has, and that's what makes him see the dreadfulness there. Discuss the effectiveness of the images in these lines. What the worm, it says, let's go back to 19 to 20. Let's look at the image that is given to us. It says, what the worm was to the corpse, his sins will be to the painted image of the canvas. So they say discuss the effectiveness of the image in these lines. Worms eat away a dead body until the body is decayed and deformed. His sins have eaten away the beauty of his face. His face on the canvas has been eaten away by his sins. That's why it's disfigured, grotesque, disformed, because it's being eaten away by his sins. His soul is becoming more rotten with the sins that he continuously commits, and therefore it will destroy that beautiful face on the painted portrait. So that's what we mean by the image of worms eating away a dead body. Sins are eating away his beauty and his soul. So that's what we mean. 7.9, refer to lines 17 to 18. Using these lines as a starting point and based on your knowledge of the novel as a whole, critically discuss how lack of accountability is typical of Dorian Gray's character. He chooses to hide the image, right? That's why he locks it away in the schoolroom, because he is avoiding the confrontation with himself of what he has become. So when he hides the portrait, he's hopeful that he'll maintain his innocence and his beauty outwardly. So not taking responsibility for his actions is what his character adapts to. The more he becomes corrupt, the more he does not take accountability. So, for example, Sybil's suicide, he is never made accountable for it. James Vane dies before he can face him. So he never, Basil's death, he's never brought to justice or made accountable for killing Basil, because it's all about shifting blame for him. So as such, this is what we mean to say when he shows no remorse, he shows no regret of his immoral actions, then we understand that's why he is not seeing the need for accountability to happen. That's our picture of Dorian Gray, 25 marks each. Either you choose the essay or the context, but you must be able now to have your knowledge clear. And therefore, as we are discussing, we're trying to revise our knowledge and our content as well, so that we can put in place what we know. All right, let's go to Life of Pi for those who are doing Life of Pi. Okay, Life of Pi is a question. Pi experiences a journey of suffering and hardships on the lifeboat. He was forced to abandon more and more of his humanity in order to survive, something which haunts him even after he has settled in Canada. In a well-structured essay of 400 to 450 words, approximately 2 to 2.5 pages, critically discuss the validity of the statement. I'm going straight to the discussion. Remember, this is a book on symbolism. This is a book on narration, different voices. So we must be able to differentiate when we're doing the life of Pi. All right. It says, experience is a journey of suffering and hardships on the lifeboat. He was forced to abandon more and more of his humanity in order to survive. Haunts him even after he settled in Canada. Okay. When he is on the lifeboat, he is a bait for the hyena, isn't it? That is on the boat. But now we also realize that the hardships are the skills that he has to adopt to survive, not being eaten, is part of the food chain that is in the boat. So we now realize that he is tested. He's able to depend on the stored supplies that he has for a while. But when they start to lessen and finish, he's forced to assume more responsibility of how he can survive. So which means adaptation had to happen. New survival skills had to be devised. So that's what we are talking about. Also, responsibility of taking care of Richard Parker, which means he has to harvest meat on a routine basis of some sort. He has to now violate his own beliefs of his religion about killing. But now, as his food supply is also finished, he's forced to consume the meat as well and eat it. So that's what we are talking about on the boat there. Also, he defines his time on the boat as suffering, which leaves him shattered for a while. He loses muscle mass, right? Retains water, goes blind, becomes weak. He suffers permanent scars from the exposure to the weather conditions and develops what is this? An aversion to salt afterwards. So as such, Richard Parker becomes an existing symbolic dominant figure in his life, because Richard Parker was not just something that we can just say was also stranded with him on the boat. No, it was a form of companion of some sort, but it was also a constant reminder of death, that death is imminent, death can happen. So as such, it kept him on his toes. So that's what we are talking about. Also, you could have discussed the issue of taking care of himself. From a young age, he has been able to accomplish things and take care of himself. He has been shielded by his parents, isn't it, from all forms of harm. And therefore, he was always friendly with the zoo animals until his father had to give him the lesson on giving the goat to the tiger so that he can know the nature of the animals. Parents also emigrate to Canada to avoid the potential political unstableness that can affect him as India was affected. So as such, we realize that he accomplishes a lot of things on the boat, which is to survive the tiger, and therefore he's able to become a survivor. In Canada, he's haunted by nightmares. Richard Parker is one of the nightmares, companion to him, but also a symbol of death. That he actually never comes to terms with, even at an older age. He fails to adapt to that, and he never does. That's why it haunts him for a while. I think even when he's older, his home is filled with food. Is a constant reminder that I ran out, and therefore he never wants to go through that horror again or trauma of losing food again or running out of food. Also, his home is filled with religious symbols, as he never wants to experience spiritual deprivation again. He never wants to feel like he's without any religious support of any sort. I believe also the hiding of his family from the author. It's almost like he's trying to compensate for the loss of his own family before the shipwreck, because he feels guilty. Absence of family treasures, mementos. So it's a reminder for him constantly of what he has lost. He overdresses as well, as if to compensate for his lack of control over his body temperature changes on the lifeboat. He stands out from the family. He's between cultures. He hasn't really become settled in Canada, and therefore he doesn't have anything to identify with, because he's caught in between because of the traumas that he went through in the boat. So you had to bring the lifeboat and make a connection to his Canada life, of what is similar of what happened here and how it's reflected here in his other life. So that's what you could have touched on there. All right, let's go to the context. Because of time, I'm not going to read. I'm just going to go straight to the questions. What does Pi still not understand about the symptom? All right, symptom or symptom, whatever you called it. All right. All right. Why did it sink? I think that's the biggest question that he couldn't understand. Why? What was the real reason of the shipwreck? The reason of the shipwreck is what he cannot understand. Definitely, it's 1 mark. Explain the irony of the diction used by Pi to describe the ship in paragraph 1. Let's go and see what we'll take out from that paragraph 1 quickly. Paragraph 1, he says, I don't understand. For days the ship had pushed on, bullishly indifferent, he says. Pushed on. We're definitely going to discuss pushed on. Bullishly indifferent, I believe, is also coming in. Massive confidence, yes. Slow, massive confidence of a continent. Any of those were applicable, I believe. Yes. Any of those were applicable. We could have taken any of those. Okay, let's go see. How many marks was it? Explain the irony of the diction used by Pi to describe the ship in paragraph 1. Superior in strength, can endure anything, yet the ship failed and sank all the same. So I believe that's what we mean by indifferent to its surroundings. So confidence of a continent. So the boat, the ship is superior and strong and can endure anything, but it mechanically fails and sinks still. So that's what you could have discussed there as the irony. Why are Pi and his family traveling such an indirect route? They are trading their animals, right? To build up their cash reserves for Canada. So that's why they were doing that, so that they can be able, by the time they reach Canada, they could have had the cash in hand. So they were trading the animals on the way along the route so that they could have much cash for when they reach Canada. How is Pi's childlike innocence revealed in paragraph 2? Thrilling. All right, let's go to paragraph 2 there and see how he, from chapter 38, he says, I bought a map of the world for the trip. I had set it up in our cabin against the cork billboard. Every morning I got our position from the control bridge and marked it on the map with an orange tipped pin. We sailed from Madras across the Bay of Bengal, down through the Strait of Malacca, around Singapore, and up to Manila. I loved every minute of it. It was a thrill to be on the ship. This is what we're taking. That's what shows his feelings. It was a thrill to be on the ship. This one. We're going to discuss that now. All right. It says childlike innocence. Yes. He's captivated by the new details of their locations. Remember, he goes to the bridge and gets points and marks them on his map. So he's thrilled about the journey, and he does not pay any attention at all to any potential dangers. Only the positives are dominating for him. The negatives and the possible dangers are not on his mind, and therefore he ignores them completely. So he only paid attention to the exciting parts of the journey. 9.5. In the context of the novel as a whole, discuss the tone conveyed in lines 17 to 20. Let's go to line 17 to 20. A mountain collapsed. No, we left Manila and entered the Pacific. On our fourth day out, midway to midway, we sank. The ship vanished into a pinprick hole on my map. A mountain collapsed before my eyes and disappeared beneath my feet. All around me was the vomit of a dyspeptic ship. All right. We haven't, oh my gosh, what did we do? Apologies. All right, let's go back to the last lines. And then it says, I felt sick to my stomach. I felt shocked. I felt great emptiness within me, which then filled silence. All right. It says, what does the image out of paragraph 4 reveal about Pi's reaction to the sinking of the ship? I believe there is a disbelief of the strong ship sinking, mountain collapsed, which shows that his faith in the ship is proven wrong now. That was childish and innocent of him to believe that the ship is cannot sink and can never be harmed because he believes it's wrong. So those are some of the things that you can touch on. So therefore, it is fear. He's hurt for days afterwards. That's what we're also going to talk about, to say loss, the loss that he experiences, yet he was never focusing on the possibilities of a shipwreck, is what we are touching on. Let's go to extract D. All right, from chapter 94. Briefly explain how Pi came to wash up on the shores of Mexico. Remember, he makes a choice to leave the floating island so as to find some human contact or society. And he even vows to die trying that, to find humans. He was washed afloat to Mexico because he was aboard of a lifeboat. He was flung aboard a lifeboat, and therefore that's what happens, why he ends up being in the shores of Mexico. How does the diction employed by Pi in paragraph 1 reveal about the contradictory role played by Richard Parker in Pi's life? Parker, for that precise moment, he jumped over me. I saw his body so immeasurably vital, sketched in the air above me, a fleeting furred rainbow. He landed in the water, his back legs splayed, he still high, and from there in a few hops, he reached the beach. He went to the left, his paws gouging the wet sand, but changed his mind and spun around. He passed directly in front of me on his way to the right. He didn't look at me. He ran 100 yards or so along the shore before turning in. His gait was clumsy and uncoordinated. He fell several times. At the edge of the jungle, he stopped. I was certain he would turn my way. He would look at me. He would flatten his ears. He would growl. In some such way, he would conclude our relationship. He did nothing of the sort. He only looked fixedly into the jungle. Then Richard Parker, companion of my torment, awful, fierce thing that kept me alive, moved forward and disappeared forever from my life. It said, reveal the contradictory role played by Richard Parker in Pye's life. I believe he praises Richard Parker. He has admiration for Richard Parker. And remember, Richard Parker is a symbol of survival for him, and death and life at the same time. So Richard Parker is no longer a pet, but he's a companion. But he is a threat that has kept Pye alive. But Richard Parker leaves Pye without any acknowledgement of their relationship, which devastates Pye, because Pye acknowledges their relationship and the role that Richard Parker played in his life in the boat. So that's what we mean. Explain Pye's relationship with God. I struggled to show and fell upon the sand. I looked about. I was truly alone, orphaned, not only out of my family, but now of Richard Parker and nearly. I thought, oh God, of course I wasn't. This beach, so soft, firm, and vast, was like the cheek of God, and somewhere 2 eyes were glittering with pleasure, and a mouth was smiling at having me there. All right. His relationship with God is presented in therefore I believe he feels there's been an intervention. He feels God has been smiling upon his arrival in Mexico. His faith or his relationship with God is what has given him hope. Therefore, he believes he has been saved through an intervention from God. So that's what we mean by his relationship. It's 2 marks. I think I've given more marks than 2. Discuss why Pye believes he is now truly orphaned in paragraph 2. When the ship sank, he was literally an orphan. He lost all members of his family. He lost everything that will even remind him of his family. But now when he becomes an orphan, he transfers his feelings and affection to Richard Parker as someone that he could share things with and care for. So when Richard Parker leaves, Pye is left without anyone. And that's why he now feels the part of being orphaned a second time. So that's why he now is now truly orphaned, because Parker has even left him as well, just as his family left him. Pye refers to his rescuers as his own species. With reference to the novel as a whole, comment on how this reflects Pye's changed perception of himself while aboard the lifeboat. Pye had to survive on the lifeboat. He has sacrificed himself, his values, in order to survive. He has killed, eaten meat, and compromised his faith. So as such, he has become an animal. He has changed and is functioning on the level of an animal. So he does not see anything other than a member of the animal kingdom. That's what he has also become, and a member of the animal kingdom, because of what he has been subjected to by being abandoned on the boat. That's our life of Pye. All right, let's go to section C, where we have Hamlet, William Shakespeare, and then we have Othello, and then we have the Crucible. Unfortunately, I'll only touch on Hamlet, as that's the one that I have studied and taught before. I have not taught Othello, so I will only touch on Hamlet and the Crucible for this one. All right, my apologies to our learners who are doing Othello. Hamlet, all right. Let's go to the easy question. I have taught this one before, so I'm able to discuss here. Critically discuss to what extent action in action can result in certainty or uncertainty in the play Hamlet. All right, your response should take the form of a well-constructed essay of 400 to 450 words, 2 to 2.5 pages. So this is a theme, remember? This becomes a theme. We all know this by now. This is a theme. This is a theme question because it's certainty versus uncertainty here. That's a theme, definitely. We're looking at the theme of certainty versus uncertainty. What we are going to talk about is Hamlet is seeking revenge for his father's ghost. We expect him to get the revenge, but when he is about to get revenge, there's postponing happening and delaying happening and doubting happening so many times, because it's almost like he wants to be educated about it and intelligent about it. He wants to gain more knowledge and be more certain about what is happening before he can act. So the hesitation is what we're talking about before any act is done of revenge. And also, then we now come to the point where procrastination now comes in. When we say uncertainty, the discussion of procrastination will come in, because there are so many times that he is indecisive about what he wants to do, and therefore this makes him not act at all, and therefore it becomes uncertainty. He questions a lot of things. For example, is the ghost what it appears to be, or is it just misleading him? Does the ghost have reliable knowledge, or is the ghost itself delusional? Can he get a confession from Claudius before he can? He's delaying the whole process. And also the issue of is he really crazy? When it comes to the feigning of madness. So there are so many things that we are talking about when it comes to certainty and uncertainty. He can never be sure of anything. That's why he cannot take action. I believe that he delays when he gets the evidence from the play within the play, or finds Claudius praying in the garden, but he still does not take any revenge. When he does act, he's reckless, violent, he does it blindly, and therefore we need to discuss all these elements and these instances of Hamlet not doing the right thing when he could have, not getting the revenge when he had so many opportunities and chances. And therefore, that's what we mean when we say certainty versus uncertainty. Certainty is when he gets the evidence, play within the play. Claudius praying in the garden, the mother, but still he does not do anything. So this is a clear a theme. Claudius becomes the king, marries the queen. His conscience torments him. But we realize that when he prays in the garden, still Hamlet doesn't do anything. We also can bring in Laertes as well into the discussion. He wants his revenge, but he's easily influenced and manipulated by Claudius and what Claudius wants. And therefore, that's where the poisoned jewel now happens. And unfortunately, it turns back upon himself as well. So that's what you could have discussed there, which is trying to find ideas, which is a good one, because there's a lot of procrastination, I think we've realized. Let's go to the context as well. Refer to lines 3 to 6. So then, I would not have your enemy say so, nor shall you do mine ear the violence, to make it truster of your own report against yourself. I know you are no truant. All right, what was the question? The question said, what is Horatio's reason for coming to see Hamlet other than the funeral? of King Hamlet, and how does this impact the play as a whole? For coming to see Hamlet, other than it's a Gertrude marriage between Gertrude and Claudius months after King Hamlet's death. So Horatio came back for Gertrude's wedding, but not for King Hamlet's funeral, which now is clearly stating implications are the wedding took place immediately after the funeral without observing the traditional mourning period that is supposed to surpass. Refer to 9 to 9's line to 11. My Lord, I came to see your father's funeral. I pity thee, do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding. Okay. Account for Hamlet's response in these lines. This is I believe this is immediately after his encounter with the ghost. And therefore, Horatio now wants to inform Hamlet of what happened. So Horatio sharing the knowledge of the ghost with Hamlet is what makes him aware of the death of his father and how he came to die, that he was killed and did not die of natural causes. So it could have impacted the play differently, because it could have spared a lot of lives, innocent lives that were lost. It could have also spared his own life as well, as he ended up dying as well in the end due to the irrational, volatile acting that he did in the name of revenge. So that's what we could give in there. Discuss the dramatic irony of Hamlet's words in this line. I shall not look upon his like again. Okay. He'll never see his deceased father again. But we are aware that King Hamlet's ghost has been seen. Hamlet will see the ghost, therefore his assumption is wrong. Because when he talks about he'll never see his deceased father, shortly after he sees the ghost, and therefore he does see him. Critically discuss the role that the ghost plays in Hamlet. It's the one that sets the play in motion, because it's the true nature of Claudius's death. The true nature of that Claudius met as the king is coming from the ghost. The ghost appears when Hamlet is with Gertrude to remind Hamlet that it is Claudius that he must murder. So as a result, it's the one that sets the plan of vengeance into motion and leads to the death of the main characters as well. So it's the one that sets the whole play in motion, and the whole plot is hinged on its contents of what it said about its own death. Okay, the next one, let's go to extract F. Extract F says, account for Claudius's lie in line 2. She soons to see them bleed. Account for Claudius's lie in line 2. She soons to see them bleed. Okay, we go on to question 11.5, which says, account for Claudius's lie in line 2. She soons to see them bleed. Okay. Gertrude collapses after drinking the poison. The poison drink, yes. she collapses after she drinks the poison drink that Claudius intended to kill Hamlet with. So Claudius now lies to prevent the truth about his plot to murder Hamlet from being revealed, possibly also to conceal that he possibly murdered King Hamlet. He does not want to give up the kingship. He's a new king. He doesn't want to let it go. So he's trying to conceal the truth and lie in an effort that it is not discovered. Comment on the significance of Gertrude's calling for Hamlet as she dies. No, no, I am poisoned. Gertrude realizes, let's go to line 3. I need the other lines there. Line 3, there it is. No, the drink, oh my dear Hamlet, the drink, I am poisoned. Okay, it says on the significance, which is the importance of Gertrude's calling for Hamlet as she dies. She realizes that Claudius is guilty of King Hamlet's murder and realizes that Claudius intended to kill Hamlet as well. But she also realizes that she has neglected her own son and therefore might have been an accomplice in Claudius's plan to murder Hamlet as she has been quiet. She calls out for Hamlet as a way of announcing her mistakes, acknowledging her mistakes, marrying Claudius, being loyal to Claudius at the cost of her son, and therefore it becomes a warning to Hamlet before she dies. If you were the director of the production of Hamlet, how would you instruct the actor to deliver these lines? Pay special attention to body language and tone. Justify your answer. 17 to 19. Here, thou incestuous murderous damned Dane, drink of this potion. Is thy union here? Follow my mother. Okay. I believe we can talk about it says instructed to deliver these lines, body language, tone, forceful. Yes, because he is forcing Claudius to consume the poison drink. So it's forceful, angry tone. Yes, angry tone, laced with a pain. Those are the things that you can talk about. One arm holding down Claudius, while the other hand forces Claudius to drink. So those are the things that you can bring in there, but you'll have to give an action of a scenario, how it can be delivered and how it can be done. So those are the things that are coming up there as well. All right, we go on to the next one. It says there is a distinct difference in the vengeance Hamlet gets at the end of the play compared to that of Fortinbras. Critically discuss the extent to which you agree with the statement. There is a difference, he says. Hamlet gets his revenge or his vengeance because he gets clarity regarding whether killing Claudius is justified. Although the difference is that he loses his own life, but there are a lot of innocent lives or characters that are also lost on the way. But when it comes to Fortinbras, he does reclaim the throne of Denmark. There is no loss of life, innocent lives. There is no compromising of morals. There is no uncertainty. His vengeance is planned but done at the right time, whereas Hamlet's vengeance is planned but unfortunately things do not go well and he does not have the right time to exact it. So those are the possible things that you can discuss there in the difference of their vengeance. All right, we're going to go to our final question, which is the Crucible. That's the one I'm currently teaching as well right now, and therefore we'll touch on it. The Society of Salem relies upon strong leadership to prevent it falling into chaos, it says. When this leadership fails, the tragedy of the play occurs. Okay. In an essay of 400 to 450 words, critically discuss the validity of the statement. The Society of Salem relies upon strong leadership. We're definitely going to strong leadership without fail. Yes. Prevent it falling into chaos. When leadership fails, tragedy occurs. All right. Let's talk about the Salem Society as well, because it is there. When it comes to the Society of Salem, I believe we're talking about, okay, just a bit of space here. When we're talking about the Society of Salem, I believe we are touching on religious, conservative society, very conservative society, religious principles comes in as well there, moral principles also taken into consideration by the society. And as such, when we say the Society of Salem, we're talking about a very secluded, exclusive, religiously conservative family. And as such, they are now, their lives are founded and based upon religious and moral principles. And then when we come in, we realize that as evidence of that, all the members of the society sign a covenant when they reach adulthood in order to be recognized as full members of the society, of the community. And the covenant touches on religious beliefs, the basis of their religious beliefs, and the priest in the position of the leader of the community. So which means there is someone who will guide them, who will lead them, and that is the priest. One of the things that always come in when we're talking about strong leadership now is a strong leader is the one whose authority is strong. He's backed up by religious tradition, and as such leads them to the right path. So when we begin, Salem is a successful religious farming community, and as such, we have that gap of saying they are trading with the outside world. So they as much as they're exclusively religious and conservative, they are a farming community that is trading with the other colonies around them. And that's where we realize that the Salem community unfortunately has a wealth gap in it. They have a wealth gap in it, and therefore that creates a problem for them. When we say prevent it falling into chaos, we're going to come back to that later on, but there are things that we should talk about whereby we say the tragedy that occurs from the Salem community being exclusive and religiously conservative is the girls. The girls' curiosity is piqued to an extent that they experiment on what they've been denied to experiment on, for reasons that they are not allowed to dance, they are not allowed to go to certain boundaries, but they find themselves in the forest dancing because of their curiosity of why they are not allowed to do such things. And that's where the first tragedy hits now, to say when the girls experiment, they bring chaos to society, as now it builds into a whole lot of intricate personal conflicts and vengeances. There is so much squabbling that happens now due to the girls issue, because when we come to the feuds, we're now talking about personal vendettas. When we talk of the Putnams, Proctors, because the Putnams feel superior, and therefore it's a problem, because the feuding now leads into a cycle of suspicions, and therefore public reputations must be maintained at the cost of someone coming down and being revenged on for something which happened centuries ago, which was not known. So which means their personal vendettas are now made into the playing ground on the assumption of the court trials. And that's where the chaos really erupts now. I believe one of the things we should talk about is that Reverend Paris calls for Reverend Hale to come and make some sense into the witchcraft issues. And as such, that is now Reverend Paris taking control and taking charge of a situation as a strong leader, and saying that we need to know whether this is true or not, or if it is existing or not. So that's someone that we can talk about. But we also realize Reverend Hale is a strong leader as well, because he's an expert in his field of witchcraft. But now he also causes further chaos, because when he discovers that there is no witchcraft, he keeps quiet and unfortunately does not take a stand, because of fearing that he will lose his reputation and authority, and he will not be respected anymore. Even Danforth is a strong leader, very decisive, but his priorities are not really in tune with the needs of the people in Salem. And that's where now the problem lies, because it's now more about him than about the people of Salem. And that's exactly what Hale does as well. Both Hale and Danforth are similar in the sense that they are very strong, decisive leaders, but their priorities are misplaced, because they now have to think they have to sacrifice the whole lot at the expense of themselves. I believe Giles Corey is also going to come in, because he's very concerned with being right in the eyes of the law, which leads to his death eventually. He attempts to collaborate with the witch trials, but now leads to his wife being arrested and his death ultimately. John Proctor is a victim of his guilty conscience because of the affair with Abigail Williams. He believes the others are more worthy than him, and so they should take the lead in stopping the trials. But also we discover he believes that the common sense of the community must, must prevail for him. He is very reluctant to damage his own reputation for his own sake, or for that of his children as well. But finally, the strain between him and his wife causes him to hesitate. And therefore, he has to now ultimately do the right thing for his wife. We discover that when we come to the tragedy, is the innocent lives being lost, which was unnecessary at all costs, but it still happened, and as such, it was really a challenging for the leadership to maintain itself, as the leaders had to now put themselves first, but at the cost of everyone. So that's what we must be bringing in when talking about when leadership fails. The leadership failed Salem, but Salem also failed some of their leaders as well. I think that's what we will be discussing there. All right, let's go to the context. The context is from extract I is from, okay, Act 2. Account for Hale urging Proctor to testify in court. Hale believes that the court is upright, will be just, and is in a court of integrity. So when he calls upon Proctor to testify, it's because he's banking on Proctor being a reliable witness in finding the truth behind the accusations. He is the one who signed the warrants, remember? So his reputation is on the line if those arrests are innocent. So now Proctor, as being a reputable person, is likely to be the one to testify. Refer to line 6 to 9. I falter nothing, I am no fool. Comment on what Proctor's tone reveals about him in this context. Let's quickly go to line 6 to 9. I falter nothing, but I may wonder if my story will be credited in such a court. I do wonder on it when such a steady-minded minister as you will do suspicion, such as a woman that never lied and cannot, and the world knows she cannot. I may falter somewhat, mister, I am no fool. Okay? Okay, let's go and see the question again. It says, comment on what Proctor's tone reveals about him in this context. He's confident. He is very confident. He is really believing that he believes the truth. He is protective of his wife, and therefore that shows in the confidence in his tone that his wife is innocent and has done nothing wrong. So he is very confident, even passionate about it, very protective of his wife, and that's clear. 15.31, what does Proctor mean when he says that Elizabeth bewilders Hale? Elizabeth has said she does not believe in witches. But now Hale has come to the Proctor's residence to establish the Christian character of their home, and Elizabeth has claimed to not believe in witchcraft, which is acknowledged in the Bible, actually. So as a result, Hale is bewildered because she said she does not believe in any witchcraft of any sort. It says, what does Proctor's admonishment say about his relationship with Elizabeth? He's very protective, overprotective. He wants her to say the right things so that she will not be blamed, she will not be harmed, and will not be found guilty, definitely. Discuss Elizabeth's uncharacteristic confidence and strength shown in lines 24 to 26. Let's go to line 24 to 26 quickly. I cannot think the devil may own a woman's soul, Mr. Hale, when she keeps an upright way as I have. I am a good woman. I know it, and if you believe I may do only good work in the world and yet be secretly bound to Satan, then I must tell you, say I do not believe it. Okay, it says confidence and uncharacteristic confidence and strength. She speaks strongly about her innocence, which makes it clear that she's not involved in witchcraft. And she's deeply religious, she's devoted. So those are the things that come in there. So she is innocent, that she's not involved in any part of the witchcraft. She's very religious, she's a very devoted woman, and is confident in her innocence. 15.5, comment on Elizabeth's tone in line 32. Question Abigail. Okay, let's go to line 32. Question Abigail Williams about the gospel, not myself. Okay, our question said, comment on Elizabeth's tone. Very angry, judgmental, disapproving. Her upright ways and reputation are a testimony of her beliefs in the Bible and its gospel. But however, in this line, she's very critical of Abigail's intentions, because Elizabeth knows Abigail is not innocent. Abigail is not as righteous as she's pretending to be. And therefore that's why she will question Abigail about the gospel than Elizabeth. All right, let's go to extract J and finish our play. It says, discuss Proctor's conflicting feelings about the confession. Okay. Proctor assumed he will be able to manipulate the situation and benefit from it to become for his advantage. He makes a confession out of what we call it self-interest, I believe. He will confess if it means saving his own life and his soul, but not if it means sacrificing his good name and reputation. So by making a false confession, he will save himself and be able to take care of his family. So he is exploiting the law of those who confess to witchcraft. However, to actually have the confession in writing for all of Salem to see it is too much for him to bear. He does not want his confession to be recorded at all. So that's the conflict that we are having. He does want to confess, but he still does not want the confession to be recorded as a future reference. Explain the irony of Danforth's words, I will not deal in lies, Mr. Danforth is insisting that Proctor's confession should not be a lie, should not be fabricated. Yet, the whole trial is based on lies. And Danforth has been accepting the lies from the others. And therefore, the whole trials are based on lies. He has been dealing with lies from the beginning. So that's the irony that we mean to say he cannot say he will not deal with lies, yet he has been taking lies from the beginning of the witch trials. Refer to line 17. If you are the director of the play hysterically, as though the tearing paper were his life, how would you instruct the actor to deliver these lines? Motivate your instructions with reference to both body language and tone. Okay, grabbing Proctor is one of them. Putting his head in between his hands, panicking, voice filled with panic because it's a clear sign of panic. So whatever the hands will do must be a sign of panicking. However the voice will come out must be in a panicking voice as well. Okay, if in Proctor's outcry, he emphasizes that he only has his name. Using this extract as a starting point, critically comment on the importance of name and reputation in Salem. Okay, name and reputation. I think we see from Proctor, his reputation is so important to him. That's what makes him. But now it's also an indication of his integrity and his character. He does not disclose his adultery at first because he does not want his reputation ruined. But now he is standing for what is true. So he can only live up to his name and therefore his reputation as well. When he's going to be executed, he will lose his life, but the integrity of his name will remain intact as the confession will not be recorded. So as such, I believe the importance of name and reputation in Salem is seen through Proctor. I believe this is where we bring it in to say how he starts off very prideful and does not want anything known about his affair, but ultimately ends up saying he will confess and give up his reputation. So that's what we are dealing with when it comes to the Crucible. Please prepare properly for that paper 2. This is your revenge paper. You must be able to go gain as much marks as possible and then go seal it properly in paper 3. Thank you for your time and good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon to the 12th. This session is going to be a revision in preparation for paper 2. Just have to find something that will assist you in internalizing the points in an organized way. I took the poems that have been proven a little bit complicated for my own learners and a number of learners that I interact with on the outside sphere. So I'm going to touch on it is a fictitious evening, calm and free. The morning sun is shining, it's a funeral, and the shipwreck. Okay, so those are the ones I will talk about today. So I'm going to try and make a revision example of how you can internalize your poetry. And then we align ourselves to the examination and look at the typical exam questions that can come in. So that's what we are going to focus on. All right, let's go to our question paper and try and see if we can make sense of this for the poems today. All right, our paper, remember, is 2.5 hours. As a result, you have to align yourself to choosing at least 2 questions, any 2 of your prescribed poetry, and try and get through the 20 marks, and then go to your unseen poem, which is the compulsory question for you to get through the 30 marks. Okay, without wasting any time, I want to revise poetry, I want to explain things so that it can be easier for you to digest and internalize. All right, this is one of our structured poems. It's a sonnet, so definitely this is something we are looking forward to learners understanding so that they can be able to look at the type of questions that fall under a sonnet. All right, it is a fictitious evening, calm and free, by William Wordsworth. It is a fictitious evening, calm and free. The holy time is quiet as a nun. Breathless with adoration, the broad sun is sinking down in its tranquility. The gentleness of heaven is on the sea. Listen, the mighty being is awake, and doth with his eternal motion make a sound like thunder, everlastingly. Dear child, dear girl, that walkest with me here, if thou appear untouched by solemn thoughts, thy nature is not therefore less divine. Thou liest in Abraham's bosom all the year, and worshipest at the temple's inner shrine. God be with thee when we know it not. All right, it came in as an essay question in this paper that I'm using today. But before we can go to the essay part, let's just go and look at the poem in general and see what we can do. It is a Petrarchan sonnet. We call it an Italian sonnet, definitely. So when we say it's an Italian sonnet, we are trying to bring the issue across that an Italian sonnet is fixed. It has a fixed structure. So we must be able to focus on touching on what we mean by an Italian sonnet, right? When we say it's an Italian sonnet, we're talking about a 14-line poem. When we say it's a 14-line poem, we're talking of the first 8 lines of the poem. That's 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. We divide our poem into 2 parts. So it's 8 lines, that's part 1, and then it's line 9 to 14 is part 2. We call line 1 to 8, my apologies, 1 to 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yes. Line 1 to 8. Right, line 1 to 8, we call line 1 to 8 an octave. So, and then we call line 9 to 14 as a sestet. So our Italian sonnet is divided into 2 parts. We have an octave and then we have a sestet. So this automatically divides the content of the poem. So our poem is already divided in content into 2 parts in an Italian sonnet. So as such, when we are coming in, when we're dealing with line 1 to 8, when we say it's a fictitious evening, it's calm and free, there's adoration, there's the broad sun, we have the heavens, the seas, the mighty being, thunder. Line 1 to 8 describes the beauty of the scene. So we are saying our octave touches on the beauty of nature. So we are coming in and saying, when we start the sonnet, we have beauty of nature being described, breathtaking. The word that we're going to use. Breathtaking beauty of the scene that is looking at the nature scene. But when we come to the last 6 lines, it shifts now because it's no longer now describing the beauty of the nature or the breathtaking, a beautiful scenery. Instead, it shifts to the spirituality part. So our content is divided into 2 parts because in line 1 to 8, he talks about how peaceful and tranquil the nature scene is. And therefore, he also talks about the nun. The comparison is made to a nun that is quiet as she is in prayer, being very close to God. She loves God so much. And therefore, line 3, when she talks about breathless, emphasizes the silence. So when we say adoration, breathless with adoration, it emphasizes the silence. Just as the nun is breathless with adoration, he said, so does the feeling of this time and place that takes away his breath. He is in awe of the beauty of God's creation. But now he comes in and he links the beauty of nature to God. When he brings in now the mighty being awake. So he links the sea to God and creates a connection. He talks about the sun. So when he talks about the sun, the broad sun, we are looking at the amazing creation by God. It becomes a large orange ball, the colors of sunset stretching out across the horizon. That's a description of the beauty that we're talking about. So we are talking about heaven seems to be watching over the sea below. That's why we're saying of a connection between the sea and God. So as such, we are saying God is watching over the world. But then now he comes in and gives a command in line, which line is this one? Line 6, when he says, listen. So now when he says, listen, it indicates his excitement. And there's an exclamation mark there to show the intensity of the command. So as such, we are coming in and he says, he is bringing us now into the scenery as the participants. And then he says, the mighty being, which is literally the sea, because literally is talking about the sea, but figuratively, it's a connection to God. So now we are coming in and saying that the capital letter in the B of being, although the speaker is referring to the sea, the capital letter links the sea to God, who is the almighty being. So both the sea and God are awake. And I believe he also says eternal motion in the next line. When he talks about they neither stop moving. So now we are coming in and talking about the breaking waves. They sound like thunder everlastingly. The sound like thunder are the waves. So when he comes and brings in the waves, he's talking about they indicate the power of nature and the power of God. So we have a literal and figurative meaning here. So as such, that's what we should always take note of. But now those 8 lines are focusing on the breathtaking beauty of nature, the beautiful description of nature and the scene. So those are the 8 lines that begin the poem. And now when we shift and move on now to line 9, yes, we move on to line 9, I believe. When we come into line 9, we have a shift in content now. When we say we have a shift in content, we are now talking about a new direction in content coming in. So now we're going to talk about dear child, dear girl, starting off the sestet. The speaker now is talking about his love and adoration for his own daughter. Even if she might be too young to understand the beauty of nature or be moved or be in awe of the beauty of nature because she's still so young. He still says it does not mean that she is removed from God or is less spiritual. So he understands nature above from an adult point of view because he's mature. And that's why he's able to now be in awe and adoration and breathtakingly describe it. But now she is so young, and therefore he brings in to say, she is still so young, but is still under God's protection. That's why he brings in Abraham's bosom, which is the metaphor in line 11, because he refers to heaven, whereby like a father holds a baby to protect it. His girl child is unknowingly protected by God, and therefore God is always present to protect her. So now he also talks about and worshippers at the temple's inner shrine. That's a reference to nature again. If she does not express her devotion, if she does not go to a place of worship, like a church, which is the temple and the shrine that he's referring to, God is always present in nature. So she doesn't need to go to a place of worship to experience God's love, because God is present in nature and is seen in nature. So now he's also to emphasizing God's presence there. God is present. God is even with the child, even if she's not aware of it. That's why we talk about the spirituality part, whereby the connection is valid, the connection is existing, even though the child is not aware or oblivious that the connection is there. So the connection that the child needs to see does not need it to be mature to see God's gentleness in the sea of God's existence in the broad sun. But the connection is in the child being protected without its knowledge because of its young age and tender age. But the spirituality part is the connection is existing. Those are the two parts that make up this poem, which is our Italian sonnet. That's why we had to break it down a little so that we come and bring in a memory of what we're dealing with when coming to it is a fictitious evening, calm and free. The words calm and free are very expressive. Those are what we call dictionary words, because we're talking about peace, we're talking about tranquility, we're talking about calmness. So as such, this is what we're talking about. No worries, no stress. It's tranquil, it's peaceful. So that's what we mean when we're talking about calm and free. So now when we're coming into this poem, we're going to do an essay question to try and figure out exactly how we can structure our content based on a essay question. All right, it says with cross-reference to diction, structure, and tone, discuss how the poet argues with that the divine is present in nature, even if people are not aware of this. Remember, an essay question is always based on what is highlighted. So we are focusing on these three. This one is our diction, 2 is our structure, and 3 is our tone. So our question is going to revolve around the content or the elements that are based on only diction, structure, and tone. But now what are we supposed to do with these 3? We are only taking what is relevant to touch on that the divine is present in nature. So when we say divine, we're talking of God, right? That means God is present in nature, even if people are not aware of this. So we're only going to take the things that are answering that question and not anything else. Okay, let's begin. All right. Among others, this is just a guide to say, depending on your understanding of the poem, what is relevant for you. I believe one of the things that we going to talk about is that God is present in nature. I think that's the first thing. In nature. That we look at on a daily basis. But we are not conscious. What do we mean by this? When we say we are not conscious of this, we are talking about, I believe when he says, God being with thee when we know it not. So as such, that's the unaware part. I believe this line shows the unaware part. But when we're talking about God's presence, we are going to touch on adoration, broad sun. In broad sun that we look at every day, from the morning that it rises until it sets down. So we are looking at the broad sun, but we still do not realize the greatness of God in creating it and being there. So those are the things that we're talking about when we say, in general, the poem is making a statement that God is there in nature, but we do not know it. We are unaware of it. That's why we are bringing in the issue of we are talking about the nature, the breathtaking scene that is in front of us, but we are not focusing on it. And that's why now it becomes difficult for us to appreciate it, because we take it for granted. We are looking at it, we are having it, but we are not doing anything about it. We are unaware of it and we take it for granted. We are unconscious about it. So that's what we mean when we are talking about unaware. That's our starting point. All right, let's continue and now get to the basics, which is the diction, the structure, and the tone. I think I will talk about the structure first, because that's the easiest for a learner to start with. Let's start with structure and see what we are going to place there and the structure. All right, when we are coming to the structure, we are going to talk about the two parts of the poem. We cannot leave them out. We are going to talk about the octave. We are going to talk about the sextet. We cannot leave them out. What are we saying now? We are saying that it is an Italian sonnet that has an octave and a sextet. So in the octave, we have to specify what does it do. Physical description is given. Okay, the physical description of nature is given, of sunset. I believe I've used sunset, gentleness of heaven. So that's what we are talking about. But now it will also now move to the sextet, whereby he is going to bring connection to the child. Connection to the child who is unaware of God's divinity. Yet the child is looking at God when looking at nature. All right. So we're bringing in a point on the structure to say our structure does give us the implication of God being divine, present in nature, as we talked about the physical description, this one, the physical description of nature. That's where we see God. But now people not aware, we're going to use the child. whereby the child is unaware of God's divinity because of its young age. Yet the child is looking at God every day when looking at nature, but is unaware of God's divinity and presence in her life. So now that's what we're talking about, to say God's divinity is in nature that the child looks at, but the child is not aware. So that's something that we can bring in talking of the structure as an example of the point of where we're dealing with structure when we are coming in. But still, that does not make, I think we need to make a clarity, does not make God's divinity less important. It does not make his divinity less important at all, or less divine. But it does not make God's connection less divine. So we are trying to make a point to say, safe in the bosom of Abraham, whereby we have access to God in places of worship, the temple, the shrines. Yet still, you do not need to go to the shrine. So another point that can come in under structure is the issue of God's presence is usually associated to temples, places of worship. Yet, we're saying God is present, or is God is always present in nature. I think that's another sign whereby we are talking about nature described in the octave. So we are bringing in the structure in, the structure only deals with the parts of the poem. So that's why we'll be very specific when touching on a point that we are only dealing with the structure at a certain time. We move on. Remember, we're just discussing some things, and then we move on now and talk on the diction. I believe diction has a lot to say. Definitely, our diction is loaded. Diction is when we have to extract certain words, phrases that evoke in us a response. So as such, we are now talking about the diction that is going to bring about the beauty of nature. At the same time, it's also going to bring in the connection to spirituality and divinity. I believe Beatrice is coming in. What's the up and see which words we can deal with? I believe we can touch on Beatrice, definitely. There's no way we'll leave this one out. When we say it is a Beatrice evening, we cannot leave it out because that word has connotations of when we're coming in, calm and free. Beatrice evening, calm and free, right? Yes, calm, free. That's nature. So as such, when we are talking about Beatrice, calm, free, these are now connected to the holy time. So we are having nature, we are having divinity following. So as such, that's why we are going to touch on these ones and talk about them in unison, because we cannot leave them out. All right, let's go and take them in unison and see what we see, what we say about them and connect them. So we are saying when the quietness is compared to a holy time, that's where we make a connection to nature. So let's go and see how we can phrase this one. The evening is called beauteous, linked with calmness and freeness. So we are quoting, remember? So these are now compared to a holy time, which is when one is in a religious setup, silent, adoration to God. So as a result, he's actually bringing in the fact that nature encourages us to be aware of God as if we are in a religious setup and are praying to God like a nun is doing. So that's why we are getting that connection to say when we are looking at nature in a calm and free mode, the beauteous nature that he called it, it's not different from when we are in a church or in a religious setup and we are having our quiet time of prayer, just as a nun is doing. So that's why now we are coming in and saying, therefore, we are unaware of that divinity, because when we're looking at nature, we do not take it as a prayer time. We only take it as an appreciation time. But that quiet appreciation time is now equivalent to a nun who is praying with adoration to God. So that's why we are taking those words, because we are making a connection between divinity and nature, and making sure that we find the connection. Let's continue. We also have which words can you? Tranquility. Yes, this one. Tranquility is definitely coming in. We are going to take that word. Tranquility is linked to also calm. Sinking down in its tranquility. That is elements of being calm. Definitely. So we are going to take tranquility, I believe, and we are going to talk about nature is a reflection of heaven. It's a reflection of God's divinity. So now when we say in tranquility, gentleness, the gentleness of heaven. So when we take these two words, we're going to take tranquility, the gentleness of heaven is in its sea, is on the sea. We are now connecting and saying that there's a link, the reflection of heaven, the divine. And therefore, we also have other words that we can take. I believe we can also take the sound, thunder, the sound like thunder, everlastingly. This one, everlastingly. I think that's also something which can come in there. When we say everlastingly, it talked about eternal motion. Right. Right. When we say eternal motion, which is of the waves, they are now also, the thunder is also given everlastingly. When we say eternal, that's us talking about God's eternity. So there is already nature here. When we are listening to the waves, it means that's God's presence, which is everlasting, because we know God is divine and everlasting. But now when the thunder is given connotations of everlasting, that is linking nature now to God and saying that it is everlasting. So those are some of the words that can jump in now, and we can talk about them and bring them in as our diction discussion. What else can we take? I believe the mighty being is awake also comes in. You can also take it because that's the direct link where he connects God to the sea. That's a connection. Connects God to the sea, definitely. That's the mighty being is awake. So that's us bringing in to say the mighty being is in reference to the sea, but at the same time, It's in reference to God directly as the creator of the sea itself. And therefore, when we are looking at the mighty sea, we are directly looking at the creator of the sea itself. And therefore, that's the diction that we can also connect there. All right, let's move on to tone quickly so that we can touch on all parts of the paper. Just to go thorough on the essay question, because learners abandon it most times because they tell themselves that it is difficult. When we're coming to the tone of the poem is very calm. First 5 lines, it's very calm. When we say it is a beauteous evening, calm and free, the holy time is quiet as a nun, breathless with adoration. The throat sun is sinking down in its tranquility. The gentleness of heaven is on the sea. We definitely have a calm tone in the first 5 lines of the poem. And therefore, which is now our connection to line 14, I believe. Yes. Which is our connection to line 14. God being with thee. We definitely have a calm tone. We definitely have a meditative tone. We definitely have a respectful tone. So any of those were coming in when we're talking on the tone, so that you can be able to touch on them. When we say meditative, I believe when we're talking about evening, calm and free, which is now connected to the holy time of meditation, that's what we mean when we say you make a connection of the tone. And then when we're talking about the mighty being awake, that is a tone of awe, which is a connection to God as the creator as well. So that is the connection that we're talking about. So he is present even in the tone. Yeah, the divinity of God is present. So that's what we're talking about. So the tones that came in were a tone of awe, a tone of tranquility, peaceful, any of those were acceptable. And then respectful as well. The silence that we award to nature when we are observing it is compared to a time of prayer where we are saying our prayers to God like in heaven. That's our essay question that we're touching on. So those are elements that we could have brought up. Let's go to question number 2. Question number 2 was the morning sun is shining by Olive Shiner. The morning sun is shining on the green willow tree and sends a golden sunbeam to dance upon my knee. The fountain bubbles merrily, the yellow locust spring of life and light and sunshine. The happy brown birds sing. And then it says, the yellow thorn trees love the wind, with odors sweet and strong. There is a hand I never touch, or the face I never see. Now, what is sunshine? What is song? Now, what is light to me? This is another nature poem as well. It's a 69 poem this time, but it has 4 distinct parts. We must be clear. We have line 1 to 4, definitely, where she discusses the sense of sight. So our poem is divided into some sort of portrayals of some sort. But when we come to line 1 to 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, this is the sense of sight. Right. When we continue to line 5 to 8, when we come to line 5 to 8, it is this hearing. So it touches on the hearing. When we continue to line 9 to 12, it's a smell. So our senses are awakened as much as possible. And then the last 4 lines now differ in content because they do not touch on the senses or anything. Touch in face I never see, but now it's not only on one sense, because there's a sense of touch there, there's a sense of sight there. So that one differs now because it deviates. These ones, they deviate from the pattern. So the last 4 lines deviate from the pattern that is coming from the top of the poem itself. So there's a break in pattern when we come to the last lines. All right, let's talk.
This is a reflection of the beauty of the morning. The morning sun is shining, which means it's a dawn. The green willow tree. So that's touching on the beauty of nature. Repetition there of green reinforces and emphasizes the beauty of nature. Intensity of color, which is green of the willow tree. Green is a color associated with life. So we have life with freshness. We have vegetation. We have health. It has a lot of connotation. The sun is also symbolic of life, actually. So as such, but when we move on, the sun is personified as blessing the earth, and therefore we continue, and it creates a very happy mood there. Sun golden, being termed golden, causes happiness, riches, wealth, beauty are the connotations coming in. But in line 5 to 8 now, the beauty of nature is on a level of the senses, as I said. Fountain, bubbling, even meaning qualities of bubbling, being joyful, which now gives us the happy mood again and cheerfulness. So now we are touching on nature in how it's described, but in its description, it's made alive. It's awakened because it's personified. Metaphors are dominating as well. So now we have riches, wealth, beauty. So as such, we have this idyllic view, perfection of beauty, well-being, happy. But now when we're coming to the springs as well, vibrant, alive. So there's brown birds singing. Onomatopoeia is brought in the bubbling sound. So now beauty of the surroundings, beauty of nature in the description of nature is given to us. And we also realize that now the happiness is in the birds as well. Nature is celebrating life itself. We continue, and the earth is personified as wearing beautiful clothes. Every part of the world is filled with beauty that makes the poet happy. The trees are full of flowers. The sense of smell is brought alive. Dominant smell, sweet and strong, which talks about the strength of the smell. Alliteration is even used there to bring out the beauty of the nature and made alive. Celebration of beauty is dominating this poem through sounds, through smells, through sight, through hearing, through touch. So all the senses are awakened. And now it brings in now something different, because in lines 13 to 16, it changes. The tone changes completely, because now he brings in a new word and says never. And the face I never see, a hand I never touch. And therefore now there's a break in the happiness that we've experienced, because now there's a tone of sadness. Grief, hopelessness is now dominating, because this is reflecting the loss that she has suffered through the loss of the child. So she ends the poem in a painful way, because she does not see the need to experience a beautiful and natural mourning if she has no one to share her with. The child is still alive, would share the beauty of the morning sun with the child. But now she does not see the need to appreciate the morning sun and its surroundings, because of the loss that she has experienced. So now we're talking of elements of loss, because she feels despondent at the loss of a child, and therefore sees nature and its beauty as futile. All right, let's go to the questions and see how we can get through those ones. It says, number 1, discuss the usage of diction in stanza 1 to show the vitality and beauty of nature. When we say discuss the usage of diction, we have to quote something. We have to use certain words. I believe we'll take golden sunbeams. I believe these are the words that will pop up. Golden sunbeams came in. Dance upon my knee came in stanza 1. Fountain bubbling also comes in. It says usage of diction in stanza 1 to show the vitality and beauty of nature. Brown birds singing, I believe that yes, there was brown birds singing there, also comes in as part of nature. So now we are talking about descriptions like this one. It's 3 marks, so you can discuss any 2. I think we have 4. Just 2 are relevant for you there. Celebrating the joy, the fullness of nature and life. So that's what we are getting there. We're talking of celebrating the fullness and the joy. So any of those we are applicable. Nature is alive. Nature is full of joy. And therefore, that's why I'm talking about dancing upon my knee, the birds singing. So there is intensity of life, intensity of nature. So that's also coming in there. Intensity of life, intensity of nature. Fullness of life, fullness of nature. So those are the discussions that you can bring in there. Any two is applicable, therefore, so you have a variety of options that you can take. Briefly explain the use of imagery in lines 9 to 12 to describe nature, the use of imagery. All right, when we talk about metaphor, I believe a metaphor will come in there because imagery is figures of speech, remember? So when we say line 9 to 12, we are talking about the earth is filled with beauty, the air is filled with song, the yellow thorn trees lot the wind. So when we say the earth is clothed with beauty, that's a metaphor. This one is definitely a metaphor. Let's take our metaphor there. And then it says, the yellow thorn trees lot the wind with odors sweet and strong. That's personification. The air is filled with song. That's personification. So any of those were applicable, any of those two were applicable. You just have to take one and discuss. When we say the earth is clothed with beauty, I believe we're talking about the abundance of the beauty. Every part of nature is covered with beauty. I believe I touched on it when I was just discussing the poem and going down through it. And I talked about how earth is covered throughout with the beauty that is existing. Yes, I did. I said is given qualities of personified as wearing beautiful clothing. And I think we say the world, every part of the world is covered with beauty, and that makes me very happy. And then also when we talk about the trees full of flowers, sweet, strong, those are the things that we are talking about. And then we talked about the song. The song, yes, we can also talk about the song, which was joy. The air is filled with song, which means it's a happy environment. So it's joy, definitely. So those are the answers that are coming in. So you just have to give, remember when you're talking on an imagery question, name your figure of speech. As I said, personification, what is personified or what is metaphor, and then give its effectiveness in description of nature. That description of nature. So that's what you're supposed to do there. So those are the things that I wanted on imagery questions. They are all the same. You just have to know your figure of speech. Imagery is another word for figures of speech. Discuss how the structure of line 13 to 16 emphasizes the message of this poem. Rhetorical question is there somewhere? We have a rhetorical question in line 16. Okay, it says, how does the structure of lines 13 to 16 that we say deviate from the pattern of the senses? And therefore, we are now talking about there is a desolation, definitely. We have desolation existing there, whereby now she does not appreciate, she does not talk about the senses, but now she's using the word never. Never, this one, never, repeated twice. I never. So we are going to also touch on that repetition of never, which means that she cannot see a way of appreciating nature yet she is dealing with her grief. So she is trapped in her grief that is blocking her from seeing the beauty of the sun and its surroundings. We're also talking about the rhetorical questions. She cannot find answers to console herself. She cannot find answers to the importance of this beauty to her, yet she has gone through such a loss of a deceased child. So we are now talking about rejection. These lines deal with the rejection of the beauty of nature. This one, that's our structure. Rejection of the beauty of nature. Definitely. Right. Explain the shift of tone in this poem in terms of the intention of the poet. We talked about a calm tone when we do the essay. I believe when we're doing the essay, we touch on how we identify tone. Okay, when we talk about the tone, we're talking about a joyful tone, cheerful tone, as she is appreciating the beauty of the morning and its surroundings. But it changes in the final 4 lines of the poem, line 13 to 16. It changes because now it's a despondent tone. It's because she has lost a child. Hopelessness is also dominating her. And therefore, those are the things that we can touch on when talking about this poem, because she cannot find a way to move forward, as she does not have anyone to share it with. So our answer is based on joyous, cheerful tone, line 1 to 12. It's a joyous tone. Cheerful tone. Birds chirping, singing, that's cheerful. Celebratory tone of the beauty of nature is also coming in. Any of those is applicable. Therefore, but now, because she's admiring the bountiful beauty of nature. Beauty of nature. But it changes now in the last 4 lines to a tone of despair. Line 13 to 16, it becomes a tone of despair. Hopeless is also applicable, as she does not see the need to appreciate nature or this beautiful nature is because of the loss. So the intention of the poet is to see the futility of the beauty of nature if we do not have anyone to share them. So it's futility of the beauty of nature. To her, as she does not have anyone to share it with. Due to the loss of a child. Okay. We continue now to poetry number 3, which is at the funeral of Valencia Majobosi, who died shortly after qualifying as a doctor by Dennis Brutus. Black, green, and gold at sunset pageantry and scarlet graves expectant of eternity. And brides white, 9 white bells, the misses gush their bounty of red wine drops, strapping the buckles, edging slopes, salute, then ponder all this follow panel. He for one who gives the mud divorce with our hopes. And then it says, for all you frustrate ones, I was tuned in death, aborted not by death, but carriers footfall. But arise, the brassy shout of freedom stares our earth. Not death, but death's head tireless side is our ground, and blots our narrow cells of pain, defeat, and death. Better that we should die than we should lie down. I remember doing this on another discussion on the same platform. I think it was the mid-year preparation for the mid-year exam. I can't remember. I remember discussing this point, and my memory is coming back to me. Right. This is an apartheid poem, post-apartheid poem. It was written post-apartheid, but it is based on the brutality and the cruelness and the injustices of the struggles that were faced by the Black people during the apartheid era in South Africa. So as such, we're talking about senseless death. It was senseless because she was young and she had just, qualified to become a doctor. But her dream of becoming a doctor was cut short as she died before she could wear the white robe of being a doctor. So now we're talking about questions about the meaning of life. Why is it that we have to face oppression to an extent that we experience death? Because her death is senseless. But now it challenges the reader to question and introspect about society. What is just and why do we call it just? What is unjust and why do we call it unjust? So now we are talking about the unpredictability of a death. It shows the frustration of how her dreams were unfulfilled before her time. She died before her time, but it also brings the harsh reality by those who were facing apartheid system and the difficult times of the apartheid regime. So this poem now is based on true events, and therefore that's why it will have the explanation who it's for. So that's what we're going to touch on now. It starts off with the colors: green, gold, black, green, and gold, and those are the national colors of the ANC, the African National Congress. But they also symbolize the struggle against apartheid, basically. So as such, when we say symbolize the struggle against apartheid, because remember that was the movement that started the fight to end the apartheid regime. Sunset is not literal in that sense. When it says it's sunset, because it symbolizes death and brings in a sense that it's insignificant because there's a bigger stake that is at hand, which is the young doctor's death, Valencia's death. Double graves, they are neglected, they are untidy, they are covered in dirt, in grass, because there's no one to take care of them. The graveyard is personified as being hungry, expectant of more deaths to come, which means there is more violence that is going to happen and more deaths are expected to arise. That's why the graves are given qualities of being expected when they are personified. Death is inevitable. That emphasizes that death is inevitable. But now when we come in that eternity, expectant of eternity, eternity is given as ambiguous there because it has two connotations. It's either that the dead will remain in their graves for eternity, or it can be referring to the afterlife will not end for them. So it's an ambiguous one there. Lines 3 to 4 talks about nurses attending the funeral, wearing white veils. Brides are brought in, innocence, purity, holiness, new life. So that line, when we're talking about brides, when we're talking about nuns, we're talking about the color white, because a bride is in white, a nun is in white, and they symbolize innocence, they symbolize purity, they symbolize holiness, they symbolize new life. So now we're talking about frothing. It says frothing the buckled edging slopes. The numbers, they came out in numbers. That way, the nurses that were there to come and say goodbye to one of their own. It's almost like dirging is a military funeral, but now it's also said the earth is also, the rod itself is also now mourning a young doctor. So now there is salute that is given an exclamation mark, which is a movement saluting one of their own as a soldier would. So now we are talking about a call for respect and action to happen. But we're also going to talk about the Hall of Panoply. in line 5, or Hello Panel in line 5, which is a meaningful ceremony with flags, speeches, but they don't change anything. The speeches can be said at the funeral, but the injustices are still continuing when they go back to their reality. Apartheid is still going to claim more lives because of the violence. So that's what we mean by hollow. Hollow means that it will not have meaning or an impact because nothing will change when they go back. That's why it becomes a seemingly meaningless ceremony. Line 7, the dead are described as powers tombed in death. They when they say powers tombed in death, it's because the young ones have potential, but now they are because of their deaths, they no longer have the powers and the means to fully have their futures and potentially what they could have become. Then we bring in the main issue of the poem, which is the carrion books of birth. We're talking about the past books, whereby it was the symbol of the cruel apartheid laws. The apartheid government was more cruel than death itself because it says their deaths, the black people's deaths, were prescribed from birth because the books that they are given from birth are the ones that carry their death as well. That's a passport. So their potential is buried because of their deaths. The passports are symbolic there because they symbolize the cruel apartheid laws. The government is considered to have used it as a ruling tool. Death and tyranny, there is also coming in where the skull and the crossbones insignia. I think when we in classes we talked about the Nazis, that it was used for the Nazis who are regarded as the greatest heroes by the South African regime because of their cruelty and their heartlessness. Therefore, it's imitated by its people now. It implies that it is better for people to die. It is better for people to die during the resisting of apartheid and fighting against it rather than to give up or surrender. So surrendering for them is not feasible, but what is feasible is let's take arms, let's fight. So it's a call for resistance. All right, so that's the Valencia Majombozi poem. Let's go to the question. It says, with reference to the diction of stanza 1, discuss how the poem or the poet alters the perception of this funeral. Colorful pageantry, I believe, is coming in. This colorful pageantry is going to come in. We are quoting it, definitely. Black, green, and gold, the sunset also came in, which is going to give you options. We're not going to align it to one answer. Green, gold is also going to come in because it that's the perception. And then this one, stanza 1, not from line 1, from stanza 1. We can also talk about the white, nuns' white veils, red wine clocks, these white veils also comes in, red, white, what is it? Red wine clocks also comes in. Any of those are applicable because they are jumping out. But now he also comes in and says hollow panel now, right? He says hollow, which means meaningless. Pageantry meaning just for display. Black, green, and gold meaning that it's political, no longer about her now, not personal. So those are the answers that are coming in when we are doing this. So hollow was also hollow panel was also applicable because it means it's meaningless. It does not have application to their lives because when they go back, it will still be the same thing. So which means it is only for display. It is only for making a what do we call this? a staged a funeral of some sort, a staged life. So that's what we mean when we're coming in to talk about the canopy, I believe. So any of those were applicable. Flags and speeches will not change anything. I believe that's what I wanted. Flags, speeches will not change the situation. So that's what we wanted there. Okay. All right. Explain who the frustrate ones, powers tuned in death are in terms of the poem. When we say who the frustrate ones in line 2, we are talking about the young people. Definitely it's the young people, youth. That is educated, qualified. I'm sorry. We're talking about them being qualified as well. Their qualifications definitely come in there. Powers, doctors, but now tombed in debt. We're talking about killed by the apartheid system. The apartheid system. Before they could fulfill their dreams, or before they could accomplish anything, fulfill dreams, accomplish anything. So that's what we mean there. Anything was futile. Their deaths were futile because they had not done anything to fulfill their dreams. And then it says, with reference to the intention of the poem, comment on how the tone evolves from stanza 1 to stanza 2. Let's look at it. Right. We are talking about intention of the poem, comment on how the tone evolves from stanza 1 to stanza 2. All right, we're talking about stanza 1, loss of hope over the hopeless tone. In stanza 1 is hopeless. Stanza 1 is definitely hopeless. Loss of the life before she could live her dream. Okay. And then that's in stanza 1. In stanza 2, call to arms, which is what do you call that? Agent. Yeah, talking about agent tone. Determined also comes in, where she now talks about arise with a exclamation mark, for people to fight against apartheid. Dejected is also coming in here, of the senseless death. Dejected is also coming in, senseless death of Valencia. Senseless loss of a life is also applicable. So any of those, you can take them and discuss them properly. I've just given so many options now. How does the structure of stanza 2 reinforce the message of the poet as presented in the final line? In the final line, better that we should die than we should lie down. Need for resistance is in that final line before we can go up, before I forget. There is a need for resistance, but also challenge to fight is also arising there. What else? We're also talking about natural death. Yet people are being killed. So the pain is in people are not dying naturally. People are being killed by the apartheid tyranny. So hopes taken away in stanza 2, hopes taken away. Those are applicable now. Any of those we have to discuss. So the message is that there is a need to resist the apartheid system because people are not naturally dying. People are being killed. Their hopes are being taken away. They are being robbed of their right future because of the apartheid system and its cruelty or its tyranny. So any of those were applicable. Right, let's go to question number 4. Question number 4 is the shipwreck. All right, clearly the great storm is over. Emily Dickinson. The last poem that I did with my learners, and they enjoyed it better than they enjoyed Penny Hill. I'm not surprised because Penny Hill was very long, and then we finished with the shipwreck. The great storm is over. 4 have recovered the land. 40 gone down together into the golden sand. 3 for the stand salvation. 2 for the burning souls. Neighbor and friend and bridegroom spinning upon the shores. How they will tell the shipwreck when winter shakes the door, till the children ask, what for the 40? Did they come back no more? And the silence of us is the story, and the softness that tell us I, and the children no further question, and only the waves reply. Right, let's go and see what we can say about this poem. All right. When we come into shipwreck, we're talking about 4 stanzas. That's the structure. We always discuss the structure when we begin. 4 lines each, so it's a fixed structure. Strict pattern in the rhyme scheme, I think it's clear. A, B, C, B, D, E, F, E, G, H, I, H, J, K. Okay, yeah, it's a fixed a pattern. It's a strict pattern. Sounds like a ballad. Elegy of some sort as well. So those are the things that are coming in. To this lyrical also comes in. It is somewhat a lyrical poem. I think I'll settle for lyrical right now. A lyrical poem. Stanza 1 and 2 have optimism in them. When we say optimism, it's the response of the news that 4 have survived. So when we say 4 have survived, they have recovered the land, we have optimism here in this 2, whereby we're celebrating the 4 that have recovered. Stand salvation, yeah. So that's stanza 1 and 2. And then stanza 3 and 4 now, grieving and mourning dominates. This one of the 40, optimism of 4 survived. But here it's grieving and mourning for the 40. For the 40. Okay, that have died. So that's what we are focusing on now to come in. All right, let's go to the poem in detail. It has a lot of punctuation, exclamation marks. It's really a poem that has beautiful questions to set on because of its lot of content and characteristics of the poem. Exclamation begins, glee, that's with the exclamation, happiness, excitement, capitalized as well. Emphasis on rejoicing. And then it says the great storm is over. Another exclamation comes in line 1, which shows a relief as well. So the mighty storm has ended. The powerful storm has ended. There is a sense of relief. That's why there's a need to celebrate. So the celebration. But ironically, the happiness and the celebration is short-lived because only 4 have come back to the shore, while its 40 have gone down and drowned into the boiling sand. So we're saying only 4 survived, 40 drowned, no escape for them. Euphemism is used there when they say gone down together. That's euphemism. Definitely it's a respectful way. 40 gone down together, that's euphemism. Which is respectful way of saying they have died. And then we continue now when it says they've been swallowed up. When we say boiling sand, they've been swallowed up by the depths of the sea, raging sea. Sand is turning violently, raging sea. Horror of the situation, intense grief. That line now brings us to understand the griefy part. And then he says ring, that's onomatopoeia, ring for the scout salvation, that's the town bell, announcing the survivors returning home. Exclamation after scout salvation, which is gratitude, or thank you for the limited few survivors, which is only 4. That's the minimal number, which brings more sorrow for them. And then it says the ringing of the church bell, it's a funeral bell sounding slowly and to be heard clearly in its implications. Senseless loss of lives, devastation is felt there in that stanza. And then it says body souls. When we say body souls, they are given an identity. Now we know who they were. There's a neighbor, there's a friend, there's a young working. There's a groom as well who passed away. So as such, we now realize was just newly married. Shock is now coming in. Now it's short-lived. Their marriage is short-lived because the widow is left grieving. The bridegroom is left grieving now. So now we also talk about the senselessness of their death. They're swept and tossed around mercilessly, helplessly, fighting for their fate in a desperate situation. Shallow waters, which is the shores, sorrowful, tragic loss of lives is brought in there. But now in stanza 3 is how will this story now be carried over to the younger generations, because it has to be narrated. And that's where now the bigger issue lies. Harsh, cold nature of winter waves personified. Children are very curious at their young age and innocent and inquire and want to find out what really became of the 40 victims that were lost at sea. And therefore the shock of the reality weighs down upon the children when they understand that there will be no return for those 40 years round. Explanation has to be given. When it's given, the children are aware. The story is told to them. And then now a silence, deathly silence spreads as the tale is told. Listeners process the loss. Mood is depressing now. It's mournful. The use of sadness, the emphasis of the sadness is highlighted when it's being narrated to the children. Pity is also coming in, sorrow, grief are dominating, because no answers, no straight answers can be effectively given to the questions that the children ask, innocent questions, bold questions, direct questions. Because now the children finally get to understand and experience the pain of the adults who are actually narrating the story to them of the 40 people. So such melancholy is also dominating there, because the children can feel the melancholy, the sorrow. Waves are personified. Silence of the adults as they try to give the young ones an answer. Silence of the children as they absorb the pain, the shock, the sadness of the adults. And therefore, there's nothing that can bring comfort. Not even the words, not even the old cliches, empty cliches. And what is this? Give any comfort to how they feel. Now we realize sense of hopelessness prevails in the situation. So that's a poem that we are dealing with when it comes to Shipwreck. Bittersweet. There is celebration, but there is loss in the same celebration. So as much as their celebration, the coming back of the 40 to the land, they are at the same time in grief over the tragic loss of the 40 that were lost at sea. Let's go to the questions. How is the tone in line 1 contradicted by the rest of stanza 1? When we say the tone in line 1, it's joy and delight. Glee, the storm is over. So we are talking of the tone of delight, joy. celebration that the storm is over. Poems that we can discuss its joy, delight, celebratory, and of them are applicable. We just need one. And then what do we say? Clearly, the storm is over. That's what shows us these ones, right? Any of those. But change is now contradicted. We say changes. Here it's celebrating of the storm being over. Being over. All right. And then it changes now to sadness. It changes to sadness. Loss because of the 40 lives. Because of the 40 lives lost. That's what we are talking about as a contradiction. So the celebration that is felt in the beginning of the stanza due to the storm being over is seen in the contradiction of the sadness that is felt in the loss of the 40 that did not return from the sea. And then we continue and say, explain how the diction of the second stanza emphasizes the tragic impact of the shipwreck. When we say diction, bony souls, bony souls, we are also going to talk about sympathy, poor soul. And then we're also going to talk about identity through neighbor. Yeah, we're taking that one. Neighbor. Yeah, talked about neighbor, talked about bridegroom, friend. So that's what we bring in as well. Connection to the people, which means they meant something to the people in the community. And now we realize how loss has affected them. Loss has deeply affected them. So that's what we are talking about. Any of those is applicable with 3 marks. So you just have to discuss what you feel. We're taking both of them. Bony souls we can leave out. The listing of bridegroom, neighbor, friend, we can leave out to show that they are connected, they are family members. Briefly comment on how the imagery of stanza 3 is appropriate for telling the shipwreck. Personification, imagery there. Remember we talked about winter. Yeah, personification, I believe. When we're talking about, I believe the line we will take is winter is personified as shaking the door. Yes, personification of winter shaking the door. Winter shaking the door. Okay. When you say winter shaking the door, we are talking about harsh, cruel nature. Winter. I believe we have to bring in the loss of life. Yeah. We're connected to the loss of life aboard the ship. To the shipwreck. That's how we can connect it. Right. Just as the waves were harsh and cruel and took 40 lives, so is winter when shaking the doors is harsh and cruel and brings death as well. Discuss how the structure of this poem reinforces the message of the poem. The formal structure is we said when we begin, but now it was 3 marks, which means we had to be very detailed. I believe we're to, exactly as we said when we're discussing the poem at the beginning, it is a formal structure. And the different stanzas, 4 stanzas, and each stanza reflects on the stages of the shipwreck and after the shipwreck and the consequences of the shipwreck. We remember we said stanza 1 is the reaction of the people to the storm ending and the loss of lives. Second stanza, memorial service, impact on the community. Third and fourth stanzas, we are talking about the pain being passed down. the pain of the elders narrating and giving answers to the younger children and passing down the tale and narrating it. And therefore, message of the poem being how a tragic event will not be forgotten and has a long-term impact on the people, as both young and old cannot cope with the loss. I believe we say the young ones feel the pain of the adults as they are narrating. That's what we mean when we say it will not be forgotten for a long time. So that's what we meant there. All right, those are our 4 prescribed poems that we have to do. We're going to touch finally on the unseen poem. We cannot run away from this one. We must be able to go through it and be able to make sense of our skills that we gathered as we're doing our 12 prescribed poems and bring in our knowledge. Let's see what we have. We are all poets turning wounds into words. We are all poets turning wounds into words. We are all poets turning our joy into words. We are all poets expressing life through words. Poetry speaks when the wounds live in silence. Words conform to a story, letter by letter. Poetry can make things better. Also, poetry speaks in abundance. When romance filters through the heart, poetry transforms the weak with the universal relevancy. Poetry is the sun and the rain, speaking from the heart, allowing the mind of men and women to gain in the future. We are all poets turning wounds into words. We are all poets turning our joys into words. We are all poets expressing life through words. Oh, communication. Oh, okay, definitely, let's go to the questions and see what we're saying. Expression of our pain is what this poem is touching on, definitely. Our pain and our wounds are always infused in silence. We live in silence and do not express them, and we do not say anything. We suffer in silence. But poetry is the outlet for us to finally let go of the pain and transform our universe and transform our lives, transform each other. So I believe that's what we mean. Discuss the image contained in line 4. Poetry speaks when the wounds live in silence. It says, discuss the image. Poetry speaks as personification, definitely. Personification there. Poetry is given qualities of speaking, talking, and speaking for wounds, living in silence, right? Of poetry, which will be the mouthpiece. Will be the mouthpiece of wounds. Silence. All right. Our poetry can help expose, reveal, suffering. Endured in secrets, in silence. In silence. That's what we mean there. All right. And then it says, comment on how the poet's use of diction in stanza 2 emphasizes the message of the poem. Poet is the sun and the rain. No, no, it's poetry speaks when the wounds live in silence. Words conform to a story, letter by letter. Poetry can make things better. Also, poetry speaks in abundance. When romance filters through the heart, poetry transforms the weak with the universal relevancy. Let's go back to the question again. It says, comment on how the poet's use of diction in stanza 2 emphasizes the message of the poem, transforms the weak. Transformation, which means it will empower them, it will strengthen them. I think I'm going to take transforms, strength, strengthens them. That's what's jumping out there. What else can we take? I believe we can also talk about abundance. talk about abundance, and poet speaks in abundance. Yes. You can definitely take this one. When he speaks in abundance, it means that irrelevancy, whatever is going to be said is going to be relevant for us and for everyone else. So if those are the words that are jumping out there, positive impact of poetry, these make things better. Those are the words that can come in for those lines. Yeah, can make things better. This way. Positive transformation. That's jumping up there. When we're talking about yeah, so those are the any of those we have applicable. We just wanted two, I believe. We have taken two. We touched on three, so any of those two was applicable. Let's go to the next one. Where it says comment on how the explain the tone of stanza 3. Let's go to stanza 3 and listen to what is the tone. Poetry is the sun and the rain, speaking from the heart, allowing the mind of a man and a woman to gain in the future. Impact. Poetry has an impact, right? Spoken from the heart, I believe sincerity, it's a sincere tone. I'm feeling sincerity there. A sincere tone, a tone of sincerity. I'm feeling a tone of sincerity because poetry has the power, has the impact, to improve their lives for a better future. Better futures. Those are answers that are coming in. And then how does the structure of the poem reinforce the overall message? Let's look at it. Okay, when it comes to stanza 1, we have a different, we are all poets telling the words into the only structure, the only part that differs is stanza 2, right? Right. And then the rest are 3, 3, 3, and these are fine. All right, let's see what we say about this one. Stanza 1 touches on a different element, right? So stanza 1, you see, it says, we are all poets turning wounds into words. We are all poets turning our joys into words. We are all poets expressing life through words. Stanza 1 is the power that is within the person writing the poem, which is a poet. And then stanza 2 now deals with what we have written and what it does, transformation. Stanza 3, the impact of the poetry that has been written. And then the last stanza is a repetition. All right. All right. So which means when we're answering this question, we're going to touch on the 3 stanzas and the repetition of stanza 4. All right. How does the structure of the poem reinforce the overall message? Stanza 1 touches on the power that the poet possesses, and the transformation is touched on in stanza 2 of what the poetry written can do. Stanza 3, people can actually have a future and a purpose, so that poetry has a use for their lives. And the last stanza is a repetition of the first 3 lines, which is the first stanza. So which means the overall message is the power of poetry to change lives. to make people open up and to actually express what they've gone through in silence, what they've endured, what cannot be done through normal speaking. That's our overall message there. That's our section A of this paper. Unfortunately, we have to stop here today, but I hope it was hopeful. It was hopeful for you when it came to the prescribed poems that you were doing. In the next session, we will touch on section B and C, which is our novels, and our play, which is section C, to try and put together our paper. A good evening to our P.2. Thank you for your time.
Good morning to grade 12s. We are looking at English Home Language Paper 2, which is a continuation of the question paper that we started with section A. And as such, we are now going to focus on section B and section C and close it off. We are looking at our novels and then we're looking at our plays. So we are going to base our discussions on the questions that are in this question paper. And therefore, we'll make sure that we try and piece together the mapping of our themes, characters, and everything that has to do with the play and the novel. Okay, without wasting any time, let's go to the picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde. And our discussion will be based on this essay, which says, according to Wikipedia, immorality is the violation of moral laws, norms, or standards. It refers to an agent doing or thinking something they know or believe to be wrong. Immorality is normally applied to people or actions, or in a broader sense, it can be applied to groups or corporate bodies and works of art. In a well-constructed essay of 400 to 450 words, which is roughly 2 to 2.5 pages, discuss whether Dorian Gray can be considered a completely immoral character or whether he is merely a victim of influence. Okay, when we come into the picture of Dorian Gray, we must understand that we look at it from an angle of immorality according to the question. So as such, we need to now discuss whether Dorian is independently immoral or whether he is a victim of influence. When we start off, we definitely agree that he was a victim of influence. He is a victim of influence. We maintain the present tense, and therefore the influence, when it takes over and control, ultimately pushes him now to make independent decisions, and therefore we cannot condone him because he made the decisions knowingly and fully aware of their consequences. All right, let's get to our question and see what we can bring up. We are exploring this too, the morality and the influence. So let's try and see whether our complex character, who's Dorian Gray, is going to bring up all of this. Remember, when we're writing the essay question, we always use our peel. May we never forget that we follow our peel method. So please, let's make sure that we discuss using the peel. Let's make sure that we discuss using present tense as well. We must maintain the present tense. You must be able to produce the 400 to 450 words, which is 2 to 2.5 pages. We always use this as our guide. This will always take us to making sure we've given markers everything they need. And roughly, we're talking about 6 to 8 paragraphs of discussion that can come in for you to give valid points and discuss them in the peel method. So as such, we must be able to bring it across. All right, let's see what we come up with when we come to Dorian Gray. Firstly, let's look at the influence. We're going to talk about the external influence. Our first point, let's take this down a little bit. Okay, we're going to talk about the external influence from Basil in the portrait. So when we are talking about external influence, we must be able to break down what we mean. Right. we're going to talk about external influence. We're going to also talk about immoral character. Right, so those are the two things we will consider today. When we talk of external influence, we are definitely going to bring in the portrait by Basil. When we talk of the portrait, we're talking about the need for eternal beauty. Eternal beauty. We're also going to talk about Lord Henry. I'll just write LH there, and his influences. So as such, these are the things that come in as external influence. We're going to talk about the Yellow Book. It also comes in there. So those are the external influences that we mean when coming to Dorian Gray. But now when we talk about immoral behavior of Dorian Gray, we are going to talk about his choices. Yes. When we talk about choices, killing Basil definitely comes in. Blackmailing Ellen Campbell comes in. Right. That's where we see his immoral character, and therefore we must be able to bring it out because those were conscious choices that he made. So when you're talking about immorality with Dorian, we're talking about conscious choices. We must be able to specify. So we're just opening up and making sure before we write our essay, we know exactly what we're going to do. Now let's see how far we can go, because when we are counting and saying it's your peel, 6 to 8 paragraphs, there's your first point, there's your second point, there's your third point, there's your fourth point, there's your fifth point, which means we can add something as well. Sibyl Vane, treatment of Sibyl Vane also comes in, definitely. Treatment of Sibyl Vane, that's coming in as well. We are going to also talk about that one because that shows his moral journey towards destruction. So those are the things that we might bring in here and there, and therefore let's try and discuss fully. All right, I'm just going to be discussing so that you can be able to understand what I mean when I say the portraits, the Lord Henry's influences, the Yellow Book, so that we can be able to do that. All right, let's start with Lord Henry's influences. I believe that's where we start off from. Lord Henry is a philosopher, and Lord Henry's obsession with Dorian clearly pushes him to make Dorian an experiment. But now we're going to talk about his philosophy of hedonism, aestheticism. You will grow old and not be this beautiful anymore. Enjoy life while you're still young. So those are the things that we're talking about. But his philosophies in the garden scene definitely promote and push Dorian to deviate from the normal norms of society, because now Dorian becomes eager to embrace these ideas that Lord Henry gives him. So he is entranced and captivated by Lord Henry's rhetorical philosophies because he keeps repeating them. So as a result, from the expression of the philosophies, we get to see Dorian desiring to become young forever. We see Dorian desiring to explore a new life of pleasure seeking. So those are the philosophies that we're talking about when we say those are the external influences that lead Dorian to his transformation. So what do we mean by transformation? Dorian is a virtuous, a naive, innocent young man who unfortunately is entangled into a morally corrupt philosophical man who is Lord Henry, and therefore becomes influenced. The influences from Lord Henry become successful to a point because Lord Henry is so charismatic. Lord Henry is so fluent and very easy with the tongue, which now becomes the key role in Dorian becoming morally corrupt. So definitely we are saying Lord Henry's philosophies promote Dorian to want to indulge in new experiences that he is explained to by Lord Henry, and therefore that's the external influence that we mean to say the philosophies play a very significant factor when it comes to Dorian's moral corruption. His choices as he makes going on are now influenced by these ideas. In other ways, we're saying Lord Henry's philosophy becomes the foundation and the basis of the immoral choices that Dorian makes. So we also going to talk about the portrait because immediately after the garden scene, we find Dorian going back to the studio with Basil to see the finished portrait. When he sees the finished portrait, he realizes for the first time how beautiful he is. When he realizes how beautiful he is, he now desires to become beautiful forever. And therefore, that's when he wishes for the portrait to remain, to take his place, and he remains young forever, which means the portrait must grow old and he must remain young. The Faustian bargain being the immorality that arises from Lord Henry's philosophies. So it is a chain of events because the philosophies that Lord Henry instills in him in the garden scene, to that his beauty will not last forever, pushes Dorian to go and make the Faustian bargain when they are back in the studio with Basil. And now we realize that the portrait now, when the Faustian bargain is made, his soul exchanges with the portrait. So now we realize that when he loses his soul, that is the start of his immorality. When he now is free from any guilt, he becomes immoral. So the portrait is also something which is symbolic when it comes to Dorian's true nature. It's a mirror that unveils the darkness in him or within him. So as such, the portrait gradually deteriorates as he sins more in the real world. Therefore, that shows his inner moral decay. So when Dorian engages in a lot of sins, I always call them sins, the immoral acts that he does, I call them sins. When he engages in those immoral sins or acts, the portrait becomes increasingly distorted. It becomes increasingly grotesque. So as such, the transformation is now the proof that Dorian started off as a victim of external manipulation, but now he is an active participant in his own moral degeneration. So, which means he willingly becomes immoral because he realizes that the more he does the sinning, the less society knows and the less it is on him, because it is only a reflection or a mirror in the portrait. So now we realize the symbolism of the portrait, because that's the thing in the book that gives us Dorian's true nature. So that's what we mean when we're talking about external influence, about the portrait, about Lord Henry. Let's go to the Yellow Book. The Yellow Book is given as a present from Lord Henry, and therefore, unfortunately, it's the one that I'll say, ironically, The influencer, who's Lord Henry, gives Dorian the yellow book, and ironically, the yellow book replaces the influencer, because when he's given the yellow book by Lord Henry, he now adapts to the yellow book and therefore moves less from Lord Henry's grasp. The yellow book is an aesthetic symbol in the book, because it has to do with what do we call it? Colors. We know symbolism of colors. Different days have different colors, yellow, blue, whatever it is. But now when we see him binding the book in the different colors and adapting to the character, and therefore he takes the character's life and brings it to himself, we now realize that it becomes something that he transits into. So he becomes a full hedonist and aesthetic symbol when he leaves out the yellow book, buying things unnecessarily that he doesn't even need or use, the purchasing of a lot of material things. So changing moods according to the colors and the days, that's when we realize that he leaves it out. We do agree that it is an external influence that's given to him, but he actually now leaves it out and becomes the immoral character that it is. And therefore, that's where we realize that there is a very intricate pattern from external influence to the immoral character that he becomes. The immoral character and the external influence end up intertwining. Why? Because it becomes complex. It starts off as external influence and ultimately leads to his immorality. And therefore, that's why when you are discussing, you must be able to state what the external influence is and what it ultimately leads to. They are stepping stones. So the portrait, Lord Henry's influence, the yellow book, are stepping stones to Dorian's immoral character becoming more degraded, becoming more grotesque as the portrait becomes. So that's how we are now bringing in those things. And then when we also talk about the yellow book, I believe that's where the full aestheticism of Dorian is seen. And we must be able to bring it out that when we say fully aesthetic, we are talking about the issue of corrupting influence on his youth, and as such he changes and is led by the moods and the colors that influence his life, and that's what we bring now. So let's sum up the external influence before we move on to the immoral character. The portrait, it definitely symbolizes the changing state of Dorian's soul. The yellow book, it represents Dorian at an older age and his corruption becoming more intense. When we are bringing in the portrait, we're talking about the start of losing his soul and leading to his immorality. So that's what we mean when we're talking about the three things. Let's go to the immoral character. The choices that he makes knowingly cannot be ignored. Killing Basil was a conscious choice. Why? Basil made him face his true self and what he has become. Basil being in denial more and more and still wanting to defend him as his voice of reason angers Dorian, because the more Basil defends him in saying, you are not what you have become, you need to repent, change your ways, the more now Dorian resents Basil. And that's why he easily blames Basil for what he has become. That builds to hatred, which pushes him to consciously stab Basil several times. And we now realize his immorality when, after killing Basil, he terms his corpse a thing. He cannot look at it. He calls it a thing and becomes detached emotionally from a mentor that Basil became in his life to a corpse that he calls him now, and to a thing that he calls his corpse, makes us realize the immorality in Dorian and the extent to what it has become. And as such, we're also going to talk about the blackmailing of Ellen Campbell, knowing very well that Ellen would have refused to come. He writes on the notes, he writes something on the notes, which when Ellen reads, forces him to come to Dorian and do as he bids. We now realize that whatever he wrote on the piece of paper was damning evidence against Ellen, or was a reminder, or was a threat, blackmail as we call it. And therefore Ellen comes. He knowingly blackmailed Ellen Campbell, and as such, he forces him to come and dispose of Basil's corpse, and therefore that's what we call by immorality in Dorian. Already, Ellen did not want anything to do with Dorian, but he is blackmailed and therefore comes and does the deed all the same because of what Dorian holds over him. That is what we call immorality in Dorian, or the immoral character that he has become, the extent of his cruelty, the extent of corruption on another soul, and still continuing to corrupt him. Ultimately, Ellen Campbell commits suicide because he realizes that Dorian will not stop. As much as he had promised that he will not contact him, he did contact him and blackmail him to come and dispose of the body using chemicals of Basil. And therefore, that's what ultimately leads Ellen Campbell to commit suicide, is he cannot bear the thought of doing something else for Dorian again. He knowingly pulls in Ellen Campbell into his scheme and forces him to do the unthinkable, which is to dispose of a body. And therefore, that's corruption on Ellen Campbell again. So we're also going to talk about the cruelty treatment of Sybil. Consciously rejects Sybil and is cruel to her after her performance of portraying her true feelings of love on stage. He denies her and says he does not want anything to do with her again because she was not the Juliet that he wanted on stage, or the character that Sybil was supposed to portray for his aesthetic enjoyment and artistic enjoyment, and therefore he now is cruel to Sybil. So that's what we are talking about when coming to how consciously corrupt Dorian is. So this is what we are talking about when it comes to this essay. It's a discussion. So we realize that he believes that when he is cruel to Sybil, it's because he still wants to see the artistic Sybil on stage, the Elizabeth, the Juliet, or whatever character she's supposed to be, despite it being wrong. But we realize now the extent of his immorality when the next morning he sees, early hours of the morning, he sees the line of cruelty on the mouth of the portrait, and then he decides that he will go and apologize to Sybil to make it right. And then when he hears of her death from Lord Henry, he decides to continue with the hedonistic life. And the same evening of the same day that he discovers Sybil has passed away, he goes to the theater and continues with his hedonistic lifestyle. This is where we're talking about immorality now. To say it does not grieve for Sybil, is detached, and therefore continues with his life as if nothing has happened. So those are the things that we are touching on when it comes to this essay, because definitely we consider him both. He becomes completely immoral. That's very true. He started off as merely a victim of influence, but he continues as an immoral character, knowingly, consciously, and all decisions that he makes now as an adult are based on him going back to check the portrait in the schoolroom and see what it has become, lock the portrait, put the key in his breast pocket, and continue with life. So that's what we mean. When we are also talking about how he influences Lord Kent's son and how the rumors in society are spreading that he destroys the lives of the young men, that's the immoral character we're talking about. And therefore, I believe Lord Kent's son is one example. I believe Adrian Singleton is another one that he introduced to this hedonistic life and corrupt life. But now, unfortunately, Adrian Singleton loses himself and is even physically degraded. So those are the things that we are talking about when it comes to his immoral character. So as such, which means this question touches on both parts of Dorian Gray, being a victim of external influence, but ultimately becoming an immoral character willingly, consciously, because it's based on his choices. So that's what we are touching on when it's coming to this essay. Practice essay writing, please, before we write our paper 2, and make sure that as long as you have your points, you are able to have a fully fleshed essay. I always guide my learners to say, please plan your points as I have done as well, to say, I have that point, I have that point, I have that point, which will guide you to making sure you touch on the points. Ultimately, all of them will be discussed and you can have some full marks being given to you. So as such, just try it out and practice before the exam starts so that you can get maximum points when it comes to any essay that you are going to choose, whether it's a play or a novel. All right, let's continue to our context questions of Dorian Gray. All right, question 7. Yes, it's this one. All right, when we come to question 7, it's based on the extracts, right? And our extract is from chapter 4. All right, let's go and see what we had. I will tell you, Harry, but you mustn't be unsympathetic about it. After all, it never would have happened if I had not met you. You filled me with a wild desire to know everything about life. For days after I met you, something seemed to throb in my veins. As I lounged in the park or strolled down Piccadilly, I used to look at everyone who passed me and wonder, with a mad curiosity, what sort of lives they led. Some of them fascinated me. Others filled me with terror. There was an exquisite poison in the air. I had a passion for sensations. Well, one evening about 7 o'clock, I was determined to go out in search of some adventure. I felt that this grey, monstrous London of ours, with its myriads of people, its sordid sinners and its splendid sins, as you once phrased it, must have something in store for me. I fancied 1,000 things. The mere danger gave me a sense of delight. I remembered what he had said to me on that wonderful evening when we first dined together, about the search for beauty being the real secret of life. I don't know what I expected, but I went out and wandered eastward, soon losing my way in a labyrinth of grimy streets and black grassless squares. About 8:30, I passed by an absurd little theater with great flaring gas jets and gaudy playbills. A hideous Jew, in the most amazing waistcoat I ever beheld in my life, was standing at the entrance, smoking a vile cigar. He had grisly ringlets and an enormous diamond blazed in the center of a salt shed. Have a box, my lord, he said, when he saw me, and he took off his hat with an air of gorgeous servility. There was something about him, Harry, that amused me. He was such a monster. You will laugh at me, I know, but I really went in and paid a whole guinea for the stage box. To the present day, I can't make out why I did so. And yet if I hadn't, my dear Harry, if I hadn't, I should have missed the greatest romance of my life. I see you are laughing. It is horrid of you. All right, let's go to our questions. This is from chapter 4. Refer to lines 3 to 4, it says. Okay, let's quickly go and see what line 4 say up to veins. It says, for days after I met you, something seemed to throb in my veins. That's what we are using as the basis of this question. Explain what something is. Explain what the something is that Dorian mentions. Okay, curiosity, I believe plays a big part here. Yes, I believe we're going to touch on curiosity. Okay, let's go touch on, yes. Curiosity is one of them. Curiosity of new things, unknown things. Definitely. I believe we can also talk about excitement. To experience new things. Passion also comes in here for new experiences. The new experiences also comes in. So this is what we can refer to when it comes to this. And I believe we are talking about the issue of that he's feeling free to explore, discover, free to explore, discover things that he did not know before or did not have the courage to do before. So that's what we are touching on. Refer to line 6 to 7. Then there was okay, let's quickly go back and see what we are talking about. It says, then there was an exquisite poison in the air. All right, it says, comment on the effectiveness of this image. When we say poison in the air, I believe what is dangerous to him is now attractive. What is danger is attractive to him. He is attracted to danger. Dorian is attracted to dangerous things. Unknown territory. The thrill of it is what we're talking about here. And I believe when you say there was poison in the air, that will be a metaphor, right? Yeah, it's a metaphor. Definitely a metaphor. That's the image that we're talking about. So we are definitely bringing in poison is dangerous, but something exquisite is beautiful, attractive. So that's what we mean. Can be an oxymoron as well. Yeah, can be an oxymoron because we have poison, but also exquisite. So that's oxymoron. It's total opposite. Poison is dangerous, but we're talking of beautiful and attractive. So that's what we mean. And then 7.3, by looking closely at the diction used to describe London, discuss how Oscar Wilde's opinion of the city is revealed. I believe to talk about sordid sinners, right? Grey monstrous, grimly streets. Filthy is what is coming into mind. Dirty, sordid. Those are the ideas that are coming in there. We're also talking about state of decay. That's what we mean. Critically discuss what Dorian's description of the theater manager reveals about his character. Hideous Jew, I believe. Yeah. Let's go back to that description. I believe he said hideous Jew. Yes, a hideous Jew, yes, in the most amazing waistcoat I ever beheld in my life, was standing at the entrance, smoking a vile cigar. He had grisly ringlets and an enormous diamond placed in the center of his soiled shirt. Have a box, my lord, he said when he saw me. All right, all right. He was such a monster. All right. Vile cigar. All right. All right. Hideous. So that's a description that he gives us. We just had to go back and see exactly what was said. All right. What does it reveal about his character according to those descriptions? I believe he is showing a bias, that's prejudice, right? Yeah, he's prejudiced against the Jew. It's prejudice, sorry. Prejudice. He is prejudiced against the Jew, definitely. And also, I believe standards, fashion standards, criticizes his fashion standards, demeans him. I think those are the things that are coming in when it comes there. Judgmental, just as society has been judgmental. Just as society is judgmental to those that are, the elite are judgmental to those that are in lower class, and is doing exactly that. Explain why Dorian's belief in 7.5 that he has discovered the greatest romance of his life is ironic. Definitely irony. What are we talking about? For Dorian, it is not love. I think we all know that he's not in love. He's really not in love with Sybil, but he's in love with the characters that she plays. So the irony is in not in love with Sybil, but in love with the characters Sybil plays. Sybil plays on stage. I think we talked about it above in the essay when we say that Juliet, that she is when it's Romeo and Juliet. So that's what we're talking about. All right. Cleopatra, when she's playing Cleopatra on stage, is what he is in love with. So that's the irony that we're talking about. That's why as soon as she displeases him by not acting well, he loses his love for her. I believe we call it loses and put it in quotes, because he is cruel to her because he says he is not in love with her anymore. So that's the love that we're talking about, because it's not love, it's this one that we put in quotes. Thank you. Just as we put loses in quotes. All right, let's go to extract B. All right, extract B is from chapter 10. All right, let's go to the questions. No, let's go to the extract quickly so that we know what we're dealing with. It says, I don't want to put it straight left. I only want the key. Well, sir, you will be covered with cobwebs if you go into it. Why? It hasn't been opened for nearly 5 years, not since his lordship died. He winced at the mention of his grandfather. He had hateful memories of him. That does not matter, he answered. I simply want to see the place, that is all. Give me the key. And here is the key, sir, said the old lady, going over the contents of a bunch with tremulously uncertain hands. Here is the key. I'll have it off the bunch in a moment, but you don't think of leaving up there, sir, and you so comfortable here. No, 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 he cried petulantly. Thank you, Liv, that will do. She lingered for a few moments and was garrulous over some detail of the household. He sighed and told her to manage things as she thought best. She left the room, wreathed in smiles. As the door closed, Dorian put the key in his pocket and looked round the room. His eye fell on a large purple satin coverlet heavily embroidered with gold, a splendid piece of late 17th century Venetian work that his grandfather had found in a convent near Bologna. Yes, that would serve to wrap the dreadful thing in. It had perhaps served often as a pall for the dead. Now it was to hide something that had a corruption of its own, worse than the corruption of death itself. Something that will breed horrors and yet will never die. What the worm was to the corpse, his sins will be to the painted image on the canvas. They would mar its beauty and eat away its grace. They would defile it and make it shameful. And yet the thing would still live on. It will be always alive. Explain why Dorian winced at the mention of his grandfather. Okay, We remember that the grandfather did not approve of his mother's marriage, as Dorian's father was a servant. So the grandfather had the father killed. So he did not treat Dorian well. That's why he kept him secluded most of the times in the schoolroom. So I believe it is the wincing is because of the treatment from the grandfather towards him, being locked in the schoolroom for a long time, and his disapproval of the mother's marriage and having the father killed. Comment on Dorian's view 7.7 of the painting as a dreadful thing. When we say dreadful thing, we realize ugliness. He sees the ugliness that it has become.
Today we're going to be focusing on preparation for paper 2, which is our literature paper. So we are going to go through the basics so that when we come to question papers, we finally know exactly what should be in place. We call this a study paper because it has to be read and studied for. You have to internalize the basics so that you can be able to adapt to any question that comes. It is also a very demanding paper, which is why we really need to do proper groundwork when coming to this paper. I am going to go through the most important components of the paper and how you prepare for it. So we're going to see what is expected of us when answering the literature paper. We are coming into an 80-mark paper where we have 30 marks for section A, and we have 25 marks for section B, and then we have 25 marks for section C. We have our poetry, we have our novel, and we have our drama. That's why we call it a study paper, because you have to go through your poems, you have to go through your novel, and then you have to go through your drama set work. We have 12 poems in total, remember? So as such, all those 12 poems must be internalized. So as we are coming in, we are going to discuss exactly how we're going to internalize all these things. When it comes to section A, it says you are given a choice of 4 questions, 3 contextual questions and 1 essay. 4 questions are based on your prescribed list. So when you say a prescribed list, we are talking of Sonnet 130, The Child Was Shot Dead by Soldiers in Nyanga, At a Funeral, Poem of Return, Talk to the Peach Tree, Prayer to the Mask, This Winter Coming, Solitude, It is a Beauticious Evening, Calm and Free, The Morning Sun is Shining, Fen Hill, and The Shipwreck. So any 4 questions from those 12 poems are going to come in, and therefore 3 will be contextual and 1 will be an essay. Automatically, you have to decide on which 2 poems you will answer. So it means out of the 4, you have to answer any 2. When we say 2 poems, you are going to answer any 2 poems there. So when you say 2 poems, please be very clear. It is any 2 of your choice. So you choose 2 for yourself and then you answer those. You may answer contextual question, 2 contextual questions is up to you, 1 contextual question, 1 essay, it's your choice. Please make sure that you choose your poem to answer based on the questions that are in front of you, not on personal preference. Look at the questions as they say, go through your question paper. This is where you say, I can answer these questions. I am getting at least 7 out of 10, which means I can pass this poem. But if you just choose on personal preference, you will struggle, because when you get to the questions, you decide, I'm struggling, but you'll get 4 out of 10. So that is not going to be an easy formula for you. You must study all 12 poems. Please do not spot. We must highlight this one. Please do not spot any poems. I have told my learners and told them that please do not have personal poems. I like this one. I hate this one. Do not leave any poems out. Know your poems. Know your content. You'll be fine. As you are doing the poems, you must be internalizing them and making sure you know all the components of the poem. A majority of us, I believe, are now in poem number 10, 9 and 10, somewhere there, because our syllabuses are coming almost to an end. So it means that at least now you must be having some poems to say, I know this one by heart, but I still need to work on this one. Know all your 12 poems, study for them, please. When you study poetry for each poem, ensure that you are studying the following. That's why I'm saying we're going through the basics today. The subject matter of the poem, which is the content. What is the poem about? Remember, this is where you internalize that Sonnet 130 is anti-compliments about the mistress, mockery of the other poets of the times. So you must be having a clear idea of the subject matter of the poem. So these are things that you are learning in class and must be internalizing. The structure of the poem. Remember, the other name for structure of the poem in the examination is form. So please, when it's coming into your structure, please remember the other name for structure is form. So when we are saying the structure of the poem, the question can say with reference to the form of the poem, you must be able to know this is an Italian sonnet, this is a Shakespearean sonnet, this is a free verse poem. Structure of the poem must be internalized. What impact does the structure of the poem have on the meaning or the message of the poem? So these are the things that we want you to be looking at. Juxtaposition is there. If it's not there, you must be able to identify it. You must be able to identify the octave, the rhyming couplet. So these are things that you must be internalizing and saying the structure of the poem now when it comes to this part of the poem switches the content, changes the content. Is there volta? Is there this? So you must be able to enjambment. So these are terminologies that come under the structure of the poem and you must internalize as you are studying. Are there stanzas? Are they equal in length? Is it short, long, mixed line lengths? Are there indentations in the poem? So if so, why is the poet written in that way? What impact does this have on your understanding of the poem? What are the themes? What are the messages in that poem? Who is the speaker? And what is her or his position in relation to that poem? Is the poem written in the first person narrative, second person narrative? Is the poet or the speaker speaking of some other event? So is it a literal meaning, figurative meaning of the poem? So majority of times when we're coming to our nature poems, we must be understanding that there's nothing literal there. When it comes to the morning sun is shining, it is a beauteous evening. It's all figurative meanings. So these are the things that we're talking about. Fanny Hill is symbolic because it's just an idealistic place in his mind, but that he needs and remembers because of the memories it holds. So those are the things that we must be focusing on when coming to the literal and the figurative meaning of the poem. As far as we're doing poetry, we are always on figurative meanings. So we must be able to specify the figurative part and be clear on that we understand what it stands for. Literary devices, remember this is imagery. So when you're talking of literary devices, you must be having at the back of your mind the other name so that you don't get lost. We're talking of imagery. So when we're talking of imagery, you must be able by now to identify it from a mile away. So when we're saying figures of speech, please identify your personifications, your repetition, your hyperbole, your similes, your metaphors, anaphoras. We have anaphora dominating this day in a majority of poems. So you must be able to see repetition of phrases. What do they do in the poem and what are they really giving you in the poem? Imagery, nature images, an image of a child, an image of nature. You must be able, mental pictures. When we say imagery, this one, we're talking of mental pictures that are coming up. So when we say mental pictures, when you are given the image of the sea, blue sea. So when we're talking of mental images, the blue sea gives an image of serenity, calmness. When we're talking about wild geese, we're talking of imagery of freedom. So when we say imagery, we're talking of those images that arise in our minds when we're given certain words or certain descriptions. Diction, word choice, it's been dominating a lot in the majority of papers. I think if you've been going through certain papers, you'll realize that diction is dominating. Comment on the use of this word and its impact in the line, in the stanza, in the poem. The tone, we must be able to see our tones. By now we all know when giving tone and mood and attitude, we always use adjectives. So I need you guys to be very specific when it comes to tone. Calm, charming, confident, energetic, enthusiastic, honest, happy, sincere, somber, vibrant, successful. These are the things, examples that we are having of tones that are adjectives, descriptive words. So we must be able to align ourselves to those ones. Atmosphere in the poem, tense atmosphere, calm atmosphere. I believe the morning sun is shining gives a beautiful, calm atmosphere because of the image of the sun rising up. But when we're coming to, what is this one? Poem of return. It's a very tense poem because he is demanding that can he not be acknowledged and celebrated when returning from exile. So these are the things. The child was shot dead by soldiers. The atmosphere is tragic because a young child has the dream stolen away, the future stolen away when they are shot dead at a very young age. So you must be able to be randomly able to identify the tones in your poems, your atmosphere, your mood. Rhetorical devices, rhythm and rhyme. Punctuation. Is there punctuation or is there lack of punctuation? Enjambment. How is this enhancing meaning or impact the meaning of the poem? So those are the things that we're expecting you to give us when coming in. Now, Fanny Hill, lack of punctuation is there to show the nostalgia and the urgency of him giving us the images and the symbolism of his childhood place in the countryside. How does this reinforce the speaker's message? A refrain, a phrase, line or group of lines repeated at intervals throughout the poem, generally at the end of a stanza. Repetition of words, phrases, syllables, or even sounds in the poem as a whole. Sound devices, alliteration, consonants, assonance, these must be identified. Onomatopoeia is also part of sound devices. So that's something that you must be able to know. Enjambment or run-on lines, I've mentioned this one. Feelings, the readers or the speakers, how do you feel? What are the descriptions that the poet is giving you, making you feel? How is the speaker feeling when they're narrating or describing this and that? These are our quick wins for the poetry essay. As I said, usually we have one essay there. The first question number one, is usually an essay. Right, when we're coming to poetry essay, these are the quick wins that we will share with you to come to the exam ready for, to prepare for, and to give to the markers. Read through the question and highlight. This is the key word. Please, we need to work together. Highlight the key words. Highlighters are working in our classrooms nowadays. Color pencils are working in our classrooms because we are now doing back-to-back answering of questions. Highlight the keywords that you need to explain in your essay. It is important to read the question or statement carefully and ensure that the essay is addressing the keywords in the question or statement. Make notes on your question paper on the side. I think I'm doing that as well. Make notes on your question paper. Use highlighters to identify keywords, phrases. To write the poetry essay, you must focus on the following. Diction. It must be quoted. That's the key word. It must be quoted and discussed. You do this for diction, you are getting away scot-free with beautiful marks. Quote the word, the phrase, discuss it in the context of the poem and the question. Imagery, relevant figures of speech, not just any. Please, you are answering imagery based on the keywords. Connect. What you are taking, is it relevant to the keyword that you have highlighted? So you are not just randomly taking figures of speech. There can be 8 figures of speech in a poem, but only 4 or 3 are relevant to the question. Those are the ones that should come in. So relevant figures of speech from the poem should be referred to and explained in relation to the question. The tone, appropriate words to describe the tone and explained. The key words are explanations. Please, let's discuss, let's explain everything. Whether you're talking of diction, you must be able to discuss, explain. Imagery, discuss, explain. Tone, discuss, explain. Identify the tone, and then you explain it in the context of the poem. Whether it's a tone according to a stanza, according to a line, according to the poem, as long as you still link the tone again to the keywords, you'll be safe. Your essay should be written in paragraphs. Please, let's specify and separate our work. Paragraphs must be given introduction, body, and conclusion. Those who are doing business studies, please, we do not give subtopics to our essays. What is done in business studies, can it remain there, please? Because when we are writing in the home language, we are strictly writing it, and now we don't have to specify that this is the introduction, this is the body, this is the conclusion. Remember, when you're writing our introduction, you must have the title of the poem, the author of the poem, and the keywords. Usually that's what we do. So as a result, we must be able to follow that one. Title of the poem, author of the poem, the keywords, so that you can be able to address the question. The body is you dividing your body into diction discussion, a paragraph on diction discussion, and paragraph on imagery discussion, a paragraph on tone discussion. These must be done. So please, let's make sure that when we are doing our body, we do not give an over-exhaustion of a paragraph whereby you'll have everything in one paragraph. Separate your content according to its structures. Separate your diction paragraph from your imagery paragraph from your tone paragraph, and then you will conclude and make a bold statement about what you have done. Do not paraphrase and lift, that is copying word for word from the poem. You must analyze the poem. As we are doing line-to-line analysis in classes, we are making comments. We are making generalizations. Those are the ones that are coming into the exam. So now when we're commenting on a word, when we're commenting on a line, those comments that we are doing as analysis are what are your answers for your essays must be. So please write your notes in class and make sure that you are able to account for a first line, second line, third line of the poem, fourth line of the poem, first stanza of the poem, general poem. So as a result, please, let's make sure that we do not just paraphrase. We must be specific. Diction is a word in a certain line. What is its impact? So you must refer to that comment that you did when you're analyzing those lines. When studying, also ensure that you have a full understanding of all prescribed poems. We will never get tired of specifying that all 12 must be known. So if you have 12 poems this year as a prescribed, all 12 poems must be internalized. This includes significance of the title of the poem. So you must know the title of the poem. For example, if we're going to talk about The Child Who Was Shot Dead by Soldiers in Nyanga, it is a narrative title, and as a result, but it is now a contrast to what the poem is, because in the title, the child is declared dead, but in the poem, the child is still alive, metaphorically. So the significance of the title of the poem is to bring the importance of the memory of the child, though the child is deceased. So please, let's study our poems. When we say, talk to the peach tree, this is symbolism. The title is symbolic of the fact that there must be communication. Peach tree is not a literal tree. It is a symbolism of coming together and gathering and decisions that are for the better of the future being made. So when we are coming in and saying solitude, loneliness, isolation, alienation, that's the significance of the title when we're coming into solitude. So you must be able to know the relevance and the significance of the title of the poem. You must have an overview of the poem. What is the poem about? So we must be able now to understand when we're coming in. Poem of return, when he says that, do not make me a hero and welcome me with flowers when I come back home from exile. He is actually asking that can he be made part of the pain that the people suffered when he was not there. You must be able to know the poems by now and be able to understand that an overview of the poem is based on what the poem is about, and you must be able to take it from the beginning until the end. The themes, which are the main ideas of the poem. When we're talking of prayer to the mass, we're talking of plea, the theme of pleading to the ancestors, salvation, the ancestors saving them, the ancestors are bringing them their their dignity again. So you must be able to identify the themes in the poem. So poet's message, what did you learn from the poem? So these are the things that we need to understand and bring in. So when we're coming in, diction, meaning of words, phrases as used in the poem, tone and mood, figures of speech and its effectiveness and imagery. So these are what we call our basics to coming in into the poetry section and saying, please, let's do this. Mark allocation must be adhered to. Okay, what we're going to do is just have a sampler of what we've just talked about so that we look at it in reality before we go to a question paper. Right, we've done At a Funeral by Dennis Brutus, which was for Valencia Machombozi, who died shortly after qualifying as a doctor. It says, at a Funeral, Dennis Brutus presents the senselessness of death if that death robs an individual of his or her potential. However, he also uses the concept of death as an encouragement to fight against that oppression that causes it. I believe we're now following the steps that we just started up there. We first start with the key words. Senselessness is a key word of death. Robs an individual of his or her potential. It's definitely coming out. That's key words as well. However, he also uses the concept of death as an encouragement. However, that brings a contradiction in your essay. He also uses the concept of death as an encouragement to fight against that oppression that causes it. And then they say it with close reference to the tone, the mood, the diction, and imagery used in this poem discuss the validity of the statement. There are three things as we always have in our poetry essay. Tone is there, mood is there, diction, but now they gave also imagery. So this was a demanding question because it has 4 elements. Your response should take the form of a well-constructed essay. What is the meaning of well-constructed? We are talking about having an introduction, having a body, and having a conclusion. That's what well-constructed means. Our mark allocation is 10 marks, and our word count is 253 words. Use them. The more you give and move to 300, the more marks you will have. More points, more marks are awarded. We know the drill. The less you go, the less marks you'll get and the less points you have. So let's try and practice ourselves to make sure that we give the ultimatum 10 marks that we deserve. Use the following points among others. What are we looking at? This is what we're trying to say. When we're coming in, it says the speaker addresses the concept of death in general and the waste of life if a life is cut short before the person reaches full potential. What is this reference to? This is reference to Valencia's early death. Valencia's early death. So her life was about to reach full potential as she was about to graduate to become a full nurse. But unfortunately, her life is cut short. That's the waste of life that we are referring to in this poem. So as a result, he also uses the second stanza as a call to arms of sorts. When we say call to arms, this is what we call rebellion, revolution. I believe the other word is revolution for it. Call to arms is revolution. He states that it is better to die than submit to the powers of oppression. So as a result, when coming in now, this is you showing them that you understand whose life is cut short. What is the full potential that we're talking about? Waste of life and what it means. Call to arms, revolution to fight against the oppression so that it is not repeated again in the future. This is the black people rising up and saying that we are fighting against this oppression as they've taken the life of one of our own. Valencia's life is not the only one. Her death is symbolism of the many lives that were lost during the apartheid era. It says the word A. Now this is where we're coming in. The word A in the title, if you realize in the title, it is written as at a funeral article. So as a result, this is what we are referring to. It says the word A in the title alludes to any funeral. It gives an impersonal tone. However, remember your question had a contradiction, which means you must be able now when discussing to give part number one. What do we mean? You are going to give the senselessness of death, that death robs an individual or his or a potential. That's your first discussion. I believe that's your one. But now, after discussing your one in a paragraph, you must give two, which is a contradiction. So as a result, you must be able to give us a discussion of robbing an individual of his or a potential senselessness of death. However, you must give the contradiction where it talks about the concept of death as an encouragement to fight against that oppression that causes it. So now when we're coming in and saying there's an impersonal tone created because it now is impartial, impersonal, any funeral because of the word a. Not at her funeral, but at a funeral. However, there's the contradiction that we say it is there. Enclosed in parentheses is the speaker's tribute to a young lady, Valencia Majombozi, who was shot dead shortly after earning her medical degree and serving her internship. So now when we're coming in, we realize as much as it has an impersonal tone in the title, the poem itself is a tribute to a young lady because the tribute follows immediately after the title, if you remember. That brings us now to personalizing the poem. What did you do? You are talking about impersonal tone, yet there is personalization done by the tribute. So now we realize we are having two things that are contradictory. The tone is impersonal. The tribute makes it personal now because it makes specific reference to Valencia. She was killed by apartheid forces during the Sharperville massacre while protesting against the oppressive past laws. So as a result, we're saying a contribution, loss of life, senselessness. What is it? A contribution to a community as a young daughter will never be realized. And this is an indictment to the oppressive apartheid government of the time. So now we're talking about the senselessness of life, whereby her full potential and the benefits that the community could have reaped from her can never be experienced. So now we are coming in and saying she will never fulfill her passion and a dream because her life has been cut short. The first stanza describes the funeral. Black, green, and gold colors represents the flag of the resistance movement, making the reader aware that the funeral is both personal and political. The funeral ceremony is dignified with an elaborate display, the key word being elaborate. When we say elaborate, I think we are very clear. When it talks about all for sure, display of colors is given. Red, wine, and white pageantry of a fallen hero. This bears testimony to the speaker's respect for the deceased, who symbolizes the powerful, resilient spirit of young people in opposition to oppressive laws during the apartheid regime. It also represents the academic gowns and hoods. These colors also describe the uniform of the nurses who attended the funeral. The speaker mourns the loss of a young person who had enormous talent and potential, which have now gone to waste. The image of the grave being stubbled suggests the unkempt, poorly tended area given to the purple of color, showing disrespect for the burial site of the dead, which is another indictment of the oppressive regime. So as a result, they are abandoned, poorly tended. That's disrespect for the burial site of the dead. The word expectant of eternity personifies the graves that eagerly awaits the interment of body and expects to retain it for eternity. Death caused by the oppressive regime has acquired a potentially productive individual. Throughout stanza 1, there is a melancholic mood as the poet joins the other mourners in tribute to the deceased. The tone in stanza 1 is calm and reverent, which is in keeping with the poet's admiration for the deceased as suggested by the word salute. The onomatopic word gush suggests this outpouring of uncontrolled emotions of grief. The words burgled and the image digging slopes further emphasizes the somber melancholy of the bugle's notes heard throughout the graveyard. The entire land mourns for a wasted potential. It comes as a shock when the speaker calls all this pageantry and panoply. This suggests that the funeral is an outward display which is empty, because at the midst is a burial of a young woman whose gifts will never be fully used, explored, or fulfilled. So when we say it is empty, we mean that it has no meaning. So it has no meaning because it is a futile burial, as nothing will be gained beneficiary-wise in terms of Valencia. So as a result, that's why we call it an empty funeral display. The speaker wants the reader to ponder the significance of the gifts and talents that are lost to death. If the person is swallowed by the mud, the contributions they would have made to uplift their community has been taken. It is not just her body that is buried, but our hopes are too. She symbolizes every young person because she has been swallowed. What is this? Expectant, graves expectant of eternity. Graves are expecting more deaths. If the graves are expecting more deaths, it means that the more youth are dying, but now it means that the hopes of the other youth are dying as well. However, in stanza 2, there is a huge shift in tone as the poet makes a strong political statement. As we can see, contradiction must always come in. Renews his commitment to the fight for freedom in South Africa. It is a call to action. All you frustrate ones. When we say all you frustrate ones, it's all the remaining youth that are oppressed and under duration of the apartheid regime. The suggestion is that the frustrate ones are not literally dead, but their lives have been cut short, aborted was the word used, by the government, who regulates their lives by making them carry on books of birth. Carry on books of birth are the pass books, remember? This is reference to the pass books. So as a result, the pass book is actually their death penalty. So as much as they are alive, the pass book is the one that is taking away their freedom in their lives. So that's why we call it, they are not literally dead, but their lives have been cut short. His tone is commanding, arise, enraged, carry on books of life, of birth. Arise is an angry tone, enrage is contemptuous, commanding. So those are the things that we are coming up to, the past laws which dictated the lives of Black people and restricted their freedom of movement. The poet stresses that humans were reduced to dead flesh. Carry on. From the moment of birth, a Black person was given this passbook so that they would cease to be human beings from the point of birth. Existence, identity is taken away from them from birth. Thus, they would become carrion or dead flesh. The oppression under which they live forces them into a living death. Death is personified in line 8, but its power to end life is diminished because a more powerful and terrifying force identified as death's head tyranny, which is the oppressive apartheid government's dictatorial rule. By using the image of a skull and crossbones, death is ever present. The image of death as the grim reaper suggests that the oppressive government reaps people's souls. their living under tyranny is like death. So, however, the final line of the poem, better that we should die than we should lie down, is ominous as the poet is motivated by the deaths of all those who have sacrificed their lives in the struggle against apartheid. He suggests death is a better option than succumbing to defeat. This is an adamant call for resistance against oppression. Revolution is being called for. Motivation to fight is being driven at the end of the poem. So as a result, better that we should die. Defiance. So those are the things that are coming in. Those are the comments that you are using now to write your essay. So as a result, that's what we are doing. We have also another type of essay question that you can use as a practice. So they will be pinned here so that you can be able to practice yourself, so that you can be able to get into the exam having proper knowledge of you discussing diction, tone, imagery. So as a result, I think specifications is what I was driving at when I say that, remember, you must specify, don't generalize. Let's look at how you'll be marked in the poetry essay. It's very important that we teach the rubric for the literary essay before you can even be marked. This will guide you to go into the exam exactly knowing what must be given and how you will be marked. The literature essay is 10 marks. So your criteria for being marked is divided into two categories. You have the first category, which is content. You have the second category, which is structure and language. 6 marks for content, 4 marks for structure and language. Let's look at the 6 marks, what they entail when it comes to content and being marked. We are looking at how you interpret the topic, the depth of the argument. The keyword is the depth. The keyword there is interpretation, justification, grasp of the text. Did you understand the poem? If you did understand the poem, it means it will be clear to see as we are marking you to say, this child is able to comment critically. This child is able to account for this. This child is able to explain this. How do you get the 6 marks? You must have an in-depth interpretation of topic. You must have a range of striking arguments, extensively supported from poem. Line 5, line 10, second stanza, that's your relevance. Excellent understanding of genre and poem. As I said, if you know your poem, it will be easy when being marked to identify that your knowledge of the poem is evident and it's clear. So if you do not do that, that's where you go below to the 4 mark category out of 6 for content, 3 mark category out of 6, 2 mark category out of 6. Let's look at this criteria whereby you failed the content part and you have a 0 to 1 mark allocation. What will you have done? No understanding of the topic, no reference to the poem. The keyword is none. It's missing. No reference to the poem, which means you are generalizing. Learner has not come to grips is the key word with genre and poem. So these are the things that we are coming into and talking about. For you to pass your 6 marks, please let us show knowledge of the poem. Study all your poems to be safe. Any poem can be an essay question. I believe in class we've been trying to groom our learners to say, do the essay question in this poem, do the context in this poem, so that you can go with all the 12 poems knowing the context and the essay questions. Let's go to the second category of the 4 marks, which is structure and language. They say structure, logical flow, and presentation, language, tone, and style used in the essay. How do you get 4 marks in structure and language? Coherent structure is the first one. Arguments, well structured, clearly developed. Language, tone, and style, mature, impressive, correct. You must be virtually error-free of grammar, spelling, and punctuation. You can't go into the exam not knowing how to spell machombozi. You can't go into the exam not knowing how to spell pig and tree when it's given to you up in the poem. You can't go into the exam not knowing what melancholic is and you don't know how to spell it. So this is what we mean when saying when studying your poem, know their terminologies, know the words that are appropriate to use, and know how to spell them right. So if you do not give this, it means you are going to fail this and get a 0 to 1 category or 1 category. Faulty planning, poorly structured, not logically arranged, or serious language errors in style, inappropriate tone and style. So please practice your essay question, as this will help you in the long run. Now when we're coming to context questions, mark allocation is your key. Please, let's follow the mark allocation as much as possible. What do we say? Once you select the poems that you are going to answer, highlight the keywords. Account for, discuss. Please look at these words and make sure you know what is supposed to be done. Critically discuss, critically comment. So those are the things that we want to drill in you before you go into the exam. You were given this, I'm sure, in paper 1. They do still apply in paper 2 because a keyword is a keyword in any subject. To account for is the same in any category. To discuss is the same in any category or paper or subject. To comment is the same in any category. So please study those keywords. The mark allocation will guide you as to how much you need to write. Be very precise, please. There is no need for lengthy answers. I call them essay answers. Please do not waste your time over explaining, over discussing. 3 marks means that there are 3 things to be discussed, and that's it. 2 marks, sometimes 3 marks says there are 2 things identified, fully explained and discussed. So be very sure of the type of question that you have. It says there is no need for lengthy answers, as this is time consuming and sometimes you may not be able to complete the paper. Be very conscious of time management. Unseen poem now. This is our question number 5. Remember, we've been talking of question 1 to 4. But now we're on question number 5, which is a compulsory question. We do not study it as the prescribed poems. We find it for the first time in the examination, and therefore all the skills that we have been teaching you for the 12 poems are going to be used to analyze the prescribed poems, and we'll analyze the unseen poem in the exam. So we still look at the structure, we still look at the tone, we still look at the mode, we still look at diction, we still need to look at the message, we still need to look at the themes. So we still follow the same type of method when coming to the unseen poem. The only difference is that we do not study it before the exam. We find it for the first time in the exam, and when we find it for the first time in the exam, it means that we must be able to study it immediately on answering and be able to give what is relevant. So that's our poetry section when we are coming into the exam. So please, let's study our poems properly. One of the things that we need to be very clear with you is that you must be ready for any poem to come in. Any poem, not just the one that you like. Any poem will approach, whether it's poem 1, as you did as poem 1, or poem 7, or poem 12. Any of those will be in your exams, June exam, prelim exam, final exam. So please don't generalize on the poems. That is what we had on the basics and the foundation of doing poetry. Now, what we're going to do now is to, I think I've been touching on poems as we go along so that I can do a variety of examples, and it will help you now to say, oh, okay, I know this. I'm going to go to a question paper that we're going to use as a practice of what we've just done. All right, this is our poem. The child was shot dead by soldiers in Nyanga. This time we had an essay question. It says the poem is an emotional protest against tragic circumstances. Now we're following the advice that we gave each other. What do? We underline the keywords. Emotional protest is the first one. When we come in and say the poem is an emotional protest, we're going to underline emotional protest. Against tragic circumstances is underlined. With reference to diction, 1, there's discussion, imagery, 2nd, discussion, tone, 3rd, discussion. Discuss the effectiveness of the poet's emotive style. Your response should take the form of a well-constructed essay of 250 to 300 words in length. Right, So this is the first one that we're going to try and discuss and to internalize. I think we did at a funeral. Now we're going to a sample of another essay, which is the child was shot dead. All right, what are our expectations here when it comes to this poem? So we must be able now to talk about the issue of what is the emotional protest that we are talking about, tragic circumstances that we are talking about. So those are the things that we're expecting. So what do we mean? I believe when we say emotive, it's the tragic circumstances and the death of the child. So this poem is an emotional protest. What is it protesting against? Is protesting against the apartheid system. So as such, these are the things that you are coming in and giving in into the poem. When we say emotional protest, tragic circumstances, death of a child. So as a result, the repetition of the child is the one that comes up already. When we are coming in and talking about the repetition of the anaphora. So already, remember we said imagery, diction, imagery, and tone. Let's start on imagery without wasting any time. On imagery, what are we taking? Anaphora is the first one. The child. The repetition of the anaphora, the child, means that we are talking about the tragedy of the age of the child. So when we're talking about the repetition of that anaphora, it emphasizes on the loss of life at a young age. So the child dies at a very young age, and therefore it means that his life is cut short. We also have the repetition of raises his fist, screams. They are also repeated. Those are also, repetition is also coming in. Raises his fist. We are also having the repetition of screams, and therefore that is evidence, violence, rebellion, violence, protest, anger. So that's commenting on you giving what the repetition does. So you must be able to specify. That's why we say you must be able to discuss, you must be able to explain. Because now when you're talking of certain repeated words and phrases, you must know what they're in reference to, as we are giving examples here. So now when we're coming, protest is when you say protest, it's against the older generation. When you say older generation, the mother, the father, who submissively protested and did not do enough to save the child's life by changing the circumstances. So now when we're coming in, we're saying, why is there a need to rebel? Why is there a need to protest? Why is there a need to be angry? The child feels was never protected and therefore feels the parents could have done better in trying to protect him. So these are the things that we're talking about when coming into discussion and explanation of certain things. Now, when we're coming in and talking about the tone in the first three stanzas, when we're talking of the tone in the first three stanzas, we have screams the smell, we have raises his fist. Again in stanza 2, raises his fist. The child is not dead, neither there nor there. What do we mean? The tone there is a tone of anger, a bitter tone, a resentful tone, a cynical tone. Any of those are appropriate, but you must be able to discuss. So when we're saying angry tone, bitter tone, resentful tone, cynical tone, this is now coming in to give us the violent imagery and diction that is in those stanzas. Blood, justice, armed pride. So now we realize exactly what is bearing on the tone of anger, the tone of resentment. So as such, hearts under siege. So those are the things that they are bitter against when we say in the locations, in the underdeveloped places where they were segregated to. This is where we're coming in and talking about heart under siege. So when you are giving, but now when we come to the final stanza, you see there is a contrast now, because there's a peaceful tone there, which was in contrast to the previous violent stanzas before. Why? When we say peaceful, we are talking about the child now is actively participating in in legislations, in meetings. The child becomes a symbol for change. So as a result, violence and protest will no longer be needed because the child is present in the meetings, in the legislations. The child is now being used as a symbol not only in South Africa, but in the continent and globally in the world. So these are the things that we are talking about when coming in to the essay questions that please specify. We're also talking about the paradox. The child was shot dead in the tiger. But then there is a protest now because it keeps saying the child is not dead in the poem. So when we're coming to the paradox now, we are realizing that although he is physically dead, his memory lives on and he becomes a symbol of the apartheid violence and the protest against it. So it means that we are raising things that are now relevant for us talking about what is this one? This poem and the feelings that are raised. So when it comes to diction, remember it's specific words, not all of them specific words. Screams can be used as diction. No can be used as diction, whereby the no is a strong argument of saying the child is not dead there in those places. So when we're talking of diction, you are taking several words and discussing them. No, you are actually commenting and saying the use of the word no emphasizes the number of different places where protests and violence have taken place. Nyanga, Sharperville, Philippi, Langa. So he's not dead in any of those places, he says, emphasizing that his memory is the one that is being used in those places to change their situation of being segregated and under the apartheid regime. So now these are the things that we are supposed to be doing. Justice, blood, armed pride. You are commenting when you're talking to armed pride. That's an emotional protest. Because why? When we say armed pride, we are talking about their determination to fight still at a young age. The remaining youth are going to fight at a young age and therefore will die a proud death because they will carry the gun to go and fight against the system that is segregating them. So when we're coming in and saying armed pride, we are talking about the issue that we have to specify that the children or the youth that is remaining is very young. Very young as they are, they've decided to take a decision. When they take a decision, they are going to go out in the streets, protest, march, and fight, and therefore they are even willing to sacrifice their lives and die because they are doing what is right. So these are the things that we are talking about. These are the things that we are talking about when coming to armed pride and anything that has to do with diction and tone and imagery in the poem. So now, when we are coming to an essay question, please make sure that you align yourself and you are able to bring in the key components. And when you bring in the key components, divide them into categories. Then you'll be able to get the marks. All right, that is our essay question for the exam. I think we've done 2 essay questions. At least you must be able to understand essay question. 300 words, you can do it. Diction, comments, take out, imagery, the personification there, the anaphora there, the repetition there, the paradox there. See, you can get away with it. Tone, sarcastic tone, angry tone, a tone of protest. You'll be a peaceful tone at the end. So as a result, this is what we call an essay question. All right, let's go to Sonnet 130. My mistress's eyes are nothing like the sun. We did this poem in grade 11. I think, yes, we did this poem in grade 11 and we are doing it again in grade 12. Strangely enough, people took it for granted last year and told themselves that it will not be in the exam because it's been done before. It was in the end of year exam, if you remember, and learners who understood that you have to study everything were very happy because it was an essay question as well in the exam. So as a result, now we are not on essay question, we are on context today. So as a result, we're going to try and get through this context as examples of poems. I'm not taking all poems, I'm just taking a simpler question paper and saying, let's try and see what we're supposed to do. Context question, mark allocation is a key here. Please make sure you align yourself. 2 marks is 2 marks, please. 2 points, proper explanation, not over-explained. I'll keep emphasizing on this one. All right, so it says refer to line 8. The breath that from my mistress reeks, that's from line 8. And then it says account for the poet's use of the word reeks in this context. I usually ask learners, what type of question is this? This is definitely a diction question. So which means you have to comment. We are definitely making a comment on diction. So which diction are we commenting on? We are commenting on reeks. So what is reeks in context of the poem? We are talking of a strong, unpleasant smell. Strong, unpleasant smell. That's you giving a comment about this word, reeks. So it suggests a strong, unpleasant smell. So why is he using this word to describe the smell of his mistress's breath? This is an unflattering description, we must be clear. Unflattering description of the mistress's breath. So we are coming in and saying it suggests she is imperfect, which is the main intention of what he's doing, remember, in the octave. So as a result, when you are commenting, you are now going to take the word first. Number 1. This is your number 1. The word reeks suggests a strong and unpleasant smell. That's your first answer. Your second answer is that this is an unflattering description of the mistress's breath. Or you can even say, this is further evidence of how she is imperfect or her imperfection. So this is 2 marks, you are done. You don't need to over-explain, over-emphasize, just 2 points, you move. That's your 2 marks. So as a result, this is your number 2 point. You'll be done. 1 mark, tick. 2nd mark, tick. You have your 2 marks. Go on to your next question. In your own opinion, or in your opinion, is Sonnet 130 a typical example of a sonnet? The key word there that we must underline is typical. We start there. I think we've been using this word so much when talking of the sonnet. It is not a traditional sonnet because the word typical in reference to this poem refers to the traditional sonnets that are filled with flattering, flowery language. Flattering, flowery language. That's a typical poem or sonnet. So as a result, this one does not have the flattering, flowery language. So our answer becomes a no. It is not a typical example of a sonnet. It means that we are saying that in this sonnet, he is on the mistress's realistic flaws and the reality of her physical features. Realistic flaws and flattering physical features. That's what we are talking about. So no, this is definitely not a typical example of a sonnet. This is when we came into this poem, remember, in the historical background, where we talked about the issue that typical poets of the times wrote typical poems or sonnets based on trying to impress, exaggerate on the beautiful features of the mistress using flattering, flowery language. So as a result, Shakespeare is not writing this sonnet to impress. So he does not use any flattering, flowery language. He actually uses realistic flaws, unflattering physical features descriptions, which show us that he is not following the conforms of a typical example of a sonnet. So our answer is definitely a no. We go to number 2.3. Refer to line 12. My mistress, when she walks, treads on the ground. Discuss the effectiveness of this line in conveying the central message of the poem. Now our key words, we underline, please always underline. My mistress, when she walks, treads on the ground, central message is our key. We are on the walk now. So as a result, effectiveness must be given as well. Central message of the poem must be given. I believe the central message is that the mistress is human. That's the central message that we have. All right, central message. Mistress is a human. The mistress is a normal person. So when he comes in and gives us the central message, normal person with faults, that's what we are getting here as the central message. So now what are we saying? It means that she does not glide. Now we talked about the central message. This is the central message. Now we have to go back to the poem, treading on ground. Does not have a graceful walk. Does not have a graceful walk. That's what we mean. And does not glide. These are the things that we're expecting, like a goddess. Because says treads on ground, so does not glide like a goddess. Instead, what does she do? The mistress walks heavily on the ground like any normal person. We are not immortals, which means we do not float like the gods. That's what we mean when we say does not glide like a goddess. Instead, she steps and walks like a normal person. Those are your mark allocation for talking about the central message, treating on the ground. Let's go to the next question. Critically discuss the change in tone in the final two lines of the poem. When we say the change in tone, what do we mean? Right. The tone, to start with, sarcastic, mocking, towards the typical poets or his fellow typical writers. He is not mocking the mistress, he is mocking the typical poets, those who wrote the traditional sonnets that we talked about in 2.2, those who flatter, those who use flowery language, those who lie as a compliment. So as a result, that's the tone of the poem. It is sarcastic, it is mocking. Please, can we be very clear? He is not mocking the mistress. He is actually mocking the typical love poet writers. So that's what we are talking about. What do? He is mocking them because they attempt to lie and immortalize their mistresses, and as a result, they pretend their mistresses do not have faults. But what changes? Your answer must be very clear. It says change. But in lines 13 and 14, this changes. Why? When you say it's change, we also can bring blunt, a tone in the in the first 12 lines because he clearly describes the mistress's faults, flaws, in a tongue-in-cheek manner. In a tongue-in-cheek manner. That's another tone that can come in. But in lines 13 to 14, it changes now because in lines 13 to 14, what does it do? It switches. What does the tone become in lines 13 to 14? Sincere. Become sincere because his love is genuine. So this is what we are expecting you to clarify on. So as a result, he loves her despite her flaws. This is you now showing knowledge of why he's sincere or why his love is genuine, because he does not focus on her physical flaws. This is your 10 marks. Context, if you look at the mark allocation, 3 marks was given for that. 2 marks was given for that. Please do not give essay answers or lengthy answers unnecessarily. Get straight to the point and answer the question. All right, we have Solitude by Ella Wheeler Wilcox. And then let's go and see. Remember, this is a poem based on Emma being in a train on her way to a ball. And as a result, she met a stranger in the train and therefore is drawn to the person's sorrows and as such the person's loneliness, because she describes the same incident of emotions that we feel in this poem. When we are happy, happiness is shared. People are happy with you. But when you are crying and are in despair or in pain, you are all alone. Remember, this poem is a juxtaposition of emotions. Juxtaposition is, remember, it is a contradictory. Line 1, he says, laugh and the world laughs with you. He juxtaposes it with weep. So it's the opposite of what is in line 1. Line 2 gives the opposite of what is in line 1. Same again in line 5, sing and the hills will answer. The difference again is in the opposite sigh. It's lost on the air. It does that throughout the whole poem. Line 9, rejoice, but the opposite is given and juxtaposed in 10 as grief. Line 13, be glad, juxtaposed in line 14 by being sad. So he will give a juxtaposition, give a reason, and then he'll juxtapose again, and as a result, that's how the poem goes. It's fixed until we get finally somewhere towards the end of the poem. So now let's go to the poem and see what must be done. Right, in your own words, briefly state the central message of the poem. Let's underline our key words, please. In your own words, briefly, there was the key central message of the poem. It's 2 marks, so you have to be brief. You can't go far. What is it saying? As we said, laugh, cry, happy, sad. So let's see what is done there, and we must be able to give it in the shortest version possible because they say it briefly. What does it say? It says, during good times, family, friends, or the world will be with you to share your happiness. But during the bad times or during difficult times, you are all alone because no one is there. Everyone turns their back on you. All right, let's see and put it down in words to see what we are saying. 2 points. We must be brief. During good times, good or happy times, family, friends share with you the happiness with you. But during difficult times, you are alone. You are alone. That's what we are saying. 2 points. 1, 2. Briefly, we had to follow the instruction. It had to be brief. This poem focuses on 2 elements of our lives. When we say 2 elements of our lives, we're saying the good times and the bad times. Alienation and happiness, sharing of good times. Let's go to 3.2. Briefly discuss 1 element of style used by the poet to create emphasis. They said 1. Briefly again, we underline our keywords. Briefly discuss. Okay. 1 element of style, create emphasis. Okay. What do we use to repetition is one of them. Definitely. That's one style that you can discuss. Repetition. Laugh and the world laughs with you. Weep and you weep alone. That's emphasis. Contrast. It emphasizes the contrast of experiences. That's one style. We also have juxtaposition, as I've mentioned. That's another style that is used. We can also mention juxtaposition. Definitely juxtaposition. Juxtaposition, we are talking about laugh, weep. That's juxtaposition, as I mentioned. He says laugh, he says weep, there, grieve and cry and something else again there. I believe he says sing, sigh, rejoice, grieve. So it also contrasts the experiences as well. What is the other one that can be used? Rhyme scheme can be used as a style. The rhyme scheme juxtaposes as well. So rhyme scheme is also coming in as a style, because the rhyme scheme in every second line, if you look at every second line, that's something that is of alone, own. So those are the things, so those are the things that we are talking about when it comes to the rhyme scheme as well. Any of those is appropriate. You just needed 1. Refer to lines 5 to 8. Sing in the hills. What did he say in lines 5 to 8? Let's go back. He says, sing and the hills will answer. Sigh, it's lost on the air. All right. Now when we're coming in, the question says, comment on the effectiveness of the imagery in these lines. Sing in the hills, voicing care. Okay. Imagery, it says comment. Let's underline our keywords of the imagery. Personification is being done, so that's our imagery. We have personification of the hills. Sing and the hills will answer. So we have personification of the hills. So it says we'll have to comment on the personification of the hills, whereby we're saying when you express joy, you get joy in return. When you express joy, you get joy in return. And then it says sigh. The second part is the sigh. When we're talking about lost in the air, no response in return. When you are sad, that's what we're talking about. And then it says, critically comment on the effectiveness of the title in the context of the poem as a whole. The title is Solitude. That's our title. So, solitude. That's our title. We have to comment on the effectiveness of the title. Remember the comments we made when discussing solitude. We talked about emphasis on being alone. On being alone. So the central message, people are just going to be with you in good times. In good times, you have company. You have company. However, they disappear during bad times. So now we are talking about people's support is never genuine, cannot be relied on. So those are the things that we are bringing in now. Is never genuine, cannot be relied on, for you to get through any negative experiences. So as a result, you have to give what solitude means, or what it symbolizes, or what it refers to. And then now you have to bring it to the context of the poem as a whole. So as a result, people only support you when you don't even need the support because you have everything, you're happy. But when you really need their support, they are not there, which means it's never genuine, and therefore they cannot be relied on. So those are the what we call context questions when it comes to poetry. All right, let's go to the next question. It is a beauticious evening, calm and free. Okay, nature poem it is, Western poem it is. So let's come and see what we have. Okay, it says account for the capital letters used in being, line since, and temple in line 13. Temple. So it's talking about the capital letters, capital letter T, being there. Okay, what does it mean when we're talking to being? Let's come to this one first. The mighty being, this is reference to God. So when we say it's a reference to God and nature, because he's a divine creation. That's reverence for us. He is a divine creation, and therefore that's why we show reverence to him in this instance. So when we're coming in and talking about capital letters, it emphasizes the importance of God, emphasizes the importance of nature, and acknowledges, that's reverence, acknowledges him as a divine creator. So as a result, that is the being here. Create temple there, reverence, worship, we're still there in the same place. So that's what we're talking about when it comes to being and temple with the capital letters. And then it says, refer to line 2, the holy time is quiet as a nun. Explain the effectiveness of the simile in this line. If you realize it became a 2 mark because they've already given you the imagery, which means they specified that it's a simile. Instead of them saying identify the figure of speech, they say it explain the effectiveness. So please, let's make sure that we are able to give the effectiveness fully this time and get your 2 marks. It says the holy time is quiet as a nun. Nuns spend a great deal of time praying in silence. Pray in silence. That's what nuns do. They pray in silence. So now they are close to God, which brings them closer to God during prayer. Okay, that's the reference to the nun now that we are bringing. And we're saying now, therefore, what do they link it to now? They link it to the quiet beauty of the evening. This is linked to the quiet beauty of the evening. This is linked to the quiet beauty of the evening. So when you're saying quiet beauty of the evening, presence of God in nature is linked. Presence of God in nature is given there. Briefly explain the poet's message to the child in the sestet. Right. When we're coming in and say to the child, remember first this poem deals with nature, and then now it addresses the child. Now later on, it says in this instance, even though she is not as moved by the beauty of the scene, she is no less holy than he is. So children are automatically closer to God. Though she does not outwardly worship God, God is still with her. Presence of God. God is present in her life, even though she does not acknowledge him. Thou liest in Abraham's bosom all the year. That's what he says. So he says the children are in their nature closer to God. In nature, she is closer to God. That's my second point. And I believe my third point is that despite her not being moved by the beauty of the creation, My 3 points are intact there. She's too young to understand the deepness of the creation and the connection of God to nature. But all the same, God is present in her life. And because it's nature, she's close to God, even though she doesn't even realize it. The last poem says, discuss how the structure of the poem supports its context. We have to talk about the structure of the poem. Remember, we must be clear on this one. This is an Italian sonnet. You specify Italian sonnet, 14 lines. I'm going to go thorough on this one. Line 1, it's octave. Line 1 to 8, octave. Line 9 to 14 is a sestet. We are very clear on this one. What does the octave do? Expresses the speaker's awe of nature. Beauty or creation of God. That's him acknowledging God's creation, admiring God's creation and its beauty. That's line 1 to 8. But now when we move on, what do? It says line 9 to 14. In line 14, he is now going on the spiritual part. Spiritual understanding of how his daughter is affected. Line 1 to 8 focuses on the nature. Line 9 to 14 focuses on the spiritual part of the speaker. So we must be clear. Line 1 to 8, he feels a connection to God through the natural elements and the natural beauty. In line 9 to 14 now, it goes on a spiritual understanding and also on focusing on how him and the daughter are affected by this, how his daughter is affected by this as well as himself, not only his daughter, him and his daughter are affected by all this. That's what the contents are. And then you'll have a beautiful explanation of what we mean by structure. Specify 2 parts, line 1 to 8, called the octave, line 9 to 14, called the sestet. Break down the octave touches on this on the contents, line 9 to 14, the sestet touches on this on the contents. All right, that is samplers of our poems. I think today we tried to accommodate a variety, and as a result, just to give you a guide of how you're supposed to do it. But now let's go to the unseen poem. Remember, we meet it for the first time in the exam, which means we must just get an understanding of what it's supposed to be, and therefore let's go and see what we're supposed to do. The moon, Beck Hemsley. I took a photo of the moon when it was full and bright, and it glowed a vivid silver as it shone against the night. Its face I had to capture in all its beaming glory, but the picture of my camera told a very different story. See, the photo moon I saw was far less silver, far more gray, and where it had been glowing, all its glow had seemed to fade. That perfect circle in the sky had its edges blurred, and the moon within the picture looked a million miles from Earth. And it sort of got me thinking about every single time I'd believed what I had heard, that the camera never lies. So I'd seen myself in photos, and I picked out all my flaws, and I told myself that these were things that everybody saw. But when the camera blurs it or eclipses it from view, when its glow cannot be captured, then we do not blame the moon. And even with its craters, when it's covered by the clouds, when it's barely just a silver, then we do not talk it down. It's a nature poem. It is a nature poem, so let's come and see exactly what is expected of us here. Beautiful poem. Of course, most of the times learners complain, so let's be like the moon, holding our own amongst the stars, because everybody sees us as they find us as we are, and smile for the camera. But don't let it dull your shine, and do not believe the things you hear, because the camera often lies. Right, let's go to the questions and see what we were supposed to do. Refer to stanza 1 to 4. Refer to stanza 1 to 4. That's an instruction. Explain why the speaker is disappointed in these stanzas. Explain why the speaker is disappointed in these stanzas. Let's go back again so that you can quickly remember. He took a photo when it was full and bright, and it showed against the night. He had to capture its face, its beaming glory, but the picture that was on the camera was a different one because it told a different story, he says. And then he says, the moon, photo moon that he saw was less silver, far more gray. Where it had been glowing, the glow had seemed to fade. That perfect circle in the sky had its edges blurred, and the moon within the picture looked a million miles from Earth. All right, so it says, let's specify, it says, explain why the speaker is disappointed in the stanzas. All right, he admires the moon, but when she takes a photo of it, the moon looks small and dull. I believe there was a contradiction of the actual image of moon and the photo image. There were two different things. What do we mean? Actual image of the moon, he says the moon is big and bright. Big, bright. But the photo image, when she takes the moon, it looks small and dull. So that's the contradiction that we mean, small and dull. So now we realize she's disappointed that her photo does not capture the beauty of the actual image or the real thing. So that's where the problem lies. That's a disappointment. I am seeing this, but when I take a photo of it, it's completely different. It's big and bright when I see it, but it's actually small and dull when I look at it in the photo. Briefly explain the poet's message. I believe it's no longer about the moon anymore. I believe it's talking about, like the moon, we have two ways of representation. We should not focus on our flaws. We should continue to shine even if others don't see the shine. So we shine, but when others see us, they don't see the shine. So now we realize that we should not focus on what people say. That's the message. It's no longer literal now. It's now a figurative meaning. Figurative meaning is what we are coming here. Our flaws, our strengths, and therefore we must focus on what we know of ourselves, on what we know of ourselves. Right. Refer to line 26. Let's go to line 26. Line 26 says, but when the camera blurs it or eclipses it from view, that's line 26, or eclipses it from view. And then the question says, critically comment on the poet's use of diction in this line to enhance the message of the poem. I believe eclipse is what we're going to focus on now, because now when we are using, when we are doing a diction question, we must be able to identify the words we're commenting on. Eclipse is going to have to be commented on. It says critically comment to enhance the message of the poem. So now when we're coming in, it is, when we're coming to saying eclipses it from view, shields. That's the effect of the camera, shields it. That's the effect of the camera on the moon. It shields it. So that's what we are talking about here. And then now what does it do? It dims the light. And therefore when it dims the light, now it says it does not now reflect the true nature. When it's dimmed, when it's shielded, it does not give the true nature of the moon and its beauty. So that's what we mean. In your own opinion, is the moon a suitable title for the poem? Support your answer with evidence from the poem. This is a yes or no question, remember. If you're saying yes, you must substantiate. If you're saying no, you must substantiate. So you must be able to give a specific reason why you're saying yes and why you are saying no. So as a result, it's two ways. Substantiation is what is going to count for you. So basically, it's a figurative poem, definitely. So as a result, now it's the main message is that people must take it as an extended metaphor. Compares the moon to the people, that's what it does. And therefore, how critical it is that we think about how we're being viewed by people. So as a result, you can say, no, it's not, because figuratively it is talking about people, and therefore there's no indication of that in the title. But if you say, yes, it is specific, it means you are saying that reality and photograph are never the same. So a reflection of what is given in the camera will not be what really it is. And therefore, that's where the comparison always comes in. So it's also on, as long as you can support yourself, you can get away with a lot of things in paper too. So I think it's how you angle your answer and how you angle your views of what you see for the poem. That will make your 30 marks of that section, because you will have to choose 2 of your prescribed poems and 1 unseen. And therefore, that brings us to the end of our session for today as you prepare for your poetry section. Thank you very much.
sections were easier to go through. Some sections they felt were a bit challenging. African poetry pulled us through today because we had 3 poems from the African continent, Prayer to the Mass, At a Funeral, and This Winter Coming. And then we had the Solitude coming in as well. Let's go and see what was expected of us. The essay poem was based on Prayer to the Mass by Leopold Senghor. So we are going to try and see exactly what we were expected to do. It says in Prayer to the Mass, the speaker shows that despite hardships, okay, we underline our keywords. The African people, definitely we will underline, will persevere. We are there as well, so that we can be able to know what is expected of us. We will underline, will persevere, right? Will persevere and create new prosperity with close reference to diction, imagery, and tone. Critically discuss the validity of the statement. So when we are coming in, we are supposed to focus on the diction that shows the perseverance and the opportunities that the Black African people created to become prosperous and free, despite the hardships that they went through. Diction, imagery, and tone. All right, let's go and see what we could have used for this essay. All right, we are going to categorize and see what we do. We are going to put the first column that becomes our diction. We're going to put the second column that becomes our, my apologies, that becomes, oh my gosh, my apologies. It will become our imagery. So that will be the second thing that we do when it comes to this poem. Right. Imagery. Oh my word. What have I just done? We have our imagery as well that will come through for us in the second line. And then we also have our tone. So those are the 3, 1, 2, and 3. So we bring our imagery here, and then we bring our tone. So those are the 3 categories that we're going to focus on and see what we bring as necessary to be discussed under diction, imagery, and tone. Under our diction, despotism must not be left out. If we go to our poem, despotism is in line 10. Now, while the Africa of despotism is dying, we are going to take that word without fail. Pitiable princess is coming out. I'm seeing it in that same line as well. We can also talk about tone can also come in. We can also talk about machines. I believe we have the machines. Where are they? Where are the machines? Machines, cannons. Died of machines and cannons. Those we can also discuss. So when we're coming in, what do we mean? We discuss these terms when touching on despotism. Right, let's bring in our despotism there. We quote it. So when discussing despotism, the word clearly shows that the extent of the colonialism. We are talking about dictatorship.
of the colonial countries, colonial Western countries. We are also going to talk about Pitiable Princess, as we said. When we're talking of Pitiable Princess, we can mention the state Africa is left in, after being stripped of everything. So those are some of the things that we can bring in. Those are the hardships that we go through. So we are now talking about Africa being left empty. Left empty. Poor. And in a pitiful state. That shows the hardships that we go through. And then we're also going to talk about the machines, where we talk about introduction of industrialization has taken away the state of the country, where the world is left dead. We are here, the world that has died. Machines is industrialization. And then cannons is wars that have left Africa in a dire state. Right. So those are the things that we can include when coming in. Imagery, we can talk about, let's go and see. Where we're talking about, you got this place, you purify the air, mass of maskless faces, free from dimples and wrinkles. We have composed this image. This is my face that bends over the altar of white paper. Right. Altar of white paper can come in, whereby we are talking about the new legislations that can come in. That's line 8 to line 8. So in line 8, we are talking about new legislations that can help the new Africa to rise again. We are also going to talk about the rhetorical questions that come in with a tone of hope, despite the pain of the Africans. There is still an element of hope. And then we are going to talk about, they call us, but we are men of the dance. We can bring that in as well. Whose feet only gain power when they beat the hard soil. This is where we're talking about the cultural pride. The cultural pride gives them a reason to celebrate their identity. So these also come in and show us exactly what we need. I'm going to add on to diction, because as I'm doing the men of dance, I'm seeing coffee heads, coffee men, oily men, cotton heads. These are the hardships that we connecting this to diction. These are the hardships that they also went through that show identity was through their slave trade. Identity was of their trade. So they were only known and identified because of the trade that they did. That can also come in under diction for the first part. So these are some of the things that we can talk about. We also have arouses the dead and in a new dawn, and the wise in a new dawn. So that can also come in as a part of the imagery. We can also go to the imagery of the last garment. It can also come in as a part of figures of speech, whereby it says, and who sacrificed their lives like the poor man, his last garment, where we talk about the issue of the sacrifice. This is the sign of sacrifice. Last garment shows the sacrifice. Shows the sacrifice. Of the young people. So that's what we can bring in as well, to bring a change. To bring change. So these are the things that come in and are part of the imagery. Let's go to tone. We are talking about a tone of desperation, a plea made to the ancestors, plea made to ancestors. I believe this is in line, listen to me, line 9. In the name of your image, listen to me. This is a plea that is made in line 9 to the ancestors to save them. I believe we can also talk about the tone of pride as well. Men of the dance, as we talked about it, whereby they're talking about the rhythm that they are in with the land. That's the last two lines of the poem that give us a tone of pride about regaining their cultural pride and inheritance. Cultural pride, inheritance, gained again. Right. That's some of the things that could have been disguised. It's 10 marks, but I think we have enough that can sustain you for those, for the 250 to 300 words. Let's go to question number 2. At a Funeral by Dennis Brutus was a contextual question, the Valencia Majombozi, a poem, and I believe we've seen this question so many times in our booklets, especially 2.1 and 2.2 and 2.3. They've been dominating. I believe this must have been the most popular poem, as we have seen this question so many times. Let's go to the first one. Explain the word pageantry in line 1 in the context of the poem. Black, green, and gold at sunset pageantry. Pageantry refers to a display. Ceremonial display is what we touch on here. It's a ceremonial display. It was 2 marks. So we must be able to give a full context answer. So the funeral is just for show, and it does not have any meaning without any meaning. So that's what we expect to be discussed about pageantry. Explain the effect of the punctuation mark in salute. It has an exclamation mark, and therefore they want the function of the exclamation mark. It is to bring in a command. Bring in a command, which is a call for people. to honor the dead, the deceased. So it is a command and instruction, and therefore we had to be clear on what it does. It urges people to take action, salute the dead, honor and respect the dead. Refer to line 10, not death, but death's head tyranny. It says, skies our ground. Identify the figure of speech used in the line. We definitely have a metaphor there. That's a metaphor. 1 mark was clean because they split the figure of speech and the effectiveness. And then the effectiveness is the T2.32, whereby we have to be clear. The apartheid, comment on the effectiveness of this image. The apartheid rule is compared to a death's head. This is a skull, remember? As we always talked about the Nazis when coming to this line. So when we are saying the harshness, we are referring to the harshness, the tyranny, the cruelty, any of those was applicable, the cruelty of the apartheid government is what is referred to. The cruelty of the apartheid government is what we refer to, and is compared to the Grim Reaper, which is during the Nazi times. So became worse, as in the Nazis. Refer to line 12, better that we should die than we should lie down, and critically discuss the effectiveness of this line as a conclusion to the poem. It is a commitment, a declaration. It's a declaration made that death is better than submitting to the apartheid laws, to the tyranny of the oppressive government. It was a 3-mark question, which is makes it reflective of the, based on reflection of the unexpected early death of the young generation, represented by Valencia, of the young generation. Therefore, it is a call that they will rebel. Rebellion is called for. Uprising to fight against the oppression. It's a sacrifice that they are willing to make. So that's what we talk about when we say better that we should lie down. They would rather sacrifice themselves to die in fighting against the oppression than to give in and submit to the oppressive rule. This Winter Coming was by Karen Press, the third poem of the day. Explain the mood that is created by the phrase solemn churning in broken waves in line 4. When we come to line 4, we are in the second paragraph. The sea is solemn, churning in broken waves, and around the rocks the sand is sinking away. Okay. What is the mood created in the context of the poem? We are having violence of the waves. Violence of the waves creates a gloomy mood. Frightening as the violence that is to come. Right, it was too much, so we had to give 2 points in answer. Explain why the line "who is not frightened" is repeated throughout the poem. Remember, we called it an anaphora. So if it's an anaphora, it is to emphasize. The anaphora emphasizes the universal fear. Everyone must be frightened. It enforces the helpless state of the people of South Africa. All right. Refer to line 14. The sky is tolling like a black bell. Identify the figure of speech used in this line. It is a metaphor. It's a simile. Like a black bell. Like a black bell. It's a simile. Comment on the effectiveness on this image. The sky is compared to a black bell. We start there always. The sky is compared to a black bell. To a black bell, and then we continue and say the funeral bell emphasizes the deaths that will come. And it's the foreshadowing. Right. Refer to lines 28 to 31. It says, and the sky collapsing under centuries of rain, the wind like a mountain crying, who is not frightened of this winter coming upon us now? Critically discuss how these lines convey the central message of the poem. This is the message of the poem is the approaching violence due to the state of emergency imposed, which will bring more violence, deaths, but there is an arising of protests and resistance to fight the oppressive regime. There's our 3 marks. Right, we move on to question 4, solitude. Explain how the first 2 lines offer a comment on the fickle nature of people. Laugh and the world laughs with you, and weep and you weep alone. We have a contrast of the 2 images there, and happiness of a comment. Happiness is achieved because it attracts happy people, but in line 2, sadness is experienced alone. Humans support each other during happy times, but in times of sadness, a person will be alone. Humans desert each other in times of sadness, but humans support each other during the happy times. Explain the effect of the word sigh in the context of the stanza. Right. When we're talking of sigh, that is onomatopoeia as well. The sadness is lost in the air. This is onomatopoeia. This is definitely onomatopoeia. Which shows sad times are not shared. Refer to lines 3 to 4. For the said old earth must borrow its mirth, but has trouble enough on its own. Identify the figure of speech used. It is personification. And then we have to comment on the effectiveness, whereby we are talking about earth is described and said and old, given qualities. Earth, given qualities of being said and old. Of being said and old. That's personification. And what does it do? Earth needs to draw happiness from somewhere. It does not. Earth does not have happiness itself. It must draw it from somewhere else. It must draw it from somewhere else. And then refer to lines 23 to 24. But one by one, we must all file on through the narrow aisles of pain. Critically discuss how these lines convey the central message of the poem. We are alone in our journey, in our life journey. Humans go through their life journey alone. Shown by the word narrow. As it can only accommodate one person, and therefore we face death alone. Loneliness a state of solitude is experienced in a solitary state. Right, let's go to the unseen poem, which is question number 5. Question number 5 says, The Master of the House by Oswald Mjali, South African poem as well. Master, I am a stranger to you, but will you hear my confession? I am a faceless man who lives in the backyard of your house. I share your table so heavily heaped with bread, meat, and fruit. It huffs like a horse drawing a coal cart. As the rich man's to Lazarus, the crumbs were swept to my lap by my Lizzie. Sweetie, eat and be satisfied now. Tomorrow we shall be gone. So nightly I ride the gauntlet, wrestle with your mastiff. Caesar for the bone pregnant with meat, and wash it down with Kitty's milk. I am the nocturnal animal that steals through the fence lair to meet my mate and flees at the break of dawn before the hunter and the hounds run me to ground. Explain the word faceless, line 3, in the context of the poem. All right. Let's go back to line 3. Line 3 said, I am a faceless man who lives in the backyard of your house. Unknown. It's unknown. Unknown is acceptable. We can also accept no identity also comes in. No identity. Unrecognizable is also acceptable. Unrecognizable. Explain the effect of the irony inherent in the speaker's use of master in the title. The title said, the master of the house. Then our question said, explain the effect of the irony inherent in the speaker's use of master in the title. Okay. We are talking about the faceless man is not even known to him. The owner does not even know what's happening in his own house. But on the other hand, the faceless man seems to know more about the master. So the master is oblivious of what is happening in his own yard. In his own yard. But the faceless man seems to know more. Refer to lines 11 to 13. As the rich man's to Lazarus, the crumbs were set to my lap by my Lizzie. Identify the figure of speech used in these lines. Simile. As the rich man's to Lazarus, that's a simile. And then comment on how this image reflects the speaker's attitude. The speaker seems to be aware though he feels like a Lazarus, a beggar. He feels like a beggar. He is aware, though he feels like a beggar. He also is, he realizes the unfairness of the situation. refer to lines 20 to 25. I am the nocturnal animal, run me to the ground. Critically discuss how the diction in these lines contributes to the central idea of the poem. Your response should include 2 examples of diction. We are talking about inequality, social inequality. That's what we are referring to. Social inequality that is dominating, and therefore due to the apartheid system. And now when we're coming in, we are talking about restrictions due to movements, that bring also hardships and poverty, less poverty. But they said we must use 2 diction words. I think I saw hunter. Before the hunter and the hounds ran me to the ground. I'm going to take hunter. Brutality of being chased. I think I also saw fenced lay there in those lines. Yes, there is fenced lay. It steals through my fenced lay. Captivity, restriction, restrictions as well. There's also animal, whereby we refer to being dehumanized, also comes in. All right, any 2 are appropriate for you to substantiate the central message. The picture of Dorian Gray. In the picture of Dorian Gray, the values of the main characters and the Victorian aristocracy are superficial and hypocritical. This is a past exam paper question. We have seen this in the past exam paper. Values of the main characters, Victorian aristocracy. We need to pin down our characters so that we know who we are touching on. I'm going to touch with Lord Henry. We are going to just discuss and list the people that are relevant. I believe Lord Henry is going to start. Oh, my apologies. Lord Henry is going to start the discussions because he's the first one that we see displaying the evidence of hypocrisy. So we are going to start with Lord Henry first. When coming to Lord Henry, we're going to look at his influence. We are going to talk about his influence on innocent Dorian. Right. We are going to talk about his carelessness, yet he does not live that life up to those philosophies, but he impresses them on the young and naive Dorian Gray. So Lord Henry starts off and shows us disregard for other characters, and as such he sees nothing wrong in plotting Dorian to be an experiment. He is ignorant of the consequences that can happen. That's Lord Henry for us. Hypocrisy, he speaks against marriage, but he is married himself. He encourages Dorian to marry later on, yet he speaks ill of it, yet he is married as well. Those are the things that come into Lord Henry. He encourages Dorian to embrace the superficial beauty which is in the portrait, leading him to make the Faustian bargain. That's Lord Henry for us. He definitely comes in. I think the other person that we need to talk about is Dorian himself. I'm also seeing Dorian living up to that expectation as well. When coming to Dorian Gray, I believe we're going to talk about the double life that he lives. Double life, lives up to a beautiful life in society, yet he is internally corrupt and ugly as shown by the portrait. He shows his face in society, his beautiful young face in society, and goes to the dinners and the parties, yet he hides the portrait in the upper room. I believe also we can talk about Dorian and influence, living up to the expectations of immorality. His behavior is questionable as he corrupts Lord Kent's son, the Adrian Singleton's reputation is ruined for those young men because of their association with Dorian Gray. And as such, that's where we talk about the hypocrisy of Dorian Gray, that he is raised amidst the scandal of his mother's affair with a stableman, but he is now amidst the scandals in society about how he corrupts the Lord Kent's sons, the Adrian Singletons, and the Ellen Campbells. Also, we're going to talk about his life of hedonism. When we talk about his life of hedonism, he still looks innocent, but he's hedonistic. He's a murderer, as he murders Basil and pretends when the rumors about Basil's disappearance arise and quest, he pretends he doesn't know anything, yet he destroyed any evidence of Basil being murdered in his childhood schoolroom. His portrait bears the burden of his immoral behavior. That's why he locks it away. And what does it do? He still remains blemish-free and careless in his corruption. The other thing is the Ellen Campbell is hypocritical there. He blackmails Ellen Campbell to dispose of Basil's body. He even uses fake tears to persuade Basil. So these are the things that we're talking about, the opium dens that they frequent, and we see the degradation, physical degradation that is shown in that society. Moral corruption of society is seen through the state of the people that are described. The lady is described as haggard and old. Adrian Singleton is described as wrinkled. So those are the things that we are talking about when it comes to this essay, amongst others that could have been described. All right, let's go to the context questions. On the context questions, we have extract A. We will have to go through them so that we can get the context. It's from chapter 2. Oh, it was only the other way. If the picture could change and I could be always what I am now, why did you paint it? It will mock me someday, mock me horrible. The hot tears welled into his eyes. He tore his hand away, and flinging himself on the divan, he buried his face in the cushions as if he was praying. This is your doing, Harry, said the painter bitterly. Lord Henry shrugged his shoulders. It is the real Dorian Gray, that is all. It is not. If it is not, what have I to do with it? You should have gone away when I asked you, he muttered. I stayed when you asked me, was Lord Henry's answer. Harry, I can't quarrel with my two best friends at once, but between you both, you have made me hate the finest piece of work I have ever done, and I will destroy it. What is it but canvas and color? I will not let it come across our three lives and mar them. Dorian Gray lifted his golden head from the pillow and with pallid face and tear-stained eyes, looked at him as he walked over to the dead deal painting table that was set beneath the high curtained window. What was it doing there? His fingers were straying about among the litter of tin tubes and dry brushes, seeking for something. Yes, it was the long palette knife with its thin blade of lead steel. He had found it at last. He was going to rip up the canvas. With a stifled sob, he leaped from the couch and, rushing over to Hallward, tore the knife out of his hand and flung it to the end of the studio. "Don't, Basil, don't," he cried. "It will be murder." Place this extract in context. We expect these questions. I believe we've been preparing learners for them all halfway through the year to say you must be able to get those 3 marks without fail. Basil has just completed a portrait of Dorian. That's the extract that is coming from. Henry has Basil has just finished the final details of the portrait and is ready to show Dorian and Lord Henry. Dorian is already from the garden scene with Lord Henry and therefore has been influenced by the philosophies that Lord Henry has exposed him to. You have to place the extract in context. 3 points, as I have mentioned 3 as well. So please, let's make sure that we give them the 3 events that lead to the extract happening. Refer to lines 2. It will mock me someday. In what way does the statement act as a foreshadowing? The portrait becomes a mirror of what Dorian has become. So the portrait will always be there to show him what he has developed into or become. The ugliness of the picture and the horror of his sins will always be looking back at him. And I believe we are talking about, indeed, it does mock him later on as it changes every time he commits a sin. Had a line of cruelty after Sybil's death, has drops of blood from the hand after the death of Basil. So it is a foreshadowing that mocks him every time he comes back from committing a sin or an act of corruption, and therefore it looks at him back and mocks him every time. Refer to line 6. It is the real Dorian Gray that is all. Use this line as a starting point to discuss Henry's attitude towards Dorian. When we are coming to Henry's attitude, we must be very clear. Manipulation. Henry is manipulative. So we are going to bring manipulation here. It's manipulative. That is all. He's very manipulative. When we're talking about manipulation, he manipulates Dorian to believe that youth and beauty are more important than anything else. He's very cynical. He is also dismissive of Dorian and the state of his innocence and lack of knowledge at that time. So I will put dismissive as well, because he dismisses Dorian's age, naivety. He also ignores Dorian's innocence. Refer to line 23. It will be murder. Discuss the irony of Dorian's words in relation to the novel's end. He stabs the portrait at the end himself. So now when we're coming in, this is the recognition at the end of the connection between his soul and the portrait, that they are connected. When he does the Faustian bargain, he exchanges souls with the portrait, and therefore what happens is when he destroys the painting to get rid of the curse and the ugly thing, he ends his own life. So he fails to recognize that when he stabs the painting, that he is stabbing his own soul. So when he says murder, he murders himself, because when he stabs the portrait, he's stabbing himself at the end. That's the irony. Forgetting or being ignorant of the connection and the link between the soul, his soul, and the portrait. Our second extract was from chapter 15 of the novel, and it says, that evening at 8:30, exquisitely dressed and wearing a large buttonhole of Parma violets, Dorian Gray was ushered into Lady Nabarro's drawing room by bowing servants. His forehead was throbbing with maddened nerves, and he felt wildly excited, but his manner as he bent over his hostess's hand was as easy and graceful as ever. Perhaps one never seems so much at one's ease as when one has to play a part. Certainly, no one looking at Dorian Gray that night would have believed that he had passed through a tragedy as horrible as any tragedy of our age. Those finely shaped fingers could never have clutched a knife for sin, nor those smiling lips have cried out on God and goodness. He himself could not help wondering at the calm of his demeanor, and for a moment he felt keenly the terrible pleasure of a double life. Refer to lines 1 to 3. That evening at 8:30, it says that evening at 8:30, exquisitely dressed and wearing a large buttonhole of Parma violets, Dorian Gray was ushered into Lady Nabarro's drawing room by bowing servants. How do these lines highlight the class divide in Victorian times? I believe we're going to touch on expensiveness of the dress. That's one of the things that we must talk about. Quality, exquisiteness, exquisitely dressed. So we're going to talk about the quality of clothing. That's what's coming in there. That shows Dorian Gray's expensive taste. And I believe we are looking at the contrast that is made by bowing servants. Bowing servants, which shows the working class society, that gives respect to the elite, who is Dorian Gray at that time in Lady Nabarro. Relate any incident from the novel that further illustrates this class divide. Later on in the from the novel, any other incident from the novel, we are going to touch on the Vanes, Sybil Vane's description of their home. Vane's description of their home. That's something that we cannot leave out. We are also going to talk about Dorian Gray sending for Mr. Hubbard, who had to sending for Mr. Hubbard to come to his house and frame the portrait. So those are the things that we can bring in there. 7.6 says Dorian thinks about appearing at the dinner without letting on that he has met that a man is playing a part. Discuss other evidence in the novel to suggest that Dorian blurs the lines between reality and art. When we come into reality and art, we are going to talk about failing to distinguish between Sybil as an actress and as a person. So those are the things that we can bring in. Sybil, the character, and Sybil, the person. He fails to separate the two because he falls in love with the acting characters of Sybil on stage. And I believe we're also going to talk about after the death of Sybil, he asked Basil to do a portrait of that. That's also something else. After the murder of Basil, his detachment and calls Basil's corpse a thing as if he did not exist. So those are the things that we are talking about. failing to separate himself from the portrait. He is so consumed with his beauty that he cannot separate what he has become as he sees it in the portrait. Consider line 8. Those finely shaped fingers could never have clutched a knife for sin. Using this line as a starting point, explain how the aesthetic values of the Victorian society cloud their beliefs. Aestheticism, physical beauty. So somehow anyone who's seen as beautiful is taken as being good and innocent and worthy. So that's why it's difficult for the rumors to be believed when he is being accused of being corrupt. So those are the things that we mean and say aesthetic values of Victorian aristocracy cloud their beliefs. Beautiful things are acceptable and valued. So that's why now there is a connection between physical beauty and its importance and priority in society. That's why also Basil wants Dorian to confirm that the rumors are false when he confronts him about what he has heard in the streets. And then it says, referred to lines 10 to 11, terrible pleasure of double life. Critically assess the statement with regard to Dorian's moral decay. One of the things that happen is that duplicity in Dorian is seen through Dorian embracing hedonism and disregarding morality. Appearance to Dorian is more important, and that's why he wants to maintain the beauty as he sees it in the portrait. And therefore, what does he do? He hides his corruption from the public. So when we say he's living a double life, we're talking about the innocent and beautiful Dorian presenting himself to society on a daily basis, but the corrupt Dorian is hid from the public and locked in the schoolroom. Also, we are going to talk about disregard for justice. He allows himself to forget and not consider the consequences of all his actions, and that's why it is recorded in the portrait, in the painting, and therefore he does not make it part of his daily life and his responsibility. So he disguises himself when he goes to the opium dens and changes clothes to fit in with the poor crowd there so that he cannot be recognized. So he's able to forget his conscience and his guilt when he's there, but though it haunts him, he still ignores it. So those are some of the things that we could have taken when it comes to the duality of their lives or the double life. Okay, we got to the essay question of life of Pi. Pi Patel's survival instincts and ability to adapt to his environment play a crucial role in his survival at sea. Critically discuss the validity of the above statement. As usual, you should do an essay of 400 to 450 words. I'm just going to discuss possibilities of life of Pi. Oh, that novel is very long. Hey, to those who are doing it, I pray you finished it and you have adapted to the sections. I believe the first thing we're going to talk about is Pi's ability to think quickly. That is something that becomes important for his survival. He is a very resilient young man, and I believe the shock of the shipwreck and being the only survivor of his family, he quickly uses his instinct to swim to the lifeboat. And the second instinct, I believe, is to save Richard Parker. Despite the despairing situation he is in, he still makes the right decisions. Keeping himself alive on the boat is what now dominates his life in the boat, and as a result, it becomes a priority more than him being stranded on sea. Basic needs that he has to attend to: fresh water, food, which is the fish, securing shelter. That's where we realize that he is able to attend to what is necessary despite him being stranded and being alone and being so young. Improvising solutions allows him to adapt to his environment. He even designs tools for survival when he's there, and also by using his knowledge from the survival manual when he was a young boy at the sea and their father was grooming them, he's able to create a safeness for himself from the animals on the lifeboat. And therefore later on, he now commands himself to become the dominant in the training of Richard Parker. So he swaps roles with Richard Parker. He is a prey to Richard Parker, but now he switches roles and he becomes the dominant one in the boat. Also, adapting to coexist with the tiger helps him to survive. Territory is drawn and respect mutually comes on with Richard Parker in the boat, and there is amicability there. He uses Richard Parker and his presence to stay focused and alive and alert, both mentally and physically. I believe he uses his alter ego of Richard Parker to cope on how to dealing with the horrors of that experience that he is in. Hope is part of his main survival mode. His faith, religions, the 3 religions, the rituals he observes on the lifeboat, they all help him maintain his sanity and remain alive. I believe also the storms, the hunger that he goes through, he still overcomes them. Physical endurance, malnutrition, injuries, he still has the ability to endure the pain. Being mentally sane despite the difficult times that he went through, despite being alone because he has no communication, he's with Richard Parker. Those are the things that can come in there to show his survival instincts. His childhood was the biggest survival manual that he needed. The time he was trained at the zoo, the males that groomed him in his religion, those are the things that really carried him through. Solving the mathematical equation, so those are the things that we bring in. When we're coming in now to question 9, Life of Pi context, this was from chapter 40. Richard Parker did not jump into the water after me. The oar I intended to use as a club floated. I held onto it as I reached for the lifebuoy, now vacant on its previous occupant. It was terrifying to be in the water. It was black and cold and in a rage. I felt as if I were at the bottom of a crumbling well. Water kept crashing down on me. It stung my eyes. It pulled me down. I could hardly breathe. If there hadn't been the lifebuoy, I wouldn't have lasted a minute. I saw a triangle slicing the water 15 feet away. It was a shark's fin. An awful tingle, cold and liquid, went up and down my spine. I swam as fast as I could to one end of the lifeboat, the end still covered by the tarpaulin. I pushed myself up on the lifebuoy with my arms. I couldn't see Richard Parker. He wasn't on the tarpaulin or on a bench. He was at the bottom of the lifeboat. The bright orange tarpaulin was held down by a strong nylon rope that wove its way between metal grommets in the tarpaulin and blunt hooks on the side of the boat. I happened to be treading water at the bow. I was alone and orphaned in the middle of the Pacific, hanging onto an oar, an adult tiger in front of me, sharks beneath me, a storm raging about me. Had I considered my prospects in the light of reason, I surely would have given up and let go of the oar. hoping that I might drown before being eaten. But I don't recall that I had a single thought during those first minutes of relative safety. I didn't even notice daybreak. I held on to the oar. I just held on. God only knows why. That is from chapter 40. Refer to lines 3 to 4. It says, it was terrifying to be in the water, bottom of a crumbling well. Comment on the effectiveness of this image in the context of this extract. Now, when we're coming in, the sea is described as violent, the waves violent, which actually is symbolical of the rage of Pi's current situation. He's at the bottom of a crumbling well, which shows the despair that he is in. Helpless state. There is no way out of the well. There are sharks. There's a storm. There are raging waves or violent waves. And therefore we realize that danger keeps piling up. There is no escape from him. So now we are basing that on what he encounters. I believe I gave more than 3 things there that will sustain you to actually have a picture of what we mean. Refer to lines 1 to 11. Richard Parker did not jump the bottom of the lifeboat. Identify and explain one narrative technique that is used in this paragraph to depict the mood of the extract. One of the things, let's go quickly to those, to that paragraph, line 1 to 11. Richard Parker did not jump into the water after me. Water kept crashing down on me. It stung my eyes. It pulled me down. I could hardly breathe. I swam as fast as I could to the end of the lifeboat. He was at the bottom of the lifeboat. Very short sentences. We have very short sentences. That's the technique I'm seeing first. We have short sentences. Pull me down. Stung my eyes, as I said, to the bottom of the sea. I believe that's the agency of his fear. So we have short sentences. That's one. Agency is what they portray. I believe we also have descriptive language. I saw descriptive language as well. When we say descriptive language, I believe we saw awful, terrifying emotions that he felt in a dangerous situation. So those are the 2 that I am seeing at the moment. And then 9.3, refer to line 12, the bright orange tarpaulin. Discuss the significance of the color. Survival, color, the orange is survival. I haven't done this book in a while, but it's coming back. Survival, it's definitely what it is. Hope is what it symbolizes as well. So we are coming in and talking about the orange uten, I believe, the lifeboat, the whistle, they are all orange. The tarpaulin are all orange. Those are the things that he uses for his survival. So he gets into he is able to get onto the lifeboat because of the tarpaulin. The lifeboat is the one that sustains him and Richard Parker to be alive. So those are the things that we are talking about. And then 9.4, refer to lines 16 to 18. Critically comment on the reason and significance of Pi just hanging on to the oar. Shock, fear, and as a result, he continues to hold on, even though he doesn't realize that he's holding on. Instinct. I believe we're talking about instinct here. We are all going back to what we said in the essay. Instinct, shock, but instinct forces him to hold on. I believe we can also talk about he cannot comprehend what has just happened, but what he knows is that he has to save his life at this point on. 9.5 is coming from extract D. Kristen is the quietest of tiger calls, a puff through the nose to express friendliness and harmless intentions. Richard Parker did it again, this time with the rolling of the head. He looked exactly as if he were asking me a question. I looked at him full of fearful wonder. There being no immediate threat, my breath slowed down. My heart stopped knocking about in my chest, and I began to regain my senses. I had to tame him. It was at the moment that I realized this necessity. It was not a question of him or me, but of him and me. We were literally and figuratively in the same boat. We would live or we would die together. He might be killed in an accident or he could die shortly of natural causes, but it would be foolish to count on such an eventuality. More likely the worst would happen, the simple passage of time in which his animal toughness would easily outlast my human frailty. Only if I tamed him could I possibly trick him into dying first, if we are to come to that sorry business. But there's more to it. I will come clean. I will tell you a secret. A part of me was glad about Richard Parker. A part of me did not want Richard Parker to die at all, because if he died, I would be left alone with despair, a foe even more formidable than a tiger. If I still had the will to live, it was thanks to Richard Parker. He kept me from thinking too much about my family and my tragic circumstances. He pushed me to go on living. I hated him for it, yet at the same time, I was grateful. I am grateful. It's the plain truth. Without Richard Parker, I wouldn't be alive today to tell you my story. I looked around at the horizon. Didn't I have here a perfect circus ring, inescapably round, without a single corner for him to hide in? I looked down at the sea. Wasn't this an ideal source of treats with which to condition him to obey? Discuss the significance of pies describing the Proustian sound made by Richard Parker. How does it affect Pye's understanding of the tiger? Okay, he takes it as the opposite of a threat. He is not threatened by it, and therefore he takes it and associates it to friendliness. A connection is created between Pye and Richard Parker, and that's what creates the coexistence, I believe, cohabitation. Therefore, what happens is the way they address each other changes, and therefore they come to an understanding. Somehow there is an understanding between the two. Place that rough extract in context. We get it later on, not at the beginning in life of Pye, but all the same we have it. And therefore, Pye and Richard Parker are the only survivors. The other animals have died. I believe there was a zebra, there was an orang utan, there was a hyena, and as a result, Pye has been contemplating how to kill Richard Parker. But then he realizes he needs Richard Parker for his own survival. So he's planning on keeping him alive. I can't remember the plan number, but I think he has a plan number of some sort to try and having a companion at sea so that they can inhabit the boat together and both survive. 9.7, explain how the explanations about lion taming from previous chapters prepares the reader for Pye's plan to tame Richard Parker. They are alone on the lifeboat, and therefore he establishes himself as I said, he becomes a dominant. I believe the word used in the book is alpha. He becomes an alpha animal, and now he uses what he was used at the circus. Pye will make use of the same methods that he's doing. So he has to train Richard Parker and establish himself as the dominant. The environment is unfamiliar to Richard Parker, which will give Pye an advantage over Richard Parker at that time. 9.8, comment on the irony of the sea as an ideal source of treats. Positivity. He has difficulties and challenges and hardships around him, but the positivity in him is what sustains him. The sea has fish, has tackles, which are the threats, but catching the food was very difficult to do, was unpredictable, and sometimes we'll go for long hours without anything, or days. Refer to 925 to 20. Based on your knowledge of the novel as a whole, comment on the irony Pye has to tame Richard Parker. I believe somewhere Richard Parker is the only companion that Pi has. So if he does not tame Richard Parker, he will be left alone. So caring for Richard Parker and looking after Richard Parker distracts Pi, and therefore it also sustains him mentally and it distracts him from his current situation. Somewhere later, he uses the coping mechanism of his alter ego while stranded on sea. He has controlled Richard Parker, and therefore that will allow him to sustain himself and fight for survival. So those are the things that could have come in there. We are finally going to our last section, which is the drama Hamlet. Examine the interplay between genuine madness and feigned insanity in Hamlet. That's a play I'm teaching, so I'm able to touch on this one, focusing on how Hamlet's strategic madness contrasts with Ophelia's real psychological breakdown and how these states reflect the broader themes of betrayal and revenge. This was a heavy question. Genuine madness, feigned insanity. There was a thin line between this one. Just as there was a thin line between betrayal and revenge. I believe when we're talking about feigned madness, we're talking about Hamlet's plan to observe the Claudius without being seen and removing the spotlight from himself. It's a strategy, it's a plan that he comes up with, and as such, he wants to investigate. Therefore, the feigned madness will mask his true intentions as he tries and seeks evidence to revenge for his father's murder. But when we come to the contrast of Ophelia, she falls into genuine madness as we see the emotional baggage and the turmoil that she goes through due to the loss of the father, due to feeling betrayed by both Hamlet and her father. So when we come to Hamlet, his feigned madness is planned. It is deliberate. It is intentional. So as such, that is through erratic behavior, nonsensical cliches and puns that he does to confuse those around him because he's intelligent, particularly Claudius, Polonius, I believe, and therefore making them more paranoid. But now that gives him the ideal setting because it allows him to remove the suspicion from himself while he gathers information. He is manipulative during his feigned madness as he operates without anyone knowing his true intentions. I believe when we're coming in, we see though that there's a struggle in Hamlet, internal struggle, one of his soliloquies whereby we show the internal struggle that he goes through, moral implications of revenge, and also the weight of the revenge plot on his shoulders and the decisions that he's making. Ophelia, on the other hand, is a tragic death because she experiences what her emotional state cannot handle, which drives her to suicide. Her madness is through the Willow Song, and which shows her grief and loss. Ophelia's insanity shows the state of how vulnerable she is and how she cannot cope with expectations from society, that she must cope with betrayal, cope with loss at the same time. Now we see the contrast that is done shows that betrayal and revenge in the plan go together. When we talk about revenge, we are talking about led by betrayal. Hamlet is feeling betrayed through the unnatural death of the father, and therefore that's where now it affects his decision making and causes procrastination. Revenge is to kill Claudius, and he fails to do that because he still puts excuses across, sending him to heaven as he finds him praying, because he is failing to cope with grief and the expectations of the role of murdering a person. So those are some of the things that could have come in. The context questions have been deemed as challenging today. So let's see what was expected of us. Place this extract in context started the play. This is from Act 3, Scene 2. That's the last. What is this one? We say, this is immediately after the mousetrap. And therefore, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern inform Hamlet that the king is upset and Gertrude desires to speak with him. That's where Hamlet now in his own soliloquy expresses his anger towards his mother. And then it says, refer to lines 8 to 9, O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not ever the soil of Nero enter this firm bosom. Nero was one of the most notorious emperors of ancient Rome who had his mother put to death. Account for Hamlet's plea in O heart, lose not thy nature. One of the things is the violence that Nero committed in murdering his own mother because she poisoned her husband. Hamlet disciplines himself and admonishes himself to be aware of his natural feelings as a son and not allow himself to be like Nero or be in a situation like Nero. He must not perform an unnatural deed or harm the mother or hurt the mother. Elaborate the irony evident in these lines. Hamlet foreshadows and sees that Gertrude will be rebuked. Ironically, he tells himself he will not act, but to confine himself only to words. I will only speak daggers to her, he says, but uses none. But during the play, he scolds himself because he cannot translate his own words into actions. So the irony is in what he says and what he does, because he does not do as he has instructed himself to do in his own soliloquies and words. Refer to lines 11. Refer to lines 3 to 14. If you are the director of the production of Hamlet, how would you instruct the actor to deliver these lines? Reference to both body language and tone. It's a full 4 marks this time. We've been getting 3 marks before. They went further to a 4 marks, which means you have to be fully clear on what you mean. Anger in Hamlet had to be given. He may be moving in a quick pace around the stage, drawing his hands together or his sword as if to murder Claudius, trying to calm himself down by pacing back and forth and trying to contain himself not to act like Nero. He may touch his sword and put it back in his pocket to signify that he will not use it. So any of those had to be gone through. Try and use a soft voice on himself to try and calm himself down. So any of those could have been acceptable. The extract F was long. Learners complained that extract E was short and extract F was very long. They found it challenging. I understand with the narrows now. Place this extract in context came twice in the play, which was why maybe the learners are crying. We are saying Claudius and Laertes have conspired that they will use the friendly jewel as a cover for Laertes to get his revenge. The sword will be made sharper and then it will be tainted with poison. and then there will be a goblet with a cup with poison in it, which will be the backup plan. So now I think also we have the purpose of the jewel was to make the jewel look like an accident. So Hamlet's death would look like an accident during the duel. Now Hamlet and Laertes are both wounded, and that's where we come in now into this extract. And then it says, refer to lines 4 to 5. Oh, villainy, ho, let the door be locked. Treachery, seek it out. Comment on the significance of Hamlet's words in these lines. He viewed himself as a victim, as when he came back for the funeral of the father, he viewed himself as a victim. But now, procrastination and overthinking became his downfall. He is no longer passive and only contemplative. He acts decisively in this scene. So now we realize the impact is that we now have an active Hamlet and not a passive Hamlet. Explain what prompts Laertes' response. I believe Laertes' response is because Hamlet has wounded Claudius with a poisoned sword, and then he has forced him to drink the last of the poison in the cup. Laertes comments that Claudius is justly served because Claudius was the mastermind behind the plan of the backup cup being used for Hamlet, but it led to Gertrude's death. So Claudius now has the time to confess and admit his guilt that Gertrude dies because of the poison prepared by him. But he only chooses to say she has only fainted so that he can cover up his own scheming actions and evil actions that he has done. And then it says, I am more antique Roman than a Dane. Discuss how Horatius' diction conveys his sentiments towards Hamlet. I think throughout the 6 months we've been doing this, I've been talking about the loyalty and love that Horatio has for Hamlet. So I believe Horatio demonstrates his loyalty to Hamlet, and therefore he wishes to commit suicide so that he can die alongside the men that he has been faithful to and loyal to. I believe the custom was when a soldier committed suicide, he would fall on the sword if his leader had just died in duty. So that's exactly what he wants to do. That's loyalty, that's love, and that's friendliness. Refer to lines 38 to 45. As thou art a man to tell my story. Critically discuss how Hamlet's response signifies a shift in his character. He always procrastinated in taking the revenge on Claudius, and that almost gave an inclination that he feared death. I believe also the contemplation in his soliloquies, to be or not to be, which means he has these doubts. But now he has made peace with dying and regards it as peace. Heaven, as he reveals the word in his speech, it provides us with a new understanding that he has handed over any control of his actions to his destiny. So Hamlet his story must be told by Horatio, and therefore Horatio must reveal all the hidden affairs and the truth must be maintained. Hamlet is going to be portrayed as a tragic hero. We are going to question 12, which is Othello. That is our second last question in the exam paper. The failure to be honest and morally good leads to destruction in the drama Othello. Critically evaluate the statements with close reference to the events in the play. Characters failure to be honest, morally good, distraction in the drama. So those are the things that we are going to be touching on. We are looking at tragic heroes when it comes to the plays. The pride in Othello that he has about his honor is what leads to his downfall. When his love for Desdemona is tested by being manipulated by Iago, he chooses to believe Iago's lies. That crumbles his integrity and he becomes questionable as a character. As a result, he appoints himself as Desdemona's god, judges her, and he decides on her destiny. He's very insecure. He makes questionable choices, and he justifies his killing of Desdemona as the action of an honorable murderer, and he will be making the world a better place. That's where we question him and his morals there, because his ego and his pride becomes the problem. He allows himself to be persuaded and blackmailed and manipulated by Iago to kill Cassio. And Cassio gives in to peer pressure, even though he knows he's in charge of the watch that night. But the consequences of his choice becomes the reason why he loses his position as the right-hand man to Othello. Trust and friendship is lost between him and the man he admires and leads after. I believe Emilia makes a very bad moral decision by choosing to keep the handkerchief that Desdemona accidentally loses. Even when she is aware of how devastated Desdemona is by losing Othello's first ever gift to her, she says nothing. Her choice makes her an accomplice to Desdemona's death, but when she does reveal her actions, it's too late. The character of being passive in Desdemona, accepting Othello's abusive treatment, is also considered as questionable, and she doesn't challenge Othello, so her fate is sealed already. I believe also abusive behavior towards Desdemona, vulgar language that he uses, cannot be acceptable of a person of high stature. His pride will not allow him to be removed from a high status. He feels he needs to punish those who have tarnished his reputation. His failure to listen to Desdemona is a serious tragic flaw, and it does have fatal to discredit Cassio. As a result, Cassio is demoted from being the lieutenant to Othello, and therefore Iago advises him to plead with Othello, advises Iago to ask Desdemona to plead with Othello on his behalf. And then 13.2 says, you advise me well. This advice is free, I give, and honest. Explain the detail behind the irony of Iago's advice. Cassio thanks Iago for his good advice, but the advice is meant to destroy him. The advice is not going to help Cassio, so his intention is to seal Cassio's downfall. Cassio is going to be implicated of having an affair with Desdemona to Othello, and therefore that will lead to his downfall. In your opinion, is Iago's assessment of Desdemona's character in these lines accurate? Lines 13 to 20, what does she say? The inclining Desdemona to subdue in any honest suit, she's framed as fruitful as the free elements, and then for her to win the more, or to renounce his baptism. And then the question said, in your opinion, is Iago's assessment of Desdemona's character in these lines accurate. She is innocent. She is pure. Her intentions are only to help Cassio because of their friendship. But Othello is under the Othello is the weakness to Othello's reasoning. She's very naive, caring towards Cassio's a problem, and therefore that's how Iago exploits her weakness. She cares too much, and therefore that's the reason why Iago manipulates her weakness. Refer to lines 22 to 25, suggests how the paradox, it says, when the devil, divinity of hell, when devils will their blackest sins put on, they do suggest at first with heaven shows, as I do now. For while this one is full, lies Desdemona to repair fortunes. And she for him pleads strongly to the more. Okay. All right. It says, suggests how the paradox depicted in these lines underpins or supports the true nature of Iago's character. Iago pretends to be uncertain so that he can play the innocence card. His words suggest that something is happening, suspiciousness is there, but it is part of his plan to manipulate Othello. So he realizes that telling Othello not to pursue the matter anymore will actually push Othello to do it. He does not have the proof that Othello needs or wants. So that's where we are. And then extract H was coming from Iago, re-enter Desdemona and Emilia was Act 3, Scene 3, starting with Othello. Iago, why did I marry this honest creature doubtless sees and no more, much more than he unfolds. Okay. And then the 13.5 says, my lord, account for Iago's manipulative manner towards Othello here. Forcing Iago to keep quiet, Othello to take what he says at face value will actually trigger Othello to take action. That's definitely what he does there. In your opinion, what does Othello's assessment of Iago reveal about Othello himself? Substantiate your response. He comes as too trusting of Iago. He trusts Iago too much. He is a poor judge of character. He accepts Iago's behavior at face value, but ironically demands evidence from Iago about Desdemona's infidelity. He praises Iago for his honesty. Ironically, Iago is the one lying to him. He believes himself, Othello believes himself to be good and a constant character. He lacks insight into the true human nature, as he is only a soldier and a leader in battle. Othello verbalizes his shortcomings and inadequacy as a husband to Desdemona. Explain to what extent you agree with the statement. He is an outsider and sees himself as an outsider. No understanding of the culture. He is a Moor. So that's something that he is always using to show his inadequacy. He is also having so many insecurities, which makes it difficult for him to trust and be loyal, and therefore that's what causes his love to fail. Refer to lines 36 to 38. When do we quicken and look where she comes? If she befalls, or then heaven mocks itself, I'll not believe it. If we're the director of the production of Othello, how would you instruct the actor to deliver these lines? Pay specific attention to body language and tone. Motivate your instructions. His tone will be hesitant, doubtful. He will be pacing up and down on stage. Clasping his hands together to show nervousness, shaking his head over and over again, hands outstretched towards the heavens in a prayer mode, as a plea, and those are the things that can come in on that one. We're going to the last mile, which is the crucible. The lack of integrity and honesty has disastrous consequences. Critically discuss the extent to which you agree to the above statement. When we talk of lack of integrity, we have so many characters that lack integrity, and that's what leads to the tragic deaths of numerous innocent people. Paris, he clearly lacks the qualities of being a minister. He is a villain, but his instincts make him obvious from the beginning that he lacks the qualities of preserving the ministerial duties. He is more worried about how Abigail's actions and being caught will have an impact on him, and he's not worried about the girls. He's dishonest, I believe. A minister at that. My apologies. After he tells Abigail that he saw someone naked, he denies it in court later on. Being a minister at that, he's trying to discredit other men. Proctor, he tries so much to discredit Proctor, Giles, so that he can protect his position. He is very materialistic. He wants so many things. Deeds to the house, cathedrals, and therefore he's not focusing on the spiritual element. Unfortunately, he has a big role in the tragic actions that happen later, because in trying to preserve his own name, he does it at the expense of the others. John is one of them. Girls, they died tragic deaths because of his actions. When we come to the Putnams, we are going to really also put them in as they lack integrity and honesty. Anne's behavior is against the court of the Puritans. She also blames Rebecca and has pure vengeance and hatred for the deaths of her babies. Rebecca is actually hanged because of her dishonesty. That's why we will question her integrity. Thomas is very greedy. He is thinking of his position as a Putnam should afford him more status. He has an attitude of being entitled. He does not belong in a Puritan community at all. He actually makes up stories of witchcraft and even coaches his daughter to call out names of innocent people so that he can benefit from their land. Lying in court when questioned about Giles' claim, Giles dies ultimately because of how Thomas is dishonest. Abigail is not only had an affair with a married man, but she is also introduced as a liar to us. She's very vindictive, and she has no control, self-control, and no boundaries. She threatens the girls. She sticks a needle in her own stomach to pin a voodoo charge on Elizabeth. She has lack of integrity because she easily accuses innocent people of witchcraft just to avoid a beating or a whipping. She lies in court blatantly and makes up stories of yellow birds, cold winds as evidence in the court. She steals Paris's savings and absconds, leaving tragedy behind her. But we also are going to blame the judges, Danforth and Haythorne, who are signs of lacking integrity. They claim to represent the highest court in the land, yet it soon becomes very clear that they are not fighting to root out any evil, but they are going to preserve their own positions of power and authority. And it's at any cost, even if it's people's lives. Because they force very good people to lie just to avoid hanging. They blatantly refuse to listen to testimonies of respected people. They refuse to arrest anyone who goes, and what do? They arrest anyone who goes against the court. Danforth also threatens to hang 10,000 people if they come against him in the court. They are very arrogant, and it's enough now to show us that the court hearings were done without any integrity. Okay, let's go to the context, which is the last question in this question paper. Proctor Elizabeth, it's from Act 2, lays this extract in context. It's been revealed that John Proctor has had an affair with Abigail and has been fired because of the story that she has come up with in court, that the girls are being bewitched. Elizabeth wants John actually to go to Salem and tell the court what Abigail said to them when they were alone, that their witchcraft claims were just for fun. That's where we come into this one. What does Proctor mean by this comment? I have good reason to think before I charge fraud on Abigail. He knows the extent of Abigail's brutality and vindictiveness. So he is concerned that if he charges her, she will expose his adultery and his reputation will be destroyed. So he is trying to save himself. Line 7 to 8, spare me, you forget nothing and forgive nothing. Learn charity, woman. If you're the director of a production of The Crucible, how would you instruct the actor to deliver these lines? Very sarcastic tone when he says, learn charity, woman. I believe it could be a sarcastic tone. It could be a tone of frustration. Throw up his hands or raise his hands into the air, or turn his back on her, so that he shows his frustration of being always reminded of his sin, and is trying to cast off his own guilt. Refer to lines, what is this one? Refer to lines 20 to 21. I never thought you but a good man, John, with a smile, only somewhat bewildered. Is this a valid assessment of John Proctor's character? Refer to the play as a whole to validate your answer. John Proctor is a good man, but because of his affair with Abigail, he still has to prove his integrity and trust by standing for the truth. He does not accept the judge's offer to save his wife because he knows there is more that is at stake. He signs the confession in fear at the beginning, but he tears it up and dies as a man of integrity. So he was blinded by Abigail's beauty, but that does not deter him from dying as a good man. But then we can also, on the other hand, call him, he's not really a good man because he has an affair. He lies about it in a crowd. He is more worried about his reputation than actually admitting to sin. He wants to redeem himself, but he does not want, what is this one? But he rips up the confession in return. Refer to lines 25 to 26. How do you go to Salem when I forbid it? Do you mock me? Using these lines as a starting point, critically discuss the role of the girls in the Salem court. The girls are given powers by the court. They are made important by the court. And therefore, this now allows them to not listen to the leaders in their own homes. The girls' behavior started off as a sport of some sort, but their testimonies become acts of saving themselves, and they cannot now turn back their lies. So which means that they point the finger of revenge wherever they see fit and to whoever they feel they need to get revenge on. So at the end of the day, it's a sport that turns into a messy tragedy because of their lies and failing to get out of their lies. Refer to line 2. Line 2 says, turns his face to the wall. Explain what the stage direction reveals about Rebecca Ness. She is a moral compass. That's what she's always been called. So John is even embarrassed to face Rebecca because she is a true Christian, and John does not want Rebecca Ness to see his deception. So which means she will not pick it up if he does not face her. Comment critically on the irony of Danforth's words. Courage, men, courage. Let her witness your good example that she may come to God herself. When coming in, we are saying the real courage is that Rebecca is able to stand by her word and does not back down on what she has said. She does not give a false testimony to save herself. But Danforth, who is the symbol of justice, is actually not seeing the truth that is in front of him. So what we realize is that she is coerced into giving in, but she does not back down. She stands on a true morality and Christian values. In line 8, now woman, how is this behavior typical of the men in power? We are talking about dismissive of females. Those are the things we'll talk about. Women are treated disrespectfully and are not taken into consideration, and as a result, misogynistic community is what we're talking about, whereby they are only referred to as a woman or women instead of their names. So they do not even address them by their name. So that's dismissive. There's the arrogance there in the males to actually make women feel so inferior. Refer to lines 20 to 23. It is excellency. It is enough. He confessed himself. Let him sign it. Let him sign it. It is a great service, sir. It is a waiting name. It will strike the village that Proctor confessed. I beg you, let him sign it. Hale and Paris both want Proctor's confession. Use these lines as a starting point to contrast their motivations. Hale feels responsible for the deaths, and he denounced the proceedings. He hopes he will gain forgiveness from God because of lying, as he feels that life is more precious than male pride. But Paris, on the other hand, he has his own position that he wants to defend and uphold. And unfortunately, it gets out that the girls have been lying, and he will be thrown out of asylum. But if people see John confess, it will give credibility to him and the court's actions. So which means that he does not want to be responsible. A good day. We are going to be having a discussion of possible answers for the English Home Language Paper 2, May, June 2024, Paper 2 question paper. We are expecting certain answers, so we're going to be discussing our expectations, towards what could have been given as possible answers. The paper was 2.5 hours as usual, and the mark allocation is 80 marks. This paper is based on our literature syllabus, which is the poetry section, which is also the novel section, and finally the drama section. The poems that came in our June supplementary paper were The Shipwreck, The Morning Sun is Shining, It is a Petitious Evening, Calm and Free, and The Child Was Shot Dead by Soldiers in Nyanga. We have an essay question on the shipwreck, and then we have our contextual questions for the other 3 prescribed poems. Then we finally have A Beggar Rose, which was our unseen poem, and it was a contextual questions. We are going to go through all those poems, and we're going to go to our novel section, which is the picture of Dorian Gray and the life of Pi. And finally, we're going to go through our drama section, which will be Hamlet, Othello, and the Crucible. So we're going to have some discussions of possible things that could have been given as answers, and see our expectations of what we had in that paper. Without wasting any time, let's go to our prescribed poetry. Our first question is an essay question, which is The Shipwreck by Emily Dickinson. Remember, we have expectations that you know how to write the essay question in the poetry section. Let's go and see what we had. We had read the poem below and then answer the questions that follow. Glee, the great storm is over. 4 have recovered the land, 40 gone down together into the boiling sand. Ring for the scant salvation, toll for the bonny souls. Neighbor and friend and bridegroom spinning upon the shoals. How will they tell the shipwreck when winter shakes the door? Till the children ask, but the 40, did they come back no more? Then a silence suffices the story, and a softness that tell us I, and the children no further question, and only the waves reply. Let's have a discussion of the poem first before we go in. Shipwreck is a tragic poem because it is based on the sinking of a ship, and unfortunately only 4 people survive and 40 drown. So when coming into Shipwreck, we must be having an expectation that you understand that when we are talking about tragedy, more people died than the survivors. So we are coming in and having a very sorrowful and melancholic mood and tone because of what have just transpired. We're also being given the issue of the great storm, and as such, that was the reason for the poem going down. And now when we come in, we are going to talk about a contrast of the relief and the pain that is felt by the people who are narrating the story. So now we are coming in and saying it's a powerful exploration of the vulnerability and the merciless forces of nature, because we realize nature is the reason for the shipwreck and why people drown. And also we're going to talk about we are also going to talk about the hopelessness that is felt, the doom that is felt, or desolation that is felt by the tragic nature of the shipwreck, impacts of the events on individuals involved. I believe we're talking about a newlywed who's a bridegroom, friend, and therefore we are now talking about the impact of that storm and the shipwreck. Powerful nature of the storm is also given in here through the sea and its roughness. So this is a nature poem, but it has a sense of tragedy because we are talking about lost at sea, forever gone. There's finality that they will not come back. They are lost. They die. And now when we're coming in, we must understand that it is not just a literal account of a shipwreck, but it's a metaphor of the fragile human condition and the inevitability of death. So when we coming in, the shipwreck becomes a symbol of the ultimate tragedy and the forces that can unexpectedly disrupt lives. So as such, we are now going to go to the essay question. We're just giving a background of each poem for revision purposes so that those who are preparing for exams as well can be able to have an understanding of the poem in simplified version. Let's go to the essay question that was in the exam. Dickinson's poem examines how people are at the mercy of nature. We remember our drill. What we do is we always underline our keywords, how people are at the mercy of nature. It says, discuss the statement with close reference to diction, imagery, and tone. We are always prescribed what to include in our essay question, and our essay question demands that we do a 250 to 300 words, which is roughly a page or so, or 1.5 pages, depending on the handwriting. As a result, when we're coming in now, we're going to explore the mercy, how people are at the mercy of nature, which diction is giving us that people are at the mercy of nature, which imagery is leading us to how people are at the mercy of nature, which tone is giving us how people are at the mercy of nature. So that's what we're going to discuss. All right, let's go and see what we're supposed to do. Essay question has demands, remember? We have demands of what we're supposed to do in an essay question. So let's specify the basics of what we expect essay questions in poetry. One of the demands is that you must have an introduction. An introduction takes the form of the title of the play, and then we have the poet's name, title of the poem, and then we have the poet's name, and then that's when we break down the question and address it. Break down the question. This is what we expect you to do in the essay question introduction, whereby you will give us in the poem Shipwreck by Emily Dickinson. That's what we mean by title of the poem, the poet's name, and then you have to break down the question. So we always expect an introduction that will address the question and what will be brought into the essay. The body of the essay is always going to be divided into parts, and I believe you are divided into 3 parts by the question, so which means we are divided into 3 parts. We have the diction part, we have the, it's said with reference to diction, to imagery, and then to the tone. So which means we expect you to have a discussion of these 3 in 3 different ways. And finally, you'll give us your conclusion, which will bring everything together, and you close. Bring everything together, summarize it shortly, whatever you call it, and then you close your essay. That is what we expect from the essay question in poetry. So now when we're coming in, let's go and try and see what we could have brought in as the diction in the question. I will discuss 3 words or so. That will be enough because we're only having roughly a page or so, right? For the diction, what would we have expected you to give? We would have expected you to talk about the word together. In line 3, remember we quote our diction. This shows the tragedy of the 40 dying in the shipwreck. All of them drowned. That is the first diction that we're going to talk about, that people are at the mercy of nature. I also would love to talk about spinning because it's popping out for me, which is in line 8. Also, I would also like to talk about tall. I'm seeing tall as well in line 6. That can also come in. 3 diction words is enough for you to just get through the essay, because remember you have 3 things that you need to discuss. Let's go to spinning. We are going to talk about the bodies of the drowned. are controlled by the movement of the sea's currents. So line 6 also, it's a mournful sound. Reminiscent of the 40 sailors who perished at the sea. That's our diction. We are discussing words or phrases. You could have said 40 gone or gone down together. You could have taken together, or you could have taken gone down together. Any of those is acceptable, whatever you want to say. But what matters is that you must be having either a word or you must be having a phrase when you are discussing diction. That's what we expect you to give. I'm going to go to imagery and see what we could have brought into the imagery. Remember, imagery, we are going to focus on euphemism, figures of speech. I'll start with the euphemism that I just mentioned now, gone down together. Which is a polite way of saying 40 have died. We're also going to talk about the alliteration of the S sound. In Scan Salvation, line 5. We can also bring in the metaphor, boiling sand, whereby the sand announcement and reality of a few survivors. The sand has been churned up. That's the metaphor. By the waves of the storm. That's being at the mercy of nature. Anything we are taking is based on us connecting it to the mercy of nature. So that's why we are not taking every figure of speech or any figure of speech, but we are only focusing of anything that is connected to the mercy of nature based on the poem Shipwreck. And then also what can come in now. We are also going to talk about moving in circular motion, churning. Looks like a boiling kettle. That's our figure of speech that we're talking about. We can now move on to the tone of the poem. And I believe we have a sorrowful tone. Somber tone is also visible there. Melancholic mood. Right, where do we see the sorrowful tone? Loss of lives. Somber tragedy has occurred. 40 lost. Melancholic tone. Failure to respond to the children. when they ask about the 40 who died. This is what we are talking about when saying we're writing an essay question. We have to touch on tone, we have to touch on imagery, we also have to touch on diction. So as a result, what do? That amounts to you having 3 divisions in the body, whereby you discuss your diction, you discuss your imagery, and you discuss your tone. So these are the expectations that we are making of examples of words that could have been used that have an impact in giving us how people are at the mercy of nature, the figures of speech that are connecting us to saying people are at the mercy of nature, and the tone that is brought out by people being at the mercy of nature. So as a result, this is where we call the selective method must be used when coming to the essay question, because you only have to select what is relevant and what is needed. So that's why we have to be knowing exactly what we're taking according to what we did here, whereby we had to underline the keywords in the question, and then you have to now identify the things that are relevant for this question. Okay, let's go to question number 2, which was the morning sun is shining. The morning sun is shining on the green willow tree and sends a golden sunbeam to dance upon my knee. The fountain bubbles merrily, the yellow locust spring of life and light and sunshine. The happy brown birds sing. The earth is clothed with beauty. The air is filled with song. The yellow thorn trees laud the wind with odors sweet and strong. And then there is a hand I never touch and a face I never see. Now what is sunshine? What is song? Now what is light to me? All right. We're going to have a brief discussion about the poem as well, so that we can bring in what we are talking about when it comes to the morning sun is shining. When we come here, it's a nature poem. It is a nature poem that shows the beauty of nature. But unfortunately, the poet is very lonely, as she has no one to share the beauty of nature with. Her only child passed away at a young age, just after birth. So as a result, we are now coming in and looking at how the sun, who is the child, is no longer shining for her because the child has died. So when we come in, we are talking about the beautiful karoo set up in this poem that is blessed with green willow trees, golden sunshine, bubbling fountains, springing locusts, bird song, the scent of thorn trees, the yellow flowers. But now when we're coming in line 13, she shifts from the beauty of nature because she is mourning the death of the child. There is a hand I never touch and a face I never see. So because of this, she realizes the futility of the beauty of nature, as she has no one to share it with. So what begins as a lyrical celebration of nature actually ends up as a lament for the loss of a loved one. So when we're coming into this poem, we have 2 things happening. We have a lyrical celebration of nature, which starts from the beginning. But unfortunately, when we come to line 13, from here, we now have what we call, we have a lament for the loss of a loved one, which is the loss of the child, of her child. So this poem, we realize, from line 1 to line 12, it's a lyrical celebration of nature. But from line 13 to line 16, that's where we're talking about the lament, where she realizes that there is a sense of sadness in her because the daughter or the child is not there to share the beauty of nature with her. So when we're coming in the lyrical celebration, she praises the beauty of nature around her. That's why I think auditory images are given, as we talked about the trees, as we talked about the sunshine, the fountain, the locusts, and all those things. So when we're coming in now, it's a 16-line poem divided into 4 parts. So that's where we see the variation of senses as well. Sense of sight in lines 1 to 4. We have sense of hearing in lines 5 to 8, and we have the sense of smell in 9 to 12. So all these senses enjoy the morning with the sun shining. So there is, now we realize, a deviation when we come to line 12, whereby they break the pattern, because the last 4 lines are now not on anything to do with nature, but are on the what is this one? Contrast, as they talk about the loss of the child. There is no possibility of her to touch the child or see her child. And therefore, that's where we see the tone of sadness, grief, hopelessness that is feeling those lines, despair. She has lost someone important to her. And as such, she will never see that person again. It makes her unhappy. Therefore, she cannot appreciate the nature or the natural beauty around her. So we are now asking ourselves, what is the impact of the rhetorical question at the end? Now, what is light to me? We realize that she is asking, what is the point of experiencing a beautiful natural morning if there is no one to share it with? So this rhetorical question engages us, the readers. There is no solace in the beautiful surroundings, and therefore the beauty of nature cannot overshadow the pain or the emotional trauma that the speaker experiences. So this is the poem that we are doing today, and are going to revise the context questions as we come across. All right, let's go to the questions and see what was expected of us. Okay. All right. Right. It says, refer to line 2, the green willow trees. Okay. So it says, line 2, the green willow tree. Account for the repetition in this line. It says, when we are coming to repetition, we are seeing it because green is repeated twice. So that's the repetition we're talking about. It says, what is the account for the repetition in this line? What does it do? It definitely emphasizes any of those is applicable. The beauty of nature, and how vibrant the color of the willow tree is. It's 2 marks. So emphasis, green, vibrant color of the willow tree is what we're getting. And also we're also talking about the beauty of nature. We move on. Our 2 marks is still there. We have 1, we have 2. We have answered the context question. Explain the mood that is created by the phrase golden sunbeam in line 3. It says the mood that is created by the phrase. Okay. Line 3 says, and sends a golden sunbeam. Okay. There's a joyful, happy mood there. Joyful, happy mood. Definitely. Why? Because is an affectionate term that is used. So it's an affectionate term that we are bringing in here when coming in and saying provides joy and what is this one? Joy and enjoyment. That the sun provides joy. Riches of the nature, beauty as well. Those are our answers. And then it says, refer to line 9. The earth is clothed with beauty, which is in line 9. And then the question says, identify the figure of speech used in this line. We are definitely having personification. This is personification. Okay, but now we're also supposed to discuss the effectiveness of the image. The earth is personified as wearing the beautiful clothing. That's the personification. So every part of the world is covered and filled with a beauty that makes the poet happy. So it's every part of the world is covered with beauty that makes the poet happy. Okay, we go on to line 13 to 16. There is a light. There is a hand I never touch and a face I never see. Now, what is sunshine? What is song? Now, what is light to me? Okay, when we're coming in, it says critically discuss how these lines convey the central message of the poem. All right, we're going to lines 13 to 16. Change, as we said, in tone, attitude is coming in. Why are we saying that? The word never, central message of the poem. She questions the purpose and meaning of this beauty. If she cannot share it with a loved one. She is in despair. She cannot appreciate and cannot appreciate the natural beauty around her. It was 3 marks, so we had to be specific, and therefore that's why we are being detailed. Those are our 3 marks that we expect from a full discussion of the central message in the last lines. All right, let's go to our next question. It is a beauticious evening, calm and free. All right, as we're coming into a beauticious evening, we are going to be looking at a context question as well. Okay, this is by William Wordsworth. Okay, let's go and find out what we're expected to do. Okay, it is a beauticious evening, calm and free. The holy time is quiet as a nun, breathless with adoration for the broad sun. Is sinking down in its tranquility. The gentleness of heaven is on the sea. Listen, the mighty being is awake, and doth with his eternal motion make a sound like thunder, everlastingly. Dear child, dear girl, that occurs with me here. If thou appear untouched by solemn thought, thy nature is not therefore less divine. Thou liest in Abraham's bosom all the year, and worshippest at the temple's inner shrine, God being with thee when we know it not. Let's have a brief discussion of the poem itself so that we can bring the background of what we are expecting here. So when we're coming to it is a petitious evening, calm and free. Remember, it is an Italian sonnet. We call it a Petrarchan sonnet sometimes, 14 lines, and therefore it's divided into two sections. One of the most important things that we must understand is that this is also a poem that is a celebration of the natural, beautiful world. So it's a nature poem as well. This poem celebrates the majestic, even holy beauty of the natural world. So this is happening at sunset when the poet is walking at sunset and is describing the evening's beauty in reverent terms, praising terms. Its comparisons are made to the non-presence of God as mighty being, the vast sky and sea, appreciation of the beauty and the power of nature and of the divine being that is God that makes such beauty exist and possible. So when we're coming in, we're looking at how awestruck the poet is by the world's peace and quietness during an evening stroll by the seaside. On the beach. The night is beauteous, he says. Calm. The sun is sinking down over the horizon. Tranquility as there's the gentleness over the ocean. The sky hangs gently over the ocean. And we're also talking about reverence or to prayer, breathless adoration. It's so quiet. It's almost as if the world is also holding its breath out of respect for nature's beauty, just like a nun is made breathless by her love for God. So now when we're coming at the descriptions of nature, they are filled with religious imagery that is now being linked to the beauty of evening and nature, and most importantly to God. So now when we are looking at appreciation of both nature and the divine spirit behind it. So this is the poem that we are coming to. And then now it breaks up in the sestet whereby he switches from the appreciation of nature and now addresses the dear child, representing his young daughter. So when the child does not seem to be struck or awestruck by the evening's beauty, the poet reasons that this is because for children, feeling close to God is an everyday occurrence. It's automatic. So kids or children maintain a natural sense of faith and wonder, and therefore they don't necessarily react with awe like adults do for those sacred moments. So the speaker believes that children feel God's presence in moments that might not seem sacred to adults. So as such, the young girl doesn't seem to appreciate this holy evening as the speaker does, but he insists that this is only a deceptive outward appearance. She seems untouched by the solemn thought during the sunset, but that doesn't mean that her nature is any less divine. Her outward lack of reverence doesn't mean she's any less capable of showing reverence to God. He even claims that children are the most holy to God's creatures and have a kind of access to divinity that adults have lost and no longer have. Abraham's bosom, I believe that's what he says. He believes that this child lies in Abraham's bosom all the year. She is actually in God's presence at all times. So it's just a comforting presence of God in one's regular life. Her childlike faith and wonder are always constant and fixed. So she has a direct access to God. This is basically the poem that we're coming to today and saying this is what we are looking at. So let's try and see exactly what we are expected to give when it comes to the contextual questions. Okay, it says identify the atmosphere in line 1. The line one says, it is a beauteous evening, calm and free. We are definitely having a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. It's either quiet or peaceful. Any of those is acceptable. Explain the effect of the punctuation mark in listen. This is to command the reader. Listen is the instruction. Command the reader to pay attention. To the presence of God. Number 3.3 says, account for the sun's being described as broad in line 3 in the context of the poem. In line 3, it says, breathless with adoration, the broad sun is sinking down in its tranquility. Account for the sun described as broad. This is to show that it's wide. Far-reaching is also acceptable. This shows respect and awe for nature. Right, those are our 2 marks. Refer to line 6 to 8. The mighty being like thunder. It says line 6 to 8. Listen, the mighty being is awake and doth with his eternal motion make a sound like thunder everlastingly. Discuss the effectiveness of the simile in these lines. Okay, the crashing sound of the waves. Sound like thunderclaps. Power of God who controls the waves. This shows the power of God who controls the waves. And then 3.5 says, critically discuss how the structure of the poem is used to convey its central message. I believe when I gave the discussion on the poem, I mentioned that it's an Italian sonnet that has 14 lines. What do we have? We have an octave, which is the 8 lines, first 8 lines of the poem. And then what does it do? Its central message we are going to talk about describes the peaceful atmosphere. Atmosphere of nature and appreciation of the beauty of nature. And then we have now the sestet, which is the last 6 lines of the poem. And what do? There is a switch from description of nature as the speaker now directly addresses his daughter in the sestet. So this is what we are having as the structure of the poem. We have to specify the divisions. That was our 10 marks for our beautiful Italian sonnet. Let's go to our question 4, which was the child was shot dead by soldiers in Nyanga. That's our last prescribed poem that we're going to go to. The child is not dead. The child raises his fist against his mother, who screams Africa, screams the smell of freedom and heathen. In the locations of the heart under siege, the child raises his fist against his father. In the march of the generations, who scream Africa, screams the smell of justice and blood in the streets of armed pride. The child is not dead, neither at Langa, nor at Nyanga, nor at Orlando, nor at Sharperville, nor at the police station in Philippi, where he lies with a bullet in his head. The child is the shadow of the soldiers, on guard with guns, saracens, and batons. The child is present at all meetings and legislations. The child peeps through the windows of houses and into the hearts of mothers. The child who just wanted to play in the sun at Nyanga is everywhere. The child who became a man treks through Africa, through all of Africa. The child who became a giant travels through the whole world without a pass. Right. We are coming into an apartheid poem whereby we are looking at a symbolic poem, a figurative poem, whereby the brutality of the apartheid police is highlighted in this poem. We are looking at an innocent child who was shot dead during a protest of the class book, and therefore the child dies at an early age. We are now looking at what the child rises up to become. The child becomes a metaphor and a symbol for the younger generation that is remaining to say they must revolutionize, they must liberate themselves, and therefore it means that they must fight for their freedom. The anger that is in the poem is directed at the older generation that did not protect them. So the older generation did not protect them. That's why we're talking about the raising of the fist against the mother, the raising of the fist against the father in the march of the generations. So when we're talking the march of the generations, we're talking about all the upcoming protests that will happen in the rise that will happen against the apartheid system so that they can finally be free. So now we're looking at generations that we are talking about this issue of this child. The child now not only becomes a symbol for the young ones, also becomes a symbol for the future. When we say the future, we are talking about all the youth that want to be free and want to be raised right, and therefore want to fight for what is theirs. So we are coming in and going to discuss the context questions at this one. The child now becomes a symbol not only in Nyanga, but in all the other parts of or provinces in South Africa where the uprisings happened. The child becomes a symbol also in Africa as a continent, and also expands globally and becomes a symbol in the whole world because of what the child stands for. Let's go and see what we expected to come from this one when we're talking about the child who was shot dead in Nyanga. Okay, it says identify and explain the mood that is created by the phrase raises his fist in line 2. The mood that we're getting an angry mood, as I said, anger at the parents who did not fight for them. It's an angry mood. Why do we say that? We can say a distress mood as well. Where we are talking about the child feels was not protected by the older generation. Explain why the phrase the child is repeated throughout the poem. This is an emphasis. So it emphasizes, we now call it an anaphora, remember? Emphasizes anaphora emphasizes the age and innocence of the youth, child's memory as well is also coming in. That's to emphasize the child's memory. 4.3 refer to line 16. The child is the shadow of the soldiers. And then they ask us to identify the figure of speech. This is a metaphor. We're talking about a metaphor. Discuss the effectiveness of the image. Child is compared. The child is the shadow of the soldiers. Foreshadowing. It's a foreshadowing, or we can call it a warning or a reminder. Any of those is acceptable. Of the possibility of violence. Because remember, the police were the ones who instigated the brutality and the violence. Refer to line 23. Without a pause, critically discuss the significance of this line in conveying the central message of the poem. This is what we call a coda. This is a one-line stanza, which is called a coda. So when we say what is the message of the poem, this gives us the bitter irony, gives us the bitter irony of the child's death, who had to first die to walk freely. This shows also the futility of his death, futility of the child's death, as he does not need the passbook to travel the world. This is our context questions of the child was shot dead. Okay, we're moving with the paper. Let's go to Beg a Rose. We are coming to question 5, which is our unseen poem. Beg a Rose by Moira Lavelle. Madam, a pale voice cycled through my car window. I'm hungry. I stuffed 10 cents into the gob of the parking meter. Its stomach hummed. Madam, but I was already in the rose shop, choosing thin pinks for dinner table decor. The cat still shot out its shuddering jaw and clamped in the tidbits of my purse. Madam, the boy embraced the parking meter, which flung up a red flag to advertise its emptiness. I looked down at the handful of roses, incensing the air with inedible aromas. Okay, let's go to our unseen poem and see what we expected there. Okay, it says gob is a slang word for mouth. The boy is described as having a pale voice. What does this description reveal about the boy? Young, fragile is also applicable. Weak, any of those is applicable. Vulnerable is also applicable. So this show that the boy is vulnerable. What does the description reveal about the boy? As we said, um, very weak, very fragile, very young, very vulnerable as well. Explain the use of ellipsis in line 5. This shows incomplete sentence. Why do we say that? It says, explain the use of ellipses. Why? Because the woman had already left. Did not wait for the boy to finish. She had already left. So it's the boy's sentence was cut off by the woman's departure. So that's why it becomes incomplete. Refer to line 7 to 8. The cash till shot out its shattering jaw and crammed in the tidbits of my purse. Identify the figure of speech used in these lines. Personification is coming up. Definitely, that's personification. Comment on the use of this figure of speech in the context of the poem. The cash till shot out its shattering jaw and crammed in the tidbits of my purse. We're looking at she spent a lot of money. Reveals that she spent a lot of money. She spent a lot of money on the flowers, which means they were expensive. Refer to lines 11 to 12. I looked down at the handful of roses, incensing the air with inedible aromas. Critically discuss the significance of these lines in conveying the central message of the poem. Insensitivity of the rich is popping out. Of the rich discards the hungry boy for expensive flowers. Decorate a table. And we're also talking of things nothing of the starving boy. Right, that's our unseen poem. That's the end of our section A. Let's go to section B. We are moving with the paper. We're going to Dorian Gray. And when we're coming to Dorian Gray, we're starting off with a question. The society in which Dorian Gray lives has a powerful influence. We are starting with society on the events that unfold in his life. Critically discuss the extent to which you agree with this statement. All right, we're going to talk about the society. Let's talk about Dorian Gray essay so that we can explain the society that we are facing. Right, we are facing superficial society. That's one of the things that we must bring in. When we're talking of a superficial society, we are talking about love for surfaces. And I believe we look at Lord Henry, prioritizes Dorian's outward appearance. Our question says, events that unfold his life. What does this lead to automatically? This leads to Dorian being under the influence of Lord Henry. That's where we see Lord Henry giving him the philosophy of the value of beauty, youth, pleasure above all things. leading to loss of his innocence. We can also discuss the issue of society, values, appearance, outward mannerisms, or something like that. And what we have Dorian being jealous of the portrait. What does it lead to? Making the Faustian bargain. When he makes the Faustian bargain, what does it lead to? Loss of his soul. All right. What can we also discuss? We have an immoral society whereby we realize the rich go into the slums of London and the opium dens away from the eyes of society, leading to them living a double life. All right. We can also talk about the issue of a society that is hedonistic. Hedonistic society. Morals are not prioritized. Morals not prioritized. Prioritized. And we are talking of art is prioritized. Art is prioritized. When art is prioritized, we realize that leads to Dorian using the portrait as a mirror of his life. We are also talking about Dorian using the yellow book as a prescription of his own life, as a prescription of his life. Those are the examples that we can give. And then we also realize deterioration of his character as he becomes immoral and corrupts, immoral. Right. We can also talk about values aestheticism, a society that values aestheticism and selfie, whereby we're talking about him purchasing things for the sake of possession, becomes materialistic, but influences other people in society. Remember the rumors that are spreading about him, about Lord Ken's son, etc. The Adrian Singletons. Right. That is the society that we mean. We all can also talk about a society that prioritizes pleasure. When we say prioritizes pleasure, we see him now frequenting the theater, but that leads him to be cruel to Sybil, leading to her committing suicide. Okay. These are some of the things that are popping up as we're looking at the essay question, and therefore can be discussed. So as a result, this is what we mean by plot an essay question and decide exactly what is relevant of what you mean. Aesthetism, hedonism, art over life, pleasure are all those things that are coming into us now. All right, let's go to the context questions of Dorian Gray, which will be our question number 7. Based on an extract from chapter 3, let's go and see what was expected of us. Place the above extract in context. What do we do?